Hi, welcome back guys. This is your Sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Becomes Storm Child? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was an ordinary day, and three children played with great energy and joy in the yard of the Uzumaki mansion, under the watchful eye of their attentive mother. The place wasn't as large as the compounds of other clans in Konoha, but it felt enormous for the four people who lived there. First was Menma Namikaze, a boy with spiky blonde hair and a rebellious attitude. To many, he was the spitting image of his father, differing only by the markings on his face that resembled fox whiskers. At 5 years old, he had already defined his dream of becoming the Hokage of his village. Beside him was his twin sister, Natsumi Namikaze, a girl with long, straight hair like their mother's, shining with the distinctive red color of her clan. She also had facial markings that gave her a fox-like appearance, enhanced by her mischievous gaze. Just like her brother, she was equally spirited and shared his dreams. The only downside to the pair was their tendency to get into trouble and cause mischief. Their target was none other than their older brother, Naruto Namikaze, or rather Naruto Uzumaki, as he had declared his preference for his mother's surname over his father's. After all, he felt he owed respect to Kushina for being the one who raised him. The young boy was blonde like Menma, but his hair was smooth and long, reaching his shoulders. One of his unique traits was that at 7 years old, Naruto was much taller than other children his age. He had an exceptional physical development that made it seem like he was destined to be a shinobi, as they began their careers at a very young age. Naruto's personality helped him endure the teasing from his siblings, as he loved playing with them. He was patient, brave, analytical, and often spoke about how strong he wanted to become to also achieve his dream of being Hokage. With toy shurikens and swords, the children trained and competed to see who would reach their goal first. Kushina watched the scene with great happiness. It delighted her that her children got along so well. However, the smile that framed her feelings was more of a mask, concealing a sorrow that weighed heavily on her soul and a loneliness that sometimes suffocated her. Anyone might wonder how this was possible, not only because she had the company of her 3 children but also due to her beauty, which could have won over any man. However, she rejected the advances of the many suitors who sought her hand. The most obvious answer for many was that the woman's inner passion had died with her late husband, Minato Namikaze, known as the Yondaime Hokage, the hero of Konoha who had sacrificed himself for its well-being. They weren't entirely wrong, but the reason for Kushina's size was different. One didn't have to look far to find it, as it was right in front of her. This made it especially difficult for the Uzumaki to watch over and care for her children, but they were not to blame for her broken heart. She committed herself diligently to the task, knowing that no one else could do it as well, and they were too special to let anything happen to them. Naturally, every mother believes her children are special, but the young Uzumaki were exceptional. To better explain this, one must return to one of the darkest nights in Konoha, the night when the Yondaime Hokage faced a very difficult and complicated decision. That night, shortly after the birth of Menma and Natsumi, a masked enemy attacked the hideout prepared for Kushina's DLVI. The Uzumaki woman was not only important as the wife of the Hokage, she was also the Jinchuriki of the monstrous Kyuubi, necessitating several security measures to protect the operation. Unfortunately, all of them failed, and she ended up being kidnapped when the masked figure threatened the lives of the newborns, prompting Minato to rush to their rescue. The apparent motive for these actions was the destruction of Konoha, as the masked enemy released the gigantic fox from its confinement within Kushina and unleashed it in the center of the village. This resulted in a scene of catastrophe and devastation that left a high toll of casualties. Only after an intense battle did the Yondaime Hokage manage to push back his enemy and subdue the Kyuubi to seal it once more. However, since his wife was weakened from childbirth and the abrupt extraction of her bijou, she was not a viable option to become the Jinchuriki of the powerful beast again. More than a misfortune, Minato saw this as an opportunity. The Hokage was aware of a prophecy stating that a hero would bring peace to the world. His mentor, Jiraiya, had been very insistent about it, so the blonde became convinced that he would play a significant role in fulfilling the prophecy. He considered that bringing this hero into the world was that role, and given the situation, he thought it best to grant him enough power so that nothing could stand in his way. Thus, he decided that his children would be the new Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Kushina protested vigorously against the proposal, but there was little she could do to prevent it due to her condition. Since the Kyuubi had been extracted from her, her chakra was in disarray, and she could not stop the ritual her husband was performing. This would be carried out using the Shinigami's consumption seal, which summoned the god of death, whose immense power allowed the summoner to manipulate souls. With this technique, the Yondaime Hokage divided the Kyuubi into 3 parts. One with Yin chakra, one with Yang chakra, and one with the soul of the beast. Given the circumstances that night, Minato believed the twins had a better chance of being the chosen ones of the prophecy than their older brother. He sealed the Yang part in Menma to grant him great physical energy and the Yin part in Natsumi to give her immense spiritual energy. Next, he attempted to seal the remnants of the 9 tails in his firstborn. However, the Shinigami did not respond to that command. This was unusual for the Hokage, as the deity was supposed to be at his service while the jutsu remained active, yet it did not heed any of his intentions to complete the task. Short on time and options, and unable to leave the fox's soul free, Minato had no choice but to divide the spirit and place it in the twins. He did not want them to face the challenges of dealing with that demon, but it seemed he could only hope they would possess the will to conquer it. He would not be there to support them, as the Shinigami's sealing technique required the life of the summoner as its price. That night, Namikaze passed away, leaving behind the great mystery of why he could not perform the seal on Naruto. Was the boy special in his own right, or did the Shinigami believe Menma and Natsumi needed the Nine-Tails soul to fulfill their destinies? The answer would remain unknown to the man sealed within the belly of the deity of death. On the other hand, Kushina had an idea of why Naruto had been overlooked by the Shinigami. He had a unique condition compared to his siblings, as he was the product of a fleeting love in which Minato Namikaze had not been involved. She had not planned for her love life to become so complicated, but fate dictated otherwise. Indeed, she had fallen for Minato in her youth when he rescued her from kidnappers from Kumo, but it had ultimately been a youthful romance that ended once she got to know the blonde in detail. However, she never revealed this to him. Minato was one of the few friends she had, and she did not want to lose him. Years passed, and all of Konoha assumed that Kushina and Minato were the most united couple on the continent, even though the truth was different. Kushina maintained her facade for a long time, and though she briefly thought she was truly in love with Minato, the arrival of a particular individual made her completely abandon that notion. It was ironic that this man shared some characteristics with Minato while being entirely different. He possessed an appearance and presence that could only be described as celestial, and although Kushina was not a frivolous woman swayed by looks, she had to admit she was captivated by him. It was mutual, as that man also fell for Kushina. She was not the type to play the damsel in distress, which greatly attracted him, as he had a special appreciation for strong-willed women. Various situations led them to know each other better and interact on different levels, revealing a strong chemistry between them. Unfortunately, just as quickly as he appeared, he vanished without a trace. Kushina was left completely bewildered and devastated by what had happened, unable to comprehend how someone she had connected with could leave her in such a manner. She refused to believe it had all been a cruel joke or deception. All of this occurred during the Third Ninja War, and by the end, Minato proposed to her almost immediately. It was clear that her heart was completely closed off to receiving another person at that moment, but she found herself in a certain predicament and concluded she had to accept the proposal. Simply put, she was PR'd with the child of the man who had abandoned her. One might say this was not such a bad situation. Kushina was a completely independent woman who could take care of herself, but in the eyes of a ninja village, this situation was subject to scrutiny, especially since the redhead belonged to an almost extinct clan, the Uzumaki. This placed her in a very delicate position, as the clan restoration law dictated that women could become mere breeding machines for the good of the village. It was practically impossible to escape that fate through normal means, but Minato had earned the position of Hokage through his battlefield achievements, and marrying him would grant her some immunity. By giving Minato a legitimate child, she would not risk her future. Although it made her feel guilty to commit such a deception, Kushina ultimately accepted the marriage proposal with a forced smile. One might think that someone like the Hokage could not fall for such a trick, but it should be noted that kunoichi like Kushina had tricks that could deceive even the most experienced shinobi. One of these was a simple seal that simulated the breaking of the hymen during the first time. Additionally, the PR Jinsui duration was somewhat longer and unpredictable for Jinchuriki, so Minato always believed the child on the way was his. Many thought Kushina was nervous about the Ninetales condition when she gave birth, while the truth was different. Her entire deception could unravel the moment her child's appearance was revealed. However, she could breathe a sigh of relief upon seeing Minato holding their child, happy that he was as blonde as he was. Yet, her heart ached at the resemblance he bore to his true father. The twins arrived the following year, and having two allowed their GSTTN PRD to resemble that of Naruto's, avoiding any suspicion. However, not everything was perfect, as several problems soon emerged. First, the village council insisted that the Yondaime Hokage had indeed sealed the Ninetales' soul in Naruto. Their reasoning was that they did not find it appropriate for Konoha's most promising shinobi to also be the target of the villagers' hatred, and thus they needed a scapegoat to absorb all the negative feelings. Kushina protested against such a plan, but she could do little to stop it, as she was too weak to confront them at that time, and it was said that the shock of losing her husband clouded her perception of the situation. This maneuver caused the boy to become the target of completely unjustified hatred from Konoha and a target for numerous threats to his safety. Uzumaki took it upon herself to ensure everyone was in their place, but she ultimately decided that isolating him at home was the best way to prevent any harm from coming to him. This measure proved ineffective, as at the age of 4, Naruto managed to escape from the residence and wandered the streets of the village, driven by the innate curiosity of children. The villagers seized the opportunity and quickly turned their aggression towards the boy, attacking him with their fists and kicks, driven by their dark hearts. No pain they harbored justified seeing that child as anything other than the fox that had destroyed their homes. By the time Kushina found him, the villagers were preparing to use knives and other sharp objects against Naruto, who, to their surprise, had only sustained minor bruises from the assault. However, the emotional pain was evident as the child sobbed bitterly from the mistreatment. Kushina was ready to unleash her fury as the bloody habanero, but she paused when Naruto's cries had a curious effect on the environment. The sky that day was somewhat cloudy, but no one expected a fierce storm to suddenly descend upon the village. Torrential rain quickly began to flood the streets, trees were uprooted by the intense winds that seemed to appear out of nowhere, and the sky trembled with thunder that shook the heavens. Konoha experienced, for the first and only time, the power of a hurricane, a phenomenon that defied logic given the village's distance from the sea. The villagers immediately halted their attack and ran for cover from the tempest, while Kushina rushed to take her son to safety. For her, it was easy given her shinobi skills, but for the others, escaping the relentless lightning strikes that began to fall in the area was far more challenging, as they destroyed everything in their path. By the time Kushina reached her home, the storm had subsided. Curiously, Naruto had calmed down and stopped crying. After ensuring that all her children were safe, Uzumaki set out to find those responsible for hurting her baby. However, her search was unnecessary, as the location of those men was clear: the morgue. The area where the attack occurred was left completely devastated by the storm, but it was puzzling how only the attackers had perished, whether struck by the violent lightning or swept away by gusts of wind that lifted them like rag dolls. Many viewed this climatic event as a manifestation of the fox's demonic powers and called for the young Naruto's head. Only the intervention of the third Hokage, who had resumed his duties following Minato's death, prevented the situation from escalating further. He declared that the phenomenon could not have been caused by the Kyuubi, as the beast had no control over the weather, and there was no better evidence than the memory of the night it attacked the village. That day, the sky had been completely clear, with countless testimonies to confirm it. The phenomenon was classified as a possible enemy attack, and all responsibility for it was dismissed from Naruto. Nevertheless, the boy did not participate in any other strange occurrences that caused unrest among the population, at least not publicly, as several events at home demonstrated just how special he was. His mother did everything she could to keep his abilities in check with her sealing techniques, hoping to avoid suspicion and allow him to live a normal life, at least by ninja standards. However, this was only temporary, as the legacy of the whirlpool and thunder was simply impossible to contain. 7 years later, Naruto complained about an upcoming exam, expressing his disdain for the shinobi lifestyle while leaning heavily against the back of his chair. Kushina, preparing a large lunch for him, insisted that he had to attend the exam, otherwise, he wouldn't graduate as a genin. She reminded him that joining the village's shinobi forces was the best path for him, as it would eventually open many doors. Despite the many changes that had occurred in the Uzumaki family over the years, the most twisted was the one brought about by the definitive shinobi agreement proposed by the village council. This tactical and political move aimed to have the Namikaze twins receive the jujutsu from the most important clans in the village once they turned 8, to enhance their power as Jinchuriki. This also meant that the custody of the young ones would fall to others, which Kushina vehemently opposed. Unfortunately, she did not anticipate that her children would be tempted by the proposal and express their support for it. In the end, Uzumaki had to yield to the pressure from the council, her children, and the interested clans, leaving her deeply hurt by the situation. Menma received the Sharingan and was welcomed into the Uchiha family, which included his wife Mikoto, their eldest son Itachi, and their own twins, Sasuke and Setsuna. On the other hand, Natsumi received the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan, surprising many in the village due to their secrecy surrounding their prized Jujutsu. Hayashi Hyuga became her father, with a family that included his wife Hizana, their eldest son Hizen, and their youngest daughter Hanabi. Although some members of the clans opposed the agreement, fearing that some unfortunate individuals would lose their eyes, their protests fell on deaf ears. This was the most obvious scenario, as the clan heads would not miss the opportunity to secure a position in the council as allowed by the definitive shinobi agreement. Since it was a matter for the council and the clans, the third Hokage could not intervene, much to his dismay. Kushina's only relief was that Mikoto and Hizana were her former teammates, so she could trust them to take good care of her children. Unfortunately, this trust was not fully realized, as the children also succumbed to the arrogance of their adoptive parents. In a short time, the once innocent children who played happily in their lookout transformed into tyrants who flaunted and abused the power they had gained. Naruto was a completely different case. His most notable characteristic was his intelligence, which had been partly shaped by the isolation he endured. This solitude allowed him to devour all the books in his home and a wide array from the village library. As a result, he developed a particular fondness for adventure books. This genre was not very popular, as many people were fatalistic and found fantasy stories ridiculous. However, Naruto was not one of them. He thoroughly enjoyed tales of legendary creatures and unreachable lands. To him, the idea that such stories were mere fiction was absurd, and he set a goal to explore the world and uncover its secrets. This was a reasonable ambition for someone who had spent so much time apart from the world. The only drawback was that he concluded that the life of a shinobi was incompatible with his desires, as being tied to a village would limit his ability to venture into others. Kushina fainted when she received this revelation. It was not that she disapproved of her son's aspirations, but even someone as permissive as she was shocked to be one of the few mothers with a child who did not want to be a shinobi. At least her situation was better. She didn't have to deal with a young man who only wanted to lie around watching clouds all day. Regardless, Naruto reluctantly enrolled in the ninja academy. As little as he would learn there, it was a perfect opportunity for him to interact with other kids his age. His time there was not easy. The teachers constantly nagged him, always reminding him that he was the worst student in the entire academy. Yes, Naruto's grades in basic ninjutsu and genjutsu left much to be desired, but it was not due to a lack of skill or a deficient chakra system. To Naruto, all shinobi arts seemed like a bunch of cowardly tricks that had no place in a real fight between men. This declaration, of course, did not earn him the title of star pupil. This applied to the faculty and adults. With his peers, it was a different story. Despite no measures being taken to prevent the rumor that he contained the soul of the Kyuubi from spreading, the attitude of the young ones towards Naruto was guided by other factors. One of his fans exclaimed with excitement that Naruto had arrived, causing the other girls in the classroom to turn their attention to the door through which he entered. No matter what rumors surrounded the Uzumaki, it was impossible for the village's teenage girls to ignore his good looks. At 14 years old, Naruto stood at about 1.80 meters tall, making him the tallest in his class. He was not just a lanky boy. His physique was strong and robust, like someone who underwent constant exercise routines. With his blonde hair falling to his shoulders and his blue eyes, many referred to him as a prince, as he perfectly fit the description of the fairy tale princes. Naruto did not do much to avoid attention, as his usual look consisted of sleeveless shirts that showcased his well-defined biceps, leaving many girls swooning. Adults claimed he was a demon seeking to corrupt innocent young ladies through a false appearance, although many women only said that to deceive themselves and avoid acting recklessly. With the boys, the effect was the opposite. They burned with rage and envy at seeing their classmates fall for Naruto. This led them to tease him, calling him a spawn of a monster, as their parents often did. This did not please Naruto, as they were indirectly insulting his mother, and countless times his responses to those insults resulted in reprimands, citations, temporary expulsions, and visits to the dentist. Despite his mother restricting his power through gravity seals, he possessed a strength that surpassed that of the average adult and had no trouble knocking out the teeth of others. It was this strength that allowed him to remain in the academy, as even with average theoretical grades, his lack of ninjutsu skills significantly impacted his standing. The institution's system became more complicated when it was taken over by Tsunade Senju. She took her position assigned by her sensei, the third Hokage, very seriously, and with the same diligence she used to improve the village's medical system, she enhanced the academic one. The learning PRD remained 5 years, but the entry age was set to a minimum of 8 years. This was to prevent the graduation of very young students who, according to the Sannin, were only serving as cannon fodder. This led to a significant improvement in the village's forces, as although the losses suffered during the Kyuubi attack were substantial, the quality of the ninjas managed to balance the situation. The sections were no longer just one course but 4, as Tsunade introduced extra classes to improve and diversify the shinobi graduating. Each course had a specialty, the first for long-distance shinobi, the second for close range, the third for medical ninjutsu, and the last for those whose areas of specialty were more ambiguous. Naruto, of course, ended up in the close-range category alongside his sister, who did not cease her teasing of him, although now it was of a completely different type and level. Natsumi had adopted the arrogance of the Hyuga, claiming superiority over everyone else and asserting that her taijutsu style was simply the most powerful in the village. Additionally, with the Byakugan at her disposal, she had no qualms about spying on her brother, which he did not appreciate at all. This was one of the things he regretted about not entering the academy when he reached the required age. On the day of enrollment that year, he had firmly refused to leave his room because he did not want to attend that silly academy. His mother couldn't do much to convince him, as that day was quite cloudy, and one of the unwritten rules of the Uzumaki residence was not to disturb or pressure Naruto when the weather was bad. Returning to the matter at hand, Naruto took a seat, ignoring the others present in the classroom. He was already annoyed at having to take the exam and had no desire to deal with anyone. The theoretical part was a piece of cake, as despite the level of difficulty, it consisted of things Naruto had read and reviewed hundreds of times. He did reasonably well in genjutsu, although he couldn't create a decent illusion, he managed to escape the one he was exposed to. His results in weapon throwing were mixed. The targets were completely pierced by the kunai, while the shuriken ended up who knows where, as he put too much force into them to calculate their trajectory correctly. He had no problems with taijutsu, the encounters ended very quickly. Finally, it was time for the fire test, ninjutsu, which was logically the most important part of the exam. Mizuki, the instructor of the section, began the test with the civilians, whose results were the least expected, and then moved on to the clan members to let them shine as they were supposed to. Kiba Inuzuka stepped forward, a boy with messy brown hair and red markings on his face. He arrogantly declared that the girls would see what this alpha could do as he approached the board, prompting eye rolls from the girls. Kiba was exactly the type of person who deserved a kick in the lower region. His attitude towards females was unpleasant, and he always belittled their abilities. Mizuki instructed him to perform a transformation technique and a replication technique. The boy transformed effortlessly into his teacher and then created a copy of himself. With an approving gesture from Mizuki, Kiba proudly returned to his seat. Next was Heizen Hyuga. A boy with long blue hair down to his back approached the board. Under Mizuki's instructions, without uttering a word or showing any expression, the Byakugan user performed the required techniques to pass the test. The blue-haired boy was everything one would expect from a member of the Hyuga clan, cold as ice and looking down on everyone else. He only bothered to attend class out of courtesy, as he had been taught everything in his clan. Perfect. Now let Choji Akimichi come forward, Mizuki said as a robust boy with brown hair stepped up. He was one of the few who didn't bother Naruto, mainly because his attention was focused on any kind of fried food. Reluctantly letting go of his bag of chips, Choji performed the jutsu and then returned to his seat, exhausted as if he had run a marathon. Mizuki sighed at the fact that all Akimichi were the same. Next, Natsumi Namikaze Hyuga. He called for the next participant. Contrary to what one might think, Naruto's sister did not drop her father's prestigious surname. She simply added the name of the family she now belonged to. The red-haired girl strutted her developed body in front of the classroom, but it did not have the desired effect. While she might have had a remarkable figure for her 13 years, once one looked at her face, any positive thoughts went down the drain. Her Byakugan, permanently active due to a transplant, and the Bijou chakra within her caused her eyes to be blood red, with no distinction between the pupil and the sclera. With swollen ocular veins across her face and fox-like markings on her cheeks, Natsumi was the kind of person you wouldn't want to encounter in the middle of the night if you wanted to keep your pants clean. Okay, Sensei, now watch my great skill, she declared as she transformed into her deceased father and then performed multiple replication techniques combined with the transformation technique to appear in a swimsuit for a certain blonde. Please behave, young lady, Mizuki said, covering his eyes along with the rest of the classroom. How boring, she exclaimed before returning to her seat. The classroom wasn't boring, she simply wanted to avoid nightmares. Next is Rock Lee, but he is exempt due to a special permission. A boy with a bowl-cut hairstyle nodded at Mizuki's comment. Although he felt sorry for passing that way, he knew he would have to put in double the effort in the other areas. Now, Niji Hyuga, please. It was strange how many Hyuga were in the classroom, but their relatives sought to compare the progress of the members of the superior, main branch with those of the inferior, secondary branch. The long-haired brown boy was another of the few who interacted with Naruto, albeit limited, as Niji was so bitter that honey lost its sweetness around him. With little effort he performed the requested jutsu. Now, lastly, Mizuki sighed in annoyance, Naruto Uzumaki. The boy didn't flinch. Get up already. Okay, I'm coming, don't get so worked up, the blonde replied cheekily to the Chunin. The man didn't bother to respond to the comment. He thought he was lucky to have the demon in his class to make him suffer, although it was generally the opposite due to all the problems that arose. With him and Natsumi, it was a true ordeal to teach, and amid the outbursts of frustration for not achieving his goals, he wondered who was suffering from whom. Do the transformation, the white-haired instructor said, irritated. Naruto put on a pair of black sunglasses and then shoved his hands into the pockets of his black pants. Done, I'm an Aburame. Many in the classroom made an extraordinary effort not to laugh at such a remark. I'll assume you still haven't mastered such a simple technique, the teacher said, marking a 0 in that area. Finish this and fail with your replication. Naruto simply crossed his fingers in a cross to create 2 perfect shadow replicas. Wait, what? How did you manage that technique? It's very advanced. Really, it's not that hard, the blonde replied casually. Kushina had managed to get him to learn that technique because it was very useful for training. Unacceptable, I asked for replications. You have failed. They're technically replications, so I passed. Not a chance, I have the final word, the white-haired instructor claimed. In fact, I have the final word, said a man wearing a long white robe. Hokage-sama. The white-haired boy responded nervously, unaware of the unexpected visit. The elder entered the classroom, questioning the leadership of those responsible for the growth of their students. A feminine voice interrupted, telling Mizuki that he had nothing to say. Tsunade instructed all the students to leave the room, which frustrated Naruto as he complied with her request. Tsunade made it clear to her former teacher, Sarutobi, that she was in charge of the academy. Sarutobi understood her position but felt compelled to prevent what he saw as an injustice. Tsunade insisted that the boy had failed the exam and was not qualified. Sarutobi argued that the boy was capable of performing the Kagebushin, a B-rank technique, which made him suitable for service. Tsunade countered that the standards she set were not met by this student. She pointed out the inconsistency in applying rules, referencing another student who had received special exemption. Tsunade believed that the boy was a disgrace to the system, undermining their skills and neglecting his studies. Sarutobi urged her to be objective, reminding her of her past loss and the need to see the truth. Tsunade, frustrated, declared that she would allow the boy to graduate but warned Sarutobi that he would regret it as she stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Sarutobi pondered how things had come to this as he vanished in a cloud of smoke. Meanwhile, Mizuki collapsed to the ground, pale from the pressure of being in the presence of such powerful figures. Days passed since Naruto's forced graduation, and he made his way to the academy auditorium, where he and the other graduates were called for team assignments as genin. Officially a ninja now, he received a new outfit from his mother, a white jacket with dark blue sleeves and collar, the Uzumaki emblem in red on the back, and a yellow lightning bolt printed on the front. He wore a black undershirt, dark blue pants with black stripes, and matching sports shoes. Most importantly, he was free from the seals that had restricted his strength. Director Tsunade congratulated the graduates on their achievements, after which Irika Umino announced the team formations. Under Tsunade's system, an ideal team included an attack shinobi, a medical shinobi, and a special category shinobi to complement the group. However, this was often theoretical, as various factors prevented its application for all students. This was evident in the last 5 teams, assigned to special jounin for specific purposes. Team 11 was known as a destruction team, featuring Menma and Natsumi as the main members. The presence of a medical shinobi was deemed unnecessary, even with a relatively normal third member, Setsuna Uchiha. Their sensei, Yamato, was a former Umbu and one of the strongest shinobi in the village. Next was Team 10, which included the classic Ino Shikacho formation. This arrangement allowed 2 special category shinobi, Ino Yamanaka and Shikamaru Nara, to be on the same team, joined by Choji Akimichi as the muscle, under the guidance of Kakashi Hatake, focused on teamwork and cooperation. Team 9 was composed of a close-range assault force, featuring Rock Lee, Niji Hyuga, and Tenten, specializing in various types of taijutsu, led by the expert Mato Gai. Team 8, under Kurinai Yuhi, was a tracking team with Hizen Hyuga, Kiba Inazuka, and Toa Aburame as genin, ensuring agility and efficiency in locating their targets. Lastly, Team 7 consisted of Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Naruto Uzumaki, the remaining graduates. With Asuma Sarutobi as their sensei, expectations were low for this assault team. After the ceremony, each team was assigned a space to wait for their sensei, with classroom 302 designated for team when Asuma arrived. He carefully assessed his students and realized he had a challenging task ahead. Naruto was already asleep from boredom, while Sakura focused on a medical book, trying to ignore Sasuke, who was awkwardly reciting bad poetry while holding a rose. It could be said that they were the least promising team a jounin could expect, especially considering Asuma's disheveled appearance, complete with a scruffy beard and a tired expression. However, beneath his carefree exterior, he was quite sociable. His first action was to suggest they go to a barbecue restaurant for a more comfortable conversation. Once there, he asked each of them to introduce themselves, sharing their likes, dislikes, and dreams to break the ice that seemed to exist among the young ninjas. Sakura was the first to speak, describing herself as a young girl with short, bubblegum pink hair and square black glasses that accentuated her green eyes. She wore a red sweater decorated with white circles and matching pants, an outfit that made her look like a walking target and raised questions about whether she understood the meaning of fashion. Sakura Haruno introduced herself, sharing her interests in studying and reading medical books. She expressed her disdain for bullies, casting a glance at Sasuke, who remained unfazed by her comment. She then turned her gaze to Naruto, stating that she also disliked those who lacked dedication. Her dream was to become a renowned doctor like Shizune. Asuma, surprised by the girl's attitude, noted that she seemed much more focused than he had expected from a mere civilian. He recalled reports about her and thought she was more grounded than she appeared before shifting his attention to the other dark-haired boy in the group. Sasuke Uchiha, one of the tallest in the class, was only surpassed by Naruto. With his jet-black hair and eyes, he wore a black shirt and jacket, the latter left open, along with jeans and several short chains that contributed to the bad boy image he wanted to project to attract girls. He introduced himself, mentioning that he liked girls, especially the quiet ones, which irritated Sakura. He added that what bothered him most were comparisons, speaking in a more serious tone, and shared his dream of marrying a very beautiful girl. Sakura thought to herself that it would remain just a dream. Asuma considered Sasuke's aspirations rather poor and reflected on why he was seen as the black sheep of his clan before turning to Naruto. Naruto introduced himself, stating that he enjoyed training and adventure stories. He expressed his dislike for those who didn't fight seriously and fled from battles, as well as those who took advantage of others. His dream was more of a goal. He planned to travel beyond the shinobi continent and seek many adventures. Sakura found his ambition ridiculous, while Sasuke thought it sounded interesting. Asuma felt a sense of excitement about Naruto, wondering why there was so much fuss over his graduation, recalling complaints from some colleagues. He then introduced himself, preferring to be called Asuma, and shared that he enjoyed fighting strong opponents and pushing his limits. He disliked boring missions and hoped they would quickly level up to tackle more exciting challenges, admitting he had nothing particular to share about his dreams. Naruto asked when they would start doing silly missions, to which Asuma replied that they first needed to undergo a small test since they weren't officially genin yet. Sakura questioned why they needed to be tested after graduation, and Asuma explained that it was customary for teachers to assess their students to see if they were truly ready for fieldwork. He noted that many who failed suffered serious depression and sometimes left the system or worse, but he treated it as a minor detail. Sakura and Sasuke thought that comment was unnecessary. Asuma instructed them to meet at training field number 4 at around 10 in the morning. Sakura protested that it was too late, suggesting that 7 or 8 would be ideal. Asuma defended the 10 o'clock time as perfect while food orders arrived. The meal was quite silent, but the team was impressed by Naruto, who consumed the equivalent of 5 people. Asuma took note, concluding that it wouldn't be wise to take them to an expensive place. Afterward, they each headed home. At the Uzumaki residence, Naruto was greeted by Kushina, who was oddly dressed in a tactical vest from the village. She revealed that she would be rejoining the shinobi service since her children were involved and she could serve as backup in case of any issues. In any other family, that might seem crazy, but considering the Uzumaki's vitality, it was more of a shame for her to be confined to the home. She was pleased to hear that Asuma would be her eldest son's teacher, knowing that he was quite similar to Naruto in terms of goals. She only warned him not to do anything strange during his test, reminding him that even if he didn't have a strong desire to be a shinobi, he shouldn't hinder his teammates' ambitions. The next day, at the agreed time, Asuma explained that they were an assault team and their greatest strength should be their offensive power. He stated that their task would be to bring him down. Sakura was astonished at the challenge, questioning if they were really in a position to defeat a jounin. Asuma reminded her that life isn't fair. An easy mission could turn into a nightmare in an instant, and it was his duty to see how they reacted to adversity. Sakura thought to herself that it was supposed to be his responsibility. Asuma gave them the entire day to complete the test and offered a suggestion, revealing blades that fit like gauntlets. He advised them to give it their all if they wanted to pass. Immediately, Sasuke and Sakura jumped to hide in the forest to devise a strategy against their opponent, while Naruto chose to remain in place, cracking his knuckles. Asuma asked if he wouldn't join them, and Naruto replied that he didn't like cowardly tactics, preferring to fight head-on. Asuma approved of his approach. Naruto then pulled out a scroll from his jacket, unveiling a weapon, a double-edged sword measuring at least 90 centimeters. Its lack of shine suggested it was likely made of simple iron, with a diamond-shaped guard and a black leather-wrapped handle. It was a rather unusual weapon for a shinobi, who typically favored lighter and faster weapons like a tanto or katana. Asuma inquired about the peculiar weapon, and Naruto explained that it was a gift from his mother. It was assumed that Naruto had acquired the weapon from some foreign merchant, as nothing like it could be found in the shops. However, it was clear that they were wasting time. With that thought, the blonde charged at the jounin. Asuma easily dodged the vertical slash Naruto made, knowing that with such weapons, the fighting style of their users tended to be predictable. He then aimed a punch, naturally accompanied by the blade of his weapon. While he didn't intend to harm his student, he needed to be serious if he wanted the test to yield results. To his surprise, Naruto managed to lift his sword quickly enough to block the blade and then delivered a light elbow that was enough to push Asuma off balance. It was then that he remembered Kushina was an avid practitioner of Kenjutsu, so it wasn't strange for her to teach her son a few things. Regaining his footing, Naruto ducked just in time to avoid the metal blade that passed mere inches from his head. Asuma rolled to regain distance and refocus his attack, but at that moment, Naruto charged again, this time attacking with a vertical swing from below. The jounin blocked the edge with his blades, but the force of the attack sent him flying. He understood that the graduates from the hand-to-hand combat section had a high level of physical development, but it was ridiculous that they were surpassing him in strength. However, he wasn't complaining. Asuma maneuvered to land on his feet and smiled with delight at the surprises his genin was showing. It was time to demonstrate that he was strong too. He unleashed a fiery cloud of smoke against Naruto, exhaling, and struck his blades together to create a spark that ignited the mass, resulting in a violent explosion. One might think that was going too far, but Asuma knew that Naruto wasn't a fan of ninjutsu. He considered that exposing him to such attacks would teach him the importance of the substitution technique. However, his focus was solely on the blonde, and before he could check on his condition, he was surprised by a barrage of kunai thrown from a nearby tree. The jounin dodged the first wave of projectiles, but they were quickly followed by more accurate throws. Eventually, his movement was halted by something that restricted his freedom. A careful observation revealed that he was completely surrounded by transparent threads, which ensnared him like a fly in a web. The sudden appearance of Sasuke, who lunged to attack with a kunai, led Asuma to conclude that the Uchiha was responsible for the trap. The kunai from the initial attack had merely been a distraction for Sasuke to set up the trap with threads tied to their ends, a typical Uchiha trick. Of course, the trap was far from strong enough to completely restrain the jounin. A slight surge of chakra gave Asuma the strength to break free from the bindings and block Sasuke's attack, sending him flying aside with a punch. Sasuke groaned as he got back up after rolling a few meters from the blow. It was a good attempt, but you didn't set your trap well, and that could cost you in a mission, Asuma remarked as he moved closer to the Uchiha to finish him off. However, the attack was interrupted by a loud screech that alerted the jounin, who instinctively stepped back. Moments later, his ninja vest was torn by the brush of a sword, which continued on to strike a tree, shattering its trunk upon impact. Asuma and Sasuke swallowed nervously, contemplating what would have happened had they been struck by that attack, and they wondered who the author of such a strike was. It was none other than Naruto, who stood on the other side of the field, somewhat annoyed that his attack had missed. He was also irritated by Sasuke's intervention but couldn't protest since the fight had been a group effort from the start. Asuma felt a twitch in his face, not only because the boy had used lightning-release chakra flow on his weapon but also because he realized that Naruto had taken his jutsu head-on. Sakura, who was watching from the sidelines due to her medical ninja principles, deduced that the feat was due to Naruto's clothing, which was durable enough to only show slight scorch marks from the explosion. However, it remained a mystery how his face was also unharmed. That explosion could have easily killed anyone. In any case, the blonde broke the group's astonishment when he cracked his knuckles and declared that he would settle things with his fists. Asuma hesitated but decided he couldn't back down and accepted the boy's challenge. 30 minutes later, Sasuke suggested that it would be best to take Asuma to the hospital, as he had been unconscious for too long. It was the best course of action, but Sakura expressed her fear of moving him, uncertain if Naruto had broken any bones or caused internal injuries. He clearly said to go all out. "It's not my fault my punch knocked him out completely," Naruto defended himself. "What exactly do you call going all out?" Sasuke asked, raising an eyebrow. "I heard you were pretty strong in the academy, but what you did was ridiculous. You defeated a Jounin like it was nothing." "I guess it was a lucky hit," Naruto replied. "Luck has nothing to do with it," Sakura retorted. "When did you learn to use the 100 strength seal?" "I didn't know you had knowledge of medical ninjutsu." "I don't have any. My strength is natural," he explained. "How can that be natural?" the girl exclaimed, agitated. "No, I wasn't the one who hid your bananas this time," Asuma exclaimed abruptly as he woke up, startling the kids and leaving them confused by his strange declaration. "What happened?" the Sarutobi asked, looking disoriented. "Finally awake, sensei. We were worried about you," Sakura said. "Was I unconscious? I only remember a punch coming toward my jaw." "What were we doing?" the man inquired, still confused. "Great, you broke our sensei," Sasuke remarked. "He was testing us." Naruto knocked him away at least 100 meters. "He didn't take more damage because he caught him before he hit the ground," Sakura explained. "And what did he hit me with?" Asuma rubbed his aching jaw, feeling as if he had the worst migraine of his life. He thought back to the sparring session. It had only been a simple punch, but it had left him in this state. Naruto suggested that they limit their sparring sessions among themselves. Asuma acknowledged that 2 of them had shown impressive attacking capabilities. Sakura, defending her lack of participation, remarked that she was sure he would have been unconscious for much longer if she hadn't applied first aid. Asuma, in a sincere tone, expressed gratitude for her attentiveness, even thanking Kami for still being alive. He felt as if his skull had nearly detached from his neck. Sakura simply replied with a thank you. With a smile, Asuma declared that they were officially team weeks later. Asuma found it difficult to be truthful about his earlier enthusiasm. Team 7 was assigned a hefty dose of D-rank missions. Naruto described them as boring, annoying, and degrading. If these missions were so important, he wondered why they weren't included in the Ninja Academy curriculum. His teammates also found them irritating, but Naruto had an additional reason for his disdain toward these tasks. One day, a shopkeeper firmly refused to allow Naruto near his store, arms crossed in defiance. Asuma explained that they were tasked with transporting 48 wooden beams across the village. He suggested the shopkeeper let the boy work, or he would have to cancel the mission and report that the payment was not commensurate with the request, which he believed should be more than triple the established amount. The shopkeeper protested, claiming he was paying fairly for a simple job and questioned whether it was the shinobi's duty to fulfill villagers' requests. Asuma calmly replied that his duties as a shinobi involved other responsibilities and hinted at a demonstration, startling the shopkeeper. The man, frustrated but unable to argue with the son of the 3rd Hokage, begrudgingly held Naruto responsible for any damage to his goods before slamming the door shut. With the green light to proceed, Asuma instructed his students to begin moving the cargo at the village's main entrance. The young ninjas contemplated the best way to transport the heavy packages, realizing that carrying 4 beams at once would be cumbersome for one person. It made sense to split them up and carry them one at a time, even if it took all day. However, Sakura suggested that the boys carry the packages in pairs while she managed to take one separately. Naruto, dismissing the idea, insisted they should work together to carry a package while he handled the rest. Sakura challenged him, questioning where his sense of chivalry had gone. Her words trailed off as she watched Naruto lift 2 of the heavy beams onto his shoulders and head toward the entrance. Sasuke, equally surprised, asked if they were supposed to go around the village to reach the DLVRY point. Naruto replied that it was shorter this way before he took off running with the heavy load. Sakura, not wanting to know the answer, inquired how much each package weighed. Asuma, taking a drag from his cigarette, explained that the civilians had refused to transport the wood because it was very dense, estimating that each bundle weighed over a ton. Sakura fell silent, realizing it was absurd for them to be given such a task. Sasuke, feeling the weight of the situation, admitted he couldn't handle one of those packages. Sakura, frustrated, retorted that she didn't think she could either. Meanwhile, Naruto trudged through the village, facing glares, poisonous whispers, and indirect insults. The villagers reacted poorly to seeing him wear a Konoha headband, viewing it as a mockery of those who had fallen due to the Kyuubi disaster. They believed his presence posed a risk to their safety, knowing that ninjas held a superior status over civilians. The sight of Naruto effortlessly carrying the heavy beams only added to their unease, leaving the village partially in shock over a simple D-rank mission. However, Naruto was not one to be swayed by trivial matters and continued with his task, ignoring the negativity around him. His teammates, struggling to keep up while carrying a beam between them, noticed the villagers' reactions. Sasuke felt a twinge of envy, recognizing that despite Naruto being the host of the Fox Spirit, some girls still looked at him with admiration. Sakura couldn't blame them, she was equally astonished by Naruto's strength. By sunset, the pair was exhausted after transporting a total of 8 beams, with Naruto being the primary contributor to the mission's success, much to the shopkeeper's dissatisfaction. Asuma teased his tired students, suggesting they needed to get in shape. Sasuke complained that there was no way they could match Naruto's strength. Sakura mentioned a technique that could grant great power but required extensive training and chakra control. Sasuke asked to be taught, but Sakura explained that the only person who taught the 100 strength seal didn't accept students. Sasuke wondered how Naruto managed it, to which Sakura replied she had no idea. Naruto, sighing, insisted he wasn't using any tricks and decided to head home. Sasuke remarked that one would expect someone like him to be more energetic, and Sakura replied that it would be concerning if he weren't. Sasuke dismissed her comment, suggesting it was something she wouldn't understand, and then asked Sakura if she would like to go on a date. She firmly declined, stating she was leaving too. Sasuke accepted his defeat, noting it would have to be another day. As Asuma observed his students, he realized they still had a long way to go in building their camaraderie. Asuma thought it might be time for the old man to give them something that would help them work as a team as he made his way to the Hokage Tower. At the Uzumaki residence, Kushina served dinner to her son and asked how his mission had gone that day. Naruto replied that it had been boring as usual and wondered when they would finally get a mission outside the village. Kushina explained that Hiruzen preferred not to send young ninjas on outside missions. Frustrated, Naruto took a bite of his food and asked about her mission. Kushina mentioned that while they were supposed to keep the information classified, it wouldn't hurt for him to. Her team had been investigating reports of some destroyed villages in the Land of Fire, and it had been quite challenging. When Naruto asked why, she explained that although they understood the attacker was skilled in wind techniques, they had found no trace of him. Naruto recalled that she had been with Tsum and her dogs, who were known as the best trackers in the village. Kushina confirmed this, adding that Tsum had detected a strong smell of rust in the villages, which was completely foreign to them. However, Tsum also claimed that the attacker seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Naruto speculated whether these could be the people from the Land of the Sky, recalling from history books that they had the technology to fly. Kushina acknowledged it was a possibility but noted that it didn't make much sense for them to attack such small, strategically insignificant villages. She pointed out that even with their ability to fly, they would have trouble crossing the border undetected, as their nation was located at the edge of the Land of Wind. Naruto suggested he could help find what they were looking for, but Kushina explained that one of the challenges was the lack of a chakra trail to follow, making his abilities less useful. Additionally, the mission had been classified as S-rank, and it wasn't permitted for a genin to participate. Frustrated, Naruto expressed his annoyance at the D-rank missions, stating he was tired of searching for that troublesome cat, Tora, for the 5th time. Kushina reminded him that Tora was essential to the village's economy, taking pride in her work. Naruto retorted that she wasn't helping the profession's reputation. Kushina suggested they continue training his skills, believing it would benefit him in the future. The next day, Asuma gathered his students in one of Konoha's parks and announced he had secured a good C-rank mission. When Sakura inquired about the details, Asuma explained they needed to deal with some bandits in the Land of Waves. Naruto expressed his irritation, but Asuma encouraged them to consider this mission as a stepping stone to more important tasks. He instructed them to prepare for their departure the next day, emphasizing the need for teamwork and caution against making mistakes. As they prepared to leave, Naruto wondered if anyone wanted to back out, but just then, a familiar voice interrupted them. Setsuna arrived, teasing Naruto about giving up before starting. Sasuke expressed his displeasure at her presence. Setsuna, resembling a female version of Sasuke with her long black hair tied back and wearing a dark blue sleeveless vest, scrutinized Naruto and Sakura, predicting that one of them might not survive their first mission. Naruto challenged her comments about Sakura's appearance, and Setsuna defended her own style, dismissing the notion that kunoichi should have short hair. She pointed out that many male ninjas in the village had long hair and recalled a boy from their academy days who had learned the hard way that appearances didn't matter. Setsuna then revealed she had been watching them to avoid being with her brother and his sister, expressing her confusion about their family connection. She complimented Naruto but noted he needed to mature. After saying her goodbyes, she left, leaving Naruto to lament that she had once been his favorite in the academy. Sakura suggested they practice a bit before the mission to understand each other's abilities better. Naruto agreed, and the team moved to a training field, taking a seat on some rocks. Naruto volunteered to start, explaining that his specialty was taijutsu and that he had trained in kenjutsu and chakra flow, with a preference for lightning techniques. He warned them not to expect him to use transformation or substitution techniques, as he only employed ninjutsu for direct attacks. Sakura questioned why he used a sword for kenjutsu, suggesting something lighter and faster might be more effective. Sasuke inquired about the situation. The boy explained that he had not found a katana strong enough to wield freely, as they all broke easily. Sasuke then asked if the boy had tried to hold back. The boy responded with a hint of frustration, indicating that he preferred not to discuss it. Sasuke felt sympathy for the opponents of his blonde teammate and shared that his strengths lay in shurikenjutsu and kyujutsu. Although he hadn't had the chance to demonstrate it, he considered himself particularly skilled with the bow. He had access to his Sharingan and could perform some decent genjutsu. Sakura chimed in, asking about elemental ninjutsu, noting that his clan was proficient with fire release. The boy curtly replied that he wouldn't speak on that matter, surprising the others. Sakura then took her turn, mentioning her progress in medical ninjutsu. She could handle moderate wounds and some broken bones. Sasuke pointedly asked about her offensive skills. She admitted to knowing a few basic techniques but emphasized that a medical ninja should not engage in battle, as it was part of the established rules for their role. Naruto argued that it was better to prevent injuries rather than wait for something to happen before acting. He expressed that it was foolish for a medical ninja to stand idle, as that would make them a target for enemies. He concluded that a medical ninja needed protection, which was a luxury given their small team size. Sakura stood up and left without a word. Sasuke teased Naruto, noting that he had won an argument against Sakura, suggesting he should take a picture to remember the moment. Naruto asked if Sasuke was implying that she was always right. Sasuke confirmed that she was a strong advocate for medical ninjutsu and would engage in discussions with anyone who insulted it. When Naruto inquired about the reason behind her passion, Sasuke speculated that it might have something to do with her mother. Naruto expressed surprise at Sasuke's willingness to talk with him in this way. Sasuke admitted that he didn't dislike Naruto entirely and found him better than Menma. When Naruto mentioned the rumors about him, Sasuke shrugged them off, stating he would ignore them as long as Naruto did the same. However, he added a condition. He wanted to know Naruto's secret with girls, prompting Naruto to facepalm. The next day, Team 7 gathered at the door, their backpacks ready for the long journey ahead. Notably, Sakura wore the standard village uniform, minus the tactical vest typical for Chunin. While her appearance was still plain, it was an improvement over her previous outfit. Asuma checked on his students to ensure everything was in order before leading them toward their destination, which was quite far from Konoha and would take several days to reach. The journey was mostly quiet, with the team exchanging few words. They only spoke when organizing campfires at night. Asuma felt concerned about the silence but recognized his own struggles to connect with other shinobi of his rank. Regardless of their social interactions, Team 7 eventually reached their destination, the sea. The Land of Waves was an island off the coast of the Land of Fire, and a long stretch of water separated them from their goal. There were no villages nearby to rent a boat, but this did not pose a problem for the group. One of the improvements in the Ninja Academy was that students developed enough chakra control to walk on trees and water. This simple exercise significantly enhanced the students' abilities and saved time for the Jounin in charge. The path to the village of Nami was even quieter due to the thick sea mist covering the water. Asuma noticed several concrete columns emerging from the sea, arranged in a long line, suggesting that a bridge was under construction. It seemed unusual for such an important project to be abandoned and left to nature. Asuma captured his students' attention, stating that their objective lay ahead. He warned them that there was no authority in the village, so they needed to be prepared to eliminate anyone who stood in their way. Sakura expressed her concern, realizing they were entering a land filled with bandits and criminals. Asuma calmly acknowledged that the Land of Waves was now known as the Land of No Law, and while he didn't know the exact number of bandits, it could range from 30 to 50. Naruto interjected, suggesting that the number likely exceeded hundreds, given the proximity to the Land of Wind and the influx of ships from various nations. Sakura panicked, questioning why they were only learning this now. She argued that if the place was as dangerous as described, it was no place for genin. Naruto reminded her that it was indeed a B-rank mission, assuming they didn't encounter rogue ninjas. Sakura was frustrated, insisting that had she known they were coming here, she wouldn't have accepted the mission. Naruto pointed out that they had no choice. Their sensei had assigned them this task, and they couldn't argue against it. Sakura sought support from Sasuke, who viewed the mission as a good opportunity to gain a noteworthy story to share. His comment nearly caused Sakura to lose her chakra control and fall into the water, as she found herself frustrated with being on a team of fools. Asuma decided to outline their strategy for moving forward. He instructed Sakura and Sasuke to position themselves at a high point and attack anyone who moved. Naruto and Sakura were set to launch their ground attack, ready to sweep away anything that moved. Sakura, with a twitch in her eye, questioned the plan, while Naruto, snapping his fingers, assured her it was the kind he liked. Asuma and his team were urgently needed in the desolate Land of Waves, where crime had taken root under the influence of a notorious mobster named Gato. Using a transportation company as a front, Gato built a criminal empire that thrived on extortion, theft, and even murder. The Land of Waves, lacking a ninja village and relying on its maritime economy, became vulnerable to his schemes. Initially, some villagers resisted, but they met tragic ends at the hands of Gato's thugs. There were talks of constructing a bridge to provide the country with another means of access to the Shinobi continent and to escape Gato's control. However, the project was halted when its builder was murdered, unable to tolerate Gato's interference. This unfortunate outcome could have been avoided with the help of a ninja team, but the village lacked the resources to fund a mission of that nature. The builder attempted to deceive Konoha into sending help under the guise of a simple C-rank protection mission. Unfortunately, his ruse was quickly uncovered when it became known that Gato had hired ninjas, escalating the mission's danger. Konoha canceled the assignment and imposed a ban that deterred other villages from offering their services to the Land of Waves. With neighboring countries turning their backs, the villagers lost hope and abandoned their homes, leaving everything to Gato and his henchmen, who then began recruiting all manner of criminals. However, not all was lost for the Land of Waves. Recently, the ban had been lifted, and one of its former villagers placed her last hopes on a mission to reclaim her home. Naturally, Konoha's secretary would likely reject the request once she reviewed it, but Asuma was quick enough to seize it before it could be dismissed. In summary, the mission was a collection of foolishness that could lead to severe consequences for those involved. Nevertheless, Asuma had faith in his students, hoping they would rise to the occasion and justify the risks. Naruto signaled his teammates to stop, and they froze in place. He warned them to get into the water, and with that cue, all the shinobi deactivated their chakra control and submerged themselves. Moments later, a small motorboat passed overhead, piloted by a couple of rough-looking men. Their tattoos and scars clearly marked them as bandits. One of the men complained about the fog obscuring their view, while his reluctant companion reminded him that their boss paid them to keep watch. The first man grumbled about the lack of action, and the second suggested they should be grateful for an easy job, continuing to operate the boat and moving away from their current position. Asuma emerged with his team, relieved that they had avoided detection. He asked Naruto how he had known they were coming, to which Naruto replied that he could sense chakra. Asuma was surprised to learn about Naruto's sensory abilities, which he had not mentioned before. Naruto explained that they were not very developed, allowing him to detect things only a few meters away. Sakura acknowledged the usefulness of this skill, teasing Naruto about his preference for stealth. Naruto noted that if they were discovered now, his plans would be ruined. As they swam closer, Asuma instructed them to remain alert for any other dangers. After a few strokes, Team 7 reached an incomplete section of the bridge and climbed up, knowing they were nearly on solid ground. Once secured, Sasuke and Sakura took positions atop an abandoned crane, where Sasuke prepared his bow and arrows for their plan. The village of Nami had undergone severe changes, the most obvious being the presence of a bar on every corner. Most shops had become pawn stores where bandits exchanged their loot for cash. Weapons warehouses were plentiful, and drunken men fought over trivial matters. Asuma pondered how his father had allowed such a situation to develop. The village was undoubtedly a threat to the Land of Fire and needed to be addressed immediately. Asuma contemplated his first target to deal with their enemies effectively. The most sensible approach was to find the leader and eliminate him, as this would negatively impact the morale of the outlaws and scatter them. However, locating this man would be challenging, and there was a chance he could escape when confronted. Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts and doubts, Asuma failed to notice that Naruto had wandered off. This oversight would soon lead to complications. Standing atop a post in the middle of the village, Naruto shouted for everyone to hear, using chakra to amplify his voice. He offered the bandits a chance to escape like cowards or face the consequences of his fists. His teammates were left in shock at his boldness. Asuma sighed, realizing he needed to act quickly to resolve the mess caused by his student. He infused his blades with chakra, creating a wind blade that dramatically extended their length and sharpness. Naruto, feeling annoyed, expressed his frustration about Asuma not taking their fight seriously. Asuma apologized, explaining he hadn't thought Naruto was ready for such a challenge, but promised that next time would be different. Naruto hoped so, then jumped down, landing heavily and causing the ground to tremble and crack. The bandits abruptly halted their advance, and Asuma reconsidered his offer. It did not help that the boy began to uproot a post from the ground to use as a weapon. He found it absurd to use his sword against such filthy criminals, believing they deserved a punishment proportional to their actions. In Konoha, the matriarch Uzumaki felt a chill and pain in her back, reminiscent of the day her eldest son received his sword as a gift. That day, he had shown so much joy that she had hugged him tightly, nearly taking his breath away. In Nami, as a handful of bandits were sent flying into the sea by Naruto, the first group of frightened villagers screamed and fled the scene to ensure their safety. It was only in stories about Oni that one could imagine someone wielding such a rudimentary weapon. Those not sent flying by the log were overwhelmed by the sheer force exerted by its user. Sasuke pointed and shot an arrow at one of the bandits attempting to flee, commenting on the irony of the situation to Sakura, who was too shocked by the chaotic battle unfolding in the village to respond. Asuma, while the enemies focused on the blonde, also managed to take down several foes with his technique, which allowed him to bypass all defenses and cut through anything in his path. Those who approached him with swords were swiftly dealt with, and he used his fire techniques to ignite their weapons and destroy them. It was clear that he was also a formidable threat, but the available archers chose to concentrate their arrows on Naruto, a decision that would prove to be a mistake as the metal tips merely bounced off his skin. While it felt normal to the touch, when exposed to any damage, it became as hard as steel. This detail was unknown to the archers, who were quickly overwhelmed as Naruto discarded his weapon. Two burly men saw this as an opportunity to approach and attack with massive axes. A slight movement was all it took for Naruto to dodge the vertical swing of the first man, who then received a powerful punch that broke his jaw and sent him flying several meters before he fell lifelessly to the ground. The second attacker swung horizontally, attempting to catch the boy off guard. However, this underestimated Naruto's reflexes, as he leaped into the air to avoid the blade and then landed with an elbow strike that buried the man into the ground. Without wasting time, Naruto picked up the fallen weapon and charged at a group of enemies, eliminating them with overwhelming force. One terrified bandit exclaimed that they were being massacred, while another, even more frightened, insisted they needed reinforcements and should call for Gato. Asuma swiftly ended the bandits' lives with a decisive strike, declaring that none of them would go for help. The number of enemies was not proportional to their skill, and it took only an hour for the village to be reduced to ashes. While the destruction might have seemed excessive, Asuma knew the area needed to be completely cleansed if the original villagers planned to return. It was best to start anew, free from the plague that had infested the place. Sakura, clearly disturbed by the scene before her, remarked on the horror of all the death. Asuma responded that this would not be the last scene she would witness in her career, emphasizing that they were an assault team and would always be at the forefront of battle. Naruto added that while it was indeed wrong, it was worse to stand by and do nothing to help those in need. Sakura acknowledged his point, feeling conflicted but understanding the necessity of their actions. After taking a moment to breathe, Team 7 set off toward Gato's base, hoping the man had not escaped. The building was situated at the far end of the island's port, and while some bandits referred to it as a mansion, it was more of a fortress, fitting for the mafioso who owned it. Upon arrival, they found the fortress's doors guarded by a squad of at least 30 men, their faces betraying no fear. This confidence stemmed from Gato's promise of a generous reward for anyone who could eliminate the intruders. The man was extremely arrogant, believing his gathered troops were sufficient to handle any problem, even if it involved shinobi. Unfortunately for them, Naruto did not operate like one of those shinobi. The bandits' confidence shattered as boats of all sizes began to crash down upon them, causing explosions of varying intensities due to the fuel and contraband explosives contained within. Asuma, sweating, asked Naruto who had taught him to fight like that. Naruto replied that no one had. He simply thought it was a good way to utilize his strength, continuing to lift boats from the water and hurl them at the fortress. It was a stressful scene for Team 7, but at least it demonstrated that Naruto had limits, as he struggled to lift the larger boats. Asuma estimated that those vessels weighed between 20 and 30 tons. Unexpectedly, Naruto's offensive was halted when a pair of shadows emerged from the water, ensnaring him in thick chains. Asuma recognized them immediately, the Demon Brothers, a pair of rogue chunin from Kiri known for their team assault tactics. They trapped Naruto with a chain that connected the two ninjas and then brought their iron claws close to his face, releasing a cloud of purple gas over him. One of the ninjas taunted that they had heard about his resilience, while the other declared that there was nothing he could do against their deadly poison. Naruto regretted his lack of attention to his surroundings and resolved to improve his sensory skills. Naruto broke free from his restraints and swiftly took down his attackers, knocking their heads together before they could react. He then declared his intention to continue the mission, eager to finish it. Asuma, alarmed, insisted that they needed to treat Naruto since he had just been poisoned. Sakura, anxious at the thought of using her skills, rummaged through her bag for the necessary antidote, asking what type of poison it was. Naruto tried to reassure his teammates, claiming he was fine, but Asuma firmly disagreed. Naruto recounted a past experience where he had dealt with poison before, recalling how his friends had pranked him with rat poison in his food, which had only resulted in them facing consequences from his mother. The Team 7 members fell into a long silence after this revelation, unsure whether to laugh or protest. Not willing to wait for a response, Naruto entered the base of Gato alone, taking care of the remaining forces. Sasuke briefly considered following him but decided it was better to wait outside, just in case something unexpected happened. Minutes later, the cries for help and mercy ceased, and the fortress creaked before collapsing entirely. Before anyone from Team 7 could move to find their missing member, Naruto emerged from the dust, dragging a trembling Gato behind him. He explained that Gato had tried to hide but was found before the building fell. He tossed Gato at Asuma's feet, who pleaded for his life, offering to pay whatever they wanted. Naruto scoffed at the idea of accepting anything from someone like him. Asuma noted that keeping Gato alive could be beneficial, as they could make him return everything he had stolen and dismantle his criminal network. He then asked Sasuke if he had something to keep their guest entertained on the way back to the village. Sasuke focused his eyes on Gato and activated his Sharingan, causing the man to scream. Asuma instructed Naruto to bring in 2 other fugitives, knowing the village would appreciate their capture. Sakura questioned if they were really leaving just like that, to which Asuma replied that he didn't have enough cigarettes to handle all the uncertainties swirling in his mind. Days later in Konoha, Hiruzen slammed his hand on the desk, glaring at his son. He questioned what Naruto had been thinking, emphasizing the seriousness of their mission, which had essentially been a military intervention in a foreign country, likely to attract attention from others. Naruto defended their actions, explaining that the Land of Waves was under an illegitimate leader with ties to organized crime, and that any protests from other nations would be supporting that government. Hiruzen realized Naruto had been in contact with his sources, confirming that the daimyo had approved the temporary annexation of the Land of Waves to aid in its recovery. He admonished Asuma for using his genin to fulfill the daimyo's interests, but Asuma insisted that the mission was necessary, arguing that they owed it to the people of the Land of Waves after rejecting a similar mission years ago. Hiruzen acknowledged Asuma's point but reminded him that it didn't justify putting the team at risk. Asuma contended that the only risk was their ability to be surprised, recalling how impressive Naruto had been in action, almost feeling pity for the bandits they faced. Hiruzen noted that it was expected of Naruto, given his parentage. Asuma clarified that while Naruto was indeed strong, he had shown some organization in his maneuvers and wasn't just mindlessly attacking everything in sight. The conversation shifted to Naruto's condition, where Asuma expressed doubts but believed that Naruto was not the monster people claimed him to be. Hiruzen sighed in agreement but warned Asuma to avoid such actions in the future, to which Asuma promised to try. Days later, Naruto awoke suddenly from a dream where he heard a voice declaring his determination not to give up or go back on his word. He wondered what those words meant, having lost count of how many times he had experienced similar dreams filled with distorted voices repeating messages about the nature of a true shinobi. Initially, he thought it might be a genjutsu from his mother, trying to convince him to be a typical ninja, but he dismissed that idea, knowing she would never resort to such tricks. The dreams left him questioning his sanity, but Naruto decided to set aside those thoughts and focus on the peculiarities of his life, knowing he had to bear the heavy burden of being labeled the demon of Konoha. It wasn't that he believed the lie that he was the container of the Kyuubi's soul, but he knew he was far from ordinary. After all, it wasn't typical for a child to nearly destroy his home while playing with a simple ball or to have such accelerated physical development at a young age. Being the son of 2 renowned shinobi didn't sufficiently explain these facts. He didn't complain, as he had managed to keep up with his siblings during their childhood. Menma and Natsumi were incredibly hyperactive, and anyone else would have been exhausted trying to match their energy, but he never felt that way. However, he had to admit that Menma and Natsumi possessed chakra reserves far superior to his own. It was borrowed power, but they could still rely on it. Despite this self-acceptance, it was noteworthy that although Naruto did not reciprocate the villagers' hatred, he held mixed feelings toward 2 figures, his father, Minato, and the Kyuubi. It wasn't so much that they were to blame for his difficult life, it was more about how he believed both had caused significant harm to his family. He felt that Minato had no right to pass such a heavy responsibility onto his siblings and view them as weapons. As for the great nine-tailed fox, he thought it didn't deserve its title at all. How could someone so powerful allow themselves to be manipulated in such a way? The fox's weakness indirectly led to his siblings being separated from their family and their mother suffering. Naruto often wished he could confront the Kyuubi to teach it a lesson about self-defense, and perhaps get to know it better, as it was a creature with invaluable experience. He knew it sounded like a ridiculous plan and a rather brutish way to meet someone, but Naruto believed that fighting was the best way to understand another person. It allowed him to see the strength of their convictions and ideals. This idea had come from the various teachings at the academy, where it was said that when two powerful shinobi clashed, they could understand each other's thoughts. The Kyuubi might not be a shinobi, but Naruto didn't want to consider himself one either, so he thought an exception could be made. All these thoughts led Naruto to wake up earlier than usual. Not feeling ready to go back to sleep, he got up to prepare his breakfast. Once again, he would have to do it himself since his mother was on a mission. Apparently, her skills were in high demand since her return to the shinobi service. He didn't mind preparing his own meals, but it was unpleasant to eat alone at home, especially after his siblings had been adopted. Shortly after that event, Kushina had decided to remodel their home completely. It was something she had been planning for a long time but had delayed to avoid appearing to favor one of her children. However, she realized that the time had come, as even though the gravity seals helped Naruto control his strength, a house made of wood and paper was not the ideal place for him. The Uzumaki home was then rebuilt with brick and concrete. This change took away its traditional style, but it did not diminish its grandeur. The amusing part was that Naruto actively participated in the work, whether it was carrying materials or helping with the move. Kushina appreciated the help, though it didn't stop her from scolding him multiple times for juggling furniture. This memory was always present in Naruto's mind, reminding him that he was different not in the negative way the villagers of Konoha believed, but in a way that sparked curiosity. It was inevitable for the blonde to wonder how his abilities worked, how he had acquired them, and most importantly, if he was the only one with such powers. Regardless, Naruto was certain that he wouldn't gain that knowledge by staying in the village forever. Hours later, in the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the current Hokage of Konoha, was in his office handling the usual paperwork that came with his position. At that moment, he was receiving a mission report from one of his jounin, a routine task if not for the fact that he was the sensei of such a unique team. Yamato reported mixed results regarding his mission. The mission had been carried out according to the parameters, but the team's performance left much to be desired, and he noted certain incidents. Hiruzen asked for specifics about their attitude in the field. Yamato explained that Menma and Natsumi exhibited unpredictable behavior and showed no respect for authority. The Hokage sighed, knowing what to expect from them. Yamato continued, stating that the mission's parameters only required them to eliminate a small group of bandits, but they discovered that the bandits had prisoners with them. Hiruzen felt a sinking feeling as he feared the worst. Yamato confirmed that things had not gone well. The bandits attempted to use the hostages as shields, but Menma disregarded this and attacked them with one of his fire techniques. Hiruzen realized the gravity of the situation. Yamato explained that the situation could have been salvaged, as some survivors had begged for mercy in exchange for seemingly important information, but Natsumi had killed the bandits, deciding it would be a hassle to carry them along. Hiruzen was left in deep thought, realizing it was worse than he imagined. He inquired about their control over the beast, wondering if it was responsible for their actions. Yamato expressed uncertainty but noted that the pair seemed to wield the fox's chakra at a significant level, which had allowed them to defeat the bandits without giving him a chance to intervene. He was also reminded that he had been instructed to avoid interfering in their development. Honestly, it didn't seem like a good idea to leave them uncontrolled as the council wanted. The Hokage appreciated this opinion and agreed that they were playing with fire, but felt the need to support the council's obsession a little. When asked about this risky maneuver, he explained that there were rumors suggesting other nations were training their Jinchuriki to master their Bijou perfectly. This meant that other villages were seriously considering using Jinchuriki as weapons of war, which was a delicate situation since the beasts had always been seen as a last resort. The Hokage hoped for no more ninja wars and felt reassured by the fact that a Kage meeting had been called, which he would be attending soon. He instructed that Menma and Natsumi should continue their work as usual, stating that if others planned to use their Jinchuriki, they would need the will of fire to be present in them to avoid catastrophe. Shortly after, Hiruzen welcomed Sarutobi, who requested a mission for his team. He chose to assign them a simple escort mission for a merchant, avoiding any direct confrontation. The mission turned out to be uncomplicated, taking only a day to transport the client to their destination. They were fortunate that no one crossed their path, despite the merchant's valuable goods. This luck was due to a warning circulating in the underworld of the continent, strongly advising against any confrontation with the ninjas of Konoha. Normally, it was not surprising that criminals wanted to avoid shinobi, but some bandits from the Land of Waves had escaped a recent crackdown and quickly spread the word about a human demon whose strength shook the ground with each step. Any village would kill for such a reputation, as it would boost mission requests for their forces. However, part of Team 7 was not pleased about returning to Konoha without any action. To make the trip worthwhile, Asuma decided to take them to a restaurant in a nearby village, knowing they would enjoy a particular dish. He mentioned that they would love the life-changing curry. Naruto, though not a fan of curry, agreed to check if the place lived up to its reputation, while Sasuke asked how far it was. Asuma assured them it wouldn't take long, but he fell silent when he saw the restaurant. It was exactly where it should have been, but a massive hole cut through the middle as if a cannon had struck it. Asuma quickly instructed Naruto to search for survivors, and the young ninja rushed toward the building to follow the order. In hindsight, sending someone with super strength into a collapsing structure was not the best idea, but Asuma believed Naruto could quickly clear debris and check for anyone trapped inside. His assessment proved correct, as Naruto managed to enter and exit the restaurant with an elderly woman in his arms just before it crumbled into a pile of rubble. The woman was somewhat injured, prompting Sakura to administer first aid to ensure her well-being. Meanwhile, Asuma ordered the team to be on guard and check the surroundings for the attacker. This task was interrupted by the elderly woman's sudden awakening, as she tried to rise from her makeshift stretcher. Asuma attempted to calm her, assuring her that she was safe with them. However, the woman, filled with terror, insisted they had to flee while they had the chance. Asuma urged her to take it easy, explaining that her cuts could reopen if she moved too much. She insisted that the monster was still a threat. Asuma reassured her that there was no danger nearby and that they could handle it. He asked her to explain what had happened. Taking a deep breath to relax, the woman began recounting her experience. She had been cleaning her restaurant when everything went wrong. Suddenly, it felt as if a storm had erupted around her, shaking the building as if it wanted to be torn from the ground. She had not dared to look outside but was certain it was not human, as it emitted the most terrifying roar she had ever heard. When asked if she knew how the attack occurred, she admitted she did not. The walls had burst, and she had been trapped by the debris. Asuma asked if she had any idea when the attack happened. She recalled that it had been nighttime but could not specify when. Asuma assured her that was enough information and turned to his genin. He deduced that at least 12 hours had passed since the attack, so they could forget about finding the culprit. Nevertheless, he insisted they check the area for clues, expressing his discomfort with the idea that someone had attacked a known individual and he wanted to find the perpetrator. The elderly woman then exclaimed in distress about her son, Erasure, who had been working in the village mine and had not returned the previous night. She insisted on checking on him, but Asuma firmly told her to rest while he and Sasuke would go. The two ninjas headed toward the village adjacent to Sancho's restaurant, where they encountered a similarly devastating scene, including casualties. Witnesses informed Asuma that the village had been attacked by a living tornado, which had unleashed extremely strong and violent winds that devastated everything in its path. No one could provide a clear description of the attacker, as a cloud of dust obscured it, but the villagers claimed to have heard the shrill roars of what they believed to be a monster. Upon reaching the mine, the Konoha shinobi found a discouraging sight. Everything was in disarray, with cannon-like holes in various surfaces. A careful observation led Asuma to believe that what they were witnessing was not a cannon but rather the effects of the wind release, great PNTRTN technique, which could create similar devastation. They found no footprints, likely swept away by the wind, but they did discover a path indicating that the living tornado had approached one of the mine's walls. There, they found marks that resembled bites and scratches, suggesting that whoever had attacked the location was specifically targeting the mine. Fortunately, it seemed that the creature had not fully entered the tunnels, allowing the miners, including Sancho's son, Erasure, to escape unharmed. The testimonies from the villagers were not very helpful either. They could not provide a clear description and explained that the monster had significant control over the wind. Team 7 did their best to assist the villagers, but they could not do much, as the jounin of the team deemed it more important to report the incident to Konoha. The journey back was as tedious as expected, and the teams split up as soon as they arrived in their hometown, with the genin heading to their homes and the jounin departing for the intelligence division. Naruto felt frustrated by the mission, knowing it might be connected to his mother's current assignment. He hoped this meant the Hokage would send more shinobi to search for the creature. With no other option but to wait, the blonde went to bed that night, hoping for a peaceful sleep. Unfortunately, that was not the case. What had started as mere voices transformed into human silhouettes, shadows without defining features. However, one figure stood out clearly. A person lay motionless on the ground, surrounded by a crimson liquid. It was not hard to guess that it was blood. The presence of 3 other bodies nearby only intensified the gravity of the scene. Despite being just a dream, Naruto was overwhelmed by a strange sense of helplessness. He did not know who these people were, but he disliked the thought of witnessing their demise without the ability to intervene. He realized he should be able to act since it was his dream. At that moment, he turned and came face to face with the source of the scene, a mere shadow like the others, yet it had something that made it shine. The Sharingan. It was impossible not to recognize the red eye with its black tomo. Naruto awoke, agitated and filled with questions. The simplest one was about the meaning of the dream. Now, he wondered if it was a vision of the present, past, or future. More importantly, he questioned who the victims and the assailant were. A part of him resisted the thought, but the first person who came to mind was his brother, Menma. But that was impossible, wasn't it? A week later, Kakashi expressed his surprise at the Hokage's announcement, which echoed the sentiments of the other jounin present. The Hokage explained that a Chunin exam had been organized among all the elemental nations and other allied nations. Kurenai inquired about the initiative's origin, to which the Hokage replied that it had been promoted by the Otokage and immediately supported by the Reikage. The Kazekage showed interest, and soon after, the other villages approved. Although IWA was skeptical, they ultimately accepted. Asuma questioned whether it was a good idea, and the Hokage acknowledged that they were not in a position to refuse. Representatives from the daimyo were interested in the event, making it difficult to oppose. Yamato asked how their village would be involved and if they intended to send their teams. The Hokage expressed concern that their more experienced genin might not be up to the task, and those with greater skills had already been promoted. He emphasized that they needed to send their best recent graduates. Tsunade argued that it was imprudent, as those young shinobi lacked necessary experience. The Hokage agreed but insisted that this exam was more important than any other, as many daimyo would be present, and refusing to participate would lead to embarrassment. He assured them that the exam would follow a different format and expressed confidence in their shinobi's ability to handle it. Nevertheless, he agreed they should ensure the young shinobi were ready. Only 2 teams from their village would participate, so they would need to conduct a special test to determine who would represent them. Asuma later gathered his genin to discuss the upcoming Chunin exam. Naruto immediately expressed his excitement about participating, surprising his teammates. Sakura, noting Naruto's usual disinterest in shinobi matters, questioned his enthusiasm. Naruto explained that while he wasn't particularly interested in becoming a Chunin, the exam would provide a great opportunity to face powerful opponents. Sakura sighed, not sharing his enthusiasm, as she felt it would be dangerous. Sasuke, on the other hand, was eager to meet kunoichi from other villages. Asuma reminded them they had a month to prepare and assess their readiness for the exam. Sakura pointed out that rushing into the competition might lead to their downfall, but Asuma reassured her that his focus was on their development. He handed them chakra paper, indicating he wanted to see their elemental natures. According to the reaction of the paper, it would reveal their affinities. Sakura was the first to receive the object, and her reaction was immediate. The piece of paper soaked through, surprising the jounin. This indicated that she had a very strong affinity for water release, which was quite favorable for medical ninjutsu. Next was Naruto, though it was obvious he would have an affinity for lightning release. Asuma's expression was priceless when the paper tore into 3 pieces, indicating his affinity for wind release. One piece crumpled, showing his affinity for lightning release, another became damp, revealing his affinity for water release, and finally, the last disintegrated, indicating he was also aligned with earth release. It was extremely rare for a shinobi to possess 4 elemental affinities at such a young age. It was somewhat unfortunate that the boy showed so little interest in his career, as he could easily take the position of Hokage in the future without much trouble. Sasuke expressed his doubt about the necessity of this exercise, clearly nervous and drawing the attention of those present. Asuma reassured him, suggesting he was likely aligned with fire release like all Uchiha. However, Naruto pointed out that they had never seen Sasuke perform any jutsu of that nature, only using arrows and shuriken. Sasuke countered that it wasn't as if they gave him the opportunity to show one. Asuma encouraged him to demonstrate his control of fire release with a jutsu, but Sasuke remained evasive, insisting it wasn't necessary. He argued that many shinobi were skilled without mastering an element and didn't feel the need to learn about it. Naruto playfully insisted that Sasuke couldn't be that bad, recalling a time he almost burned his father's beard while learning to use it. Sasuke dismissed the idea, stating it was too dangerous to use such a destructive element carelessly. Sakura teased him, suggesting he was afraid of fire, which only angered him further. Naruto then pointed out the uncomfortable silence that followed Sasuke's admission of not having an affinity for fire. Sasuke dropped the object he held and walked away without a word. As the paper fell to the ground, it tore in two, leaving Asuma puzzled. Sakura questioned what had just happened, and Asuma turned to Naruto, asking if he knew anything. Naruto explained that his mother, Mikoto, was a close friend of his and often visited their home, usually to discuss Menma. He recalled hearing her express concern about Fugaku's attitude towards Sasuke regarding his affinity, realizing now that it was related to this situation. Asuma scratched his head, acknowledging the complexity of the matter. Sakura asked if fire release was that important, to which Asuma explained that each clan had its own traditions. For instance, the Sarutobi clan was responsible for affirming the bond of the Inoshikacho team by giving a pendant to each generation. The Uchiha clan, on the other hand, held that only those who mastered the Great Fireball technique were considered mature and fully recognized as men. Sakura recalled Setsuna mentioning something similar. Naruto wondered if it was possible to learn it without the affinity. Asuma confirmed it was possible but noted that the jutsu required a significant amount of chakra, and since Sasuke's affinity was wind, it would be challenging for him to master. Sakura then asked why it was so important to be considered a man. Asuma explained that without mastering fire release, Sasuke would not have the right to inherit the clan's leadership or demand to learn its techniques. It was assumed that what he had learned was self-taught. Sakura expressed her hope that Sasuke's obsession with asking for dates wasn't related to this issue. Asuma doubted he was approaching the situation that way. Naruto decided to look for Sasuke, feeling it would be beneficial for someone to talk to him. After searching the village and its surroundings for a while, Naruto found Sasuke by a lake near training grounds. Sasuke greeted him with a wary tone, asking what he wanted. Naruto shrugged, saying he was just passing by, and picked up a small stone to throw into the lake, causing a loud splash that annoyed Sasuke. Sasuke told him to continue on his way, but Naruto insisted they were already there and encouraged him to try throwing a stone as well. Reluctantly, Sasuke took the stone and threw it, making it bounce a considerable distance before sinking into the water. Impressed, Naruto asked how he did that. Sasuke explained that it was about applying the right amount of force and focusing on the movement of the arm. Naruto inquired if he was good at these things, to which Sasuke replied that when one couldn't do something, it was best to keep trying with other skills. He mentioned that since his mother was skilled with throwing weapons, he decided to specialize in them. Naruto then questioned why there was so much fuss about using fire release when Sasuke was clearly talented in this area. Sasuke reminded him that it wasn't polite to pry into others' matters, though Naruto pointed out that his mother had emphasized that such things were often quite silly. Sasuke sighed, acknowledging that among all elements, fire was a symbol of power. Since the Uchiha naturally had an affinity for fire release, it was normal for them to consider themselves superior. Naruto argued that lightning was stronger, to which Sasuke conceded that technically it was, but it was also associated with something fleeting, placing it below fire in status. Naruto couldn't dispute that fact and asked how Sasuke fit into this. Sasuke revealed that his affinity was wind, making him a rarity in the clan. Naruto noted that given their clan's name, Fan, it didn't seem that unusual. Sasuke lamented that his father refused to understand this, especially since his brothers excelled in fire release, even Menma. Naruto saw no issue with it, stating that fire release was considered inflexible, while Sasuke had a rare and versatile element. Sasuke wished others shared that perspective and admitted he had chosen not to develop his wind release to show its usefulness. Fugaku even considered exiling him from the clan, but he managed to avoid that because he obtained his Sharingan around that time. He thought about how his father was not the best parent and that he wouldn't be voting in his favor. When asked what he planned to do, he expressed his preference to go into the exam with only what he had. He felt that if he embarrassed himself using an elemental jutsu that wasn't fire release, the consequences would be severe for him, and he didn't want anyone else to intervene on his behalf anymore. His mother and brothers had already done enough. In his opinion, he should accept Asuma's help, as he could certainly assist him with his elemental abilities. He was reminded that failing was his own problem, not anyone else's, and that a surname shouldn't dictate all his actions. He was assured that he wouldn't fail as long as he was part of the team. He had seen what Asuma could do with his blades and doubted he could achieve the same with arrows or shuriken. While it was true he wouldn't get the same effects, he was encouraged to explore his potential. He would need to learn to defend himself at close range, and Naruto invited him to follow him for a moment. Naruto led Sasuke to his home, where he made him wait in the living room while he retrieved a box from his room. Upon opening it, he revealed a rapier-style sword with a silver handle and a guard to protect the user's hand. Sasuke was impressed and asked where Naruto had gotten it. Naruto explained that he valued his current sword but enjoyed experimenting with other weapons. This one was obtained from a foreign merchant and had the same ability to channel chakra as his other weapon. He offered it to Sasuke, who hesitated, feeling it was too valuable to accept. Naruto reassured him that it would benefit them both and that he saw the exam as a good opportunity to explore new places and showcase Sasuke's skills without relying on fire release. Sasuke acknowledged the truth in Naruto's words and accepted the weapon, thanking him. Naruto emphasized their partnership and the importance of supporting each other, extending his hand for a handshake, which Sasuke accepted cautiously. The next day, Asuma was very impressed by Sasuke's change in attitude and willingly agreed to train him in wind release. He understood the pressure of living under a surname and empathized with his students' struggles. While Sakura had potential with water release, her energy reserves were insufficient for the demanding techniques of that element, so she focused on improving her chakra control to use the element freely in the future. Naruto was given several scrolls with elemental techniques, which he diligently learned on his own. His self-learning ability was quite high, allowing Asuma to concentrate on the members who needed more attention. Days later, all members of Team 7 were at the training field, each engaged in their own activities. Whether studying various scrolls or performing rigorous exercises, the young genin made good use of the time they had to develop their skills. This caught the attention of their jounin. At that moment, Naruto was jumping around, showing signs of frustration and exhaustion, as if he were trying something without success. Asuma approached him, curious, and asked what he was doing. Naruto yawned and explained that he was attempting a technique he had seen but wasn't quite grasping it. He was supposed to reach one point from another with the fewest steps possible, but he didn't understand how to gain momentum. Asuma inquired if he wanted to learn the body flicker technique. Naruto thought it was different but struggled to identify the distinction between the techniques. When asked where he had seen it, he found it difficult to explain. Asuma then suggested that perhaps it was related to his lack of proper rest. Naruto denied it, even though it was indeed the case. Later that night, as another day ended, Naruto prepared for a night filled with nightmares. The details of these dreams had become so sinister that they could no longer be considered simple dreams. Sleeping had turned into a burdensome and unpleasant experience. The visions he experienced varied greatly, causing them to lose meaning and become difficult to interpret. It was the kind of thing that could drive someone mad, and although Naruto was strong, he felt he was reaching his limit. He had not wanted to discuss this with anyone, but it was time to find a solution. Resigned, he began to witness the vision of that night, featuring two individuals of different heights, whom he identified as a mother and her child as they started to converse. The child questioned whether the training was truly necessary, expressing doubt about learning the mother's signature technique. The mother reassured him that it was easy, explaining how to accumulate chakra in his feet and emphasizing the goal of covering the greatest distance in the fewest steps. She demonstrated, covering a significant distance in an instant. The child remained skeptical, unsure if he could do it, but the mother encouraged him, promising he would be fine and that he just needed to learn to channel chakra in his feet. Just as the scene was becoming clearer, the dream ended, leaving Naruto wondering about the identities of those figures. The scene reminded him of his own relationship with his mother. He was particularly intrigued by the technique he had heard in the vision. He was aware of the body flicker technique and the flying thunder god technique used by Minato, but he didn't want to rely on them as he aimed to develop his own techniques. He believed that this new technique could be useful to supplement his abilities. When he returned to the present, he clarified to Asuma that he simply hadn't been sleeping well. Asuma advised him to ensure he rested properly. For the test, one needs to be at 100%, Asuma stated before leaving. The boy hoped he would be, contemplating what his strange visions would reveal. He was unsure if it was fate or mere luck, but that very night, he had the opportunity to witness an extremely useful vision for the development of his technique. In the dream, he saw a man teaching a young student a technique called shundo, instant step. He observed that the secret of this technique was to anchor oneself to the ground with the arch of the foot, harnessing all the strength it offered, and then propel oneself with all possible effort. When he discovered that the technique even had an aerial version, Koku Shundo, instant step of the void, Naruto did not hesitate to get up and practice what he had learned. Perhaps he had been viewing his visions through the wrong lens. He needed to pay closer attention to those dreams and gather all the information contained within them. Chapter 6. Being a ninja village, it was no surprise that shinobi were practicing in various training fields scattered throughout Konoha. This was the case for two kunoichi who were performing complicated hand seals, resulting in both exhaling a long cloud of purple mist. Shizune praised her apprentice Sakura for her significant progress with the poison mist jutsu. Sakura responded with a hint of reluctance, prompting Shizune to inquire if something was wrong. Sakura brushed it off, insisting it was nothing, but Shizune noticed her recent lack of energy and asked if she was worried about the upcoming exam. Sakura suggested they continue training, but Shizune pressed her to share what was bothering her, expressing her willingness to listen. Sakura hesitated, finally asking if she was special. Shizune was taken aback, affirming that Sakura was indeed special, a prodigy in medical ninjutsu with exceptional chakra control. However, Sakura clarified that she was referring to her abilities as a shinobi, feeling inadequate and questioning her place on the team. Shizune reassured her that Tsunade had organized the teams for optimal performance and that Sakura's value was immeasurable. Sakura expressed her frustration about being unable to contribute during missions, feeling overshadowed by her teammates. She believed her teammates were overly protective, but she felt the real issue was her own self-doubt. She lamented that she was unable to apply what she had learned because Naruto, seemingly invincible, faced danger without concern. Shizune listened intently as Sakura recounted how Naruto had brushed off attacks effortlessly, leaving her feeling useless. Sakura voiced her frustration about waiting for someone to be injured before she could act, questioning the logic of having to rely on others to fulfill her role. Shizune understood her feelings but felt there was little that could be done. Sakura sarcastically suggested that she should wait for Tsunade to become a poor medic for her to have a chance to surpass her, which Shizune found ridiculous. Sakura noticed Shizune's nervousness and pressed her for answers, sensing that she was hiding something. Shizune reluctantly admitted that it was something that could lead to serious consequences. Sakura's curiosity only grew, and she insisted that trust should work both ways. Eventually, Shizune, defeated by Sakura's argument, asked her to wait while she retrieved something from her room. A few minutes later, Shizune returned, trembling slightly and holding a scroll. Sakura, both curious and anxious, asked what it was. Shizune took a deep breath, revealing that it was the scroll of the 100-strength seal. Sakura was shocked, asking how Shizune had obtained it. Shizune explained that she had taken it from Tsunade during one of her drinking nights, though she noted that Tsunade's resistance to alcohol was not as strong on certain days. Shizune explained that she had studied the scroll and believed it could significantly enhance Sakura's abilities. While mastering the seal might be challenging, she suggested starting with the amplified strength jutsu, which was the first step toward mastering the seal. Sakura questioned why Shizune hadn't mentioned it earlier, to which Shizune reminded her of the potential danger if Tsunade found out. They could claim they learned it through observation, but Shizune warned that this technique was not easily learned. In recent years, she had rarely used it in public, and she wouldn't swallow such a lie. She thought she needed to be cautious with it. In her opinion, she should say she learned it from Naruto. The seal and jutsu weren't the only ways to harness great strength. However, she doubted it would be that simple. She still didn't understand why Naruto was so strong. It would probably be temporary. Tsunade would soon realize the deception, but perhaps she could help train her if she demonstrated mastery of the technique. She resolved to give her best effort to achieve it and felt grateful for the support. She knew she could count on her friend. From that moment, the pink-haired girl began her training to master Tsunade's secret techniques. She was determined not to fall behind her teammates. Time passed, and before anyone noticed, the training PRD for the genin came to an end. On the day of the test, Team 7 and their counterparts were summoned to the vicinity of Training Area 44, affectionately known as the Forest of Death. Ultimately, the only rookies present were Teams 7 through 11, as the senseis of the other teams believed their students were not ready for such a demanding task. Their absence was compensated by the presence of 3 other genin squads, who insisted on participating due to their greater experience. Given the nature of the test, they were accepted and joined the others. The Hokage stood before the assembled shinobi on a small platform, with the council behind him, eager to oversee the proceedings. He welcomed the young shinobi and expressed gratitude for their presence that day. He explained that a collective Chunin exam would soon take place. Normally, this wouldn't be unusual, but this time the event would involve all 5 great elemental villages, highlighting its significance. Unfortunately, not all teams could participate, so they needed to conduct a test to determine which genin were best prepared to represent them. To the council, the entire test seemed like an unnecessary performance. Hamura, Koharu, Fugaku, and Hayashi were confident that Teams 8 and 11 would pass without difficulty, believing that Team 8 could cover any minor weaknesses in their perfect team. However, this was an unlikely scenario, as they could not see how the other elemental nations could contend with 2 shinobi who not only possessed the power of the Bijou with the most tails but also had the most skilled Jujutsu. Therefore, they paid little attention to the other participants, who were engaged in conversations while waiting for instructions for the test. Most were speaking only with their teammates, but Naruto decided to break the mold and approached one of his acquaintances. He greeted a silver-haired boy, who immediately tucked away the orange book he had been reading. Kakashi was reading. He would say things were fine, but that would be a lie, he thought innocently, much to the annoyance of his students. One of the girls, dressed in a revealing purple outfit, complained about him. She remarked that Kakashi-sensei was cruel, suggesting that they wouldn't be in this situation if he took their training seriously. A boy with a pineapple hairstyle chimed in, usually not agreeing with her but finding it frustrating that they didn't know if they had a chance for the upcoming test. Another boy, with brown hair and a bag of chips in his hands, expressed his annoyance at missing out on the barbecue special at the restaurant. Naruto teased Choji about his constant thoughts of food, suggesting he should take training more seriously since he was a bit round. Choji shrugged it off, continuing to munch on his chips. Ino, taking Naruto's arm, playfully asked if he would finally invite her on a date. Naruto dismissed the idea, leading Ino to wonder what she needed to do to make him understand that they were meant for each other. Sakura interjected, suggesting Ino should focus more on her duties as a kunoichi. Ino shot back, telling Sakura not to interfere, as Naruto was her teammate, making it her business. Sakura retorted, pointing out that Ino's outfit would only attract a crowd of admirers. This sparked a heated argument between the kunoichi. Kakashi watched the scene unfold, muttering to himself that the blonde girl was going to give him gray hairs before his time. Asuma, nearby, joked that he didn't think it would be noticeable, adding that his own team had their share of issues as well. Kakashi could only imagine what that was like. In the midst of their conversation, Naruto pondered whether they had met before. The man with the beard acknowledged that he had to keep an eye on the children of his former teacher. It was peculiar, he thought, that if that were the case, their fighting styles would bear some resemblance. However, he noted that he and Naruto had their differences. Asuma, with a hint of amusement, remarked on the nickname Coward-san, questioning its origin. The bearded man, holding his jaw, recalled a painful encounter with Naruto, mentioning how his dentist often reminded him of it. He explained that a few broken ribs were enough reason for him to always have a substitution technique ready whenever he played with Naruto. Asuma nodded knowingly, recognizing that Naruto did not favor that technique. The bearded man confirmed that engaging in hand-to-hand combat with Naruto was akin to a form of assisted suicide. They shared a mutual understanding, and Asuma sighed, contemplating the upcoming test. They both knew the likely outcome, but he found it intriguing nonetheless. The Jounin informed the genin to learn a little about what was to come before departing with his companion, as the test was about to begin. The exam would be overseen by Ibiki Marino and Anko Mitarashi. Ibiki began to explain the details and rules of the test, stating what everyone already knew. Only 2 would be selected to take the Chunin exam. Everything within the Forest of Death posed a challenge, including the lethal creatures that inhabited it. Complicating matters further were the potential alliances between teams, as some confrontations could become pointless if participants possessed identical scrolls. The teams were scattered throughout the area, and once the clock struck noon, they were allowed to enter the forest, dispersing in search of tactical advantages over their rivals. Team 7 received the scroll marked North, and, like the others, advanced a few kilometers before stopping to devise a strategy. It was clear that the blonde member of the group had only one thing on his mind. Naruto suggested they simply move forward until they encountered someone and take their scroll, regardless of which one it was. This provoked various reactions from his teammates. Sakura proposed that they wait for the other teams to fight among themselves and accumulate scrolls, thus avoiding unnecessary conflicts. Sasuke countered that if they waited, they would only face weakened opponents, and he refused to engage in such conditions. Sakura was frustrated but knew they had to proceed Naruto's way. After a moment of thought, Naruto pointed east, sensing a faint trace of chakra in that direction, and declared they should head that way. He had improved his detection range, which now covered at least 2 kilometers, and they set off. Hours earlier, on the southern coast of the Land of Fire, Tsum Inuzuka expressed her boredom, accompanied by her large black dog. Yugao Yuzuki, with her long purple hair, responded with annoyance, reminding Tsum that she had already made her feelings clear many times. Tsum insisted she wouldn't stop complaining until their ridiculous task was complete, questioning why they were still pursuing the creature they were after. Kushina chimed in, stating that complaining wouldn't make it appear before them. Mikoto Uchiha noted that it was only a matter of time before they found it, as it was becoming careless, leaving behind evidence. They were aware that the creature was not human but rather something akin to a summoned beast, and they needed to determine if it was being controlled by someone. This was urgent, as an attack could be directed at the capital of the Land of Fire or Konoha at any moment. After a long trek, Kushina and the others arrived at the Land of Waves, where the village was still undergoing reconstruction. Now under the protection of the Land of Fire, many former residents returned to reclaim what had been taken from them. Using remnants of Gado's empire, such as ships and legitimate goods, they quickly began the recovery process. Tsunami, who had requested the mission from Konoha, welcomed the kunoichi. Although she had received a reprimand from the Hokage, she also received sincere apologies for her indirect role in the troubles faced by the village. Due to her faith, the villagers named her the head of the village, a challenging role since both her father and ex-husband were close to achieving that position due to their work, but Gado had thwarted those ambitions. Nevertheless, she had to turn the page and face the new challenges ahead. The kunoichi did not linger in the village, as their objective lay further ahead, and they wished to set up camp as soon as possible. Their destination was a mine discovered after the nearby forest had been cleared by bandits. Nami needed labor to transition from a fishing village to a mining one, especially since the land contained an extremely valuable metal for military purposes. Sum lifted a piece of the mineral protruding from the ground, marveling at the fact that no one had noticed it before. Mikoto suggested it was better that way, as a discovery like this could spark a war. Kushina wondered what it would taste like, prompting a surprised reaction from Tsum, who shouted at her for such a thought. Kushina clarified that she was curious about why the creature they were pursuing would be attacking the mines. They had seen claw and fang marks on the walls indicating it was searching for minerals, but she doubted it was eating metal. Yugao explained that the metal was valuable for its ability to conduct chakra and was used to create excellent weapons. The notion that something could consume it was concerning. Some pointed out that not all the mines they visited contained chakra metal, so there was no need to worry. However, Kushina reminded them that the creature could fly, suggesting it might have visited more locations than they could reach. They decided to wait and see if their investigations would yield results. The group of kunoichi set up camp and prepared to take turns on guard duty. They also took the opportunity to rest, as their mission had taken them across a significant stretch of the Land of Fire, a task that had been exhausting. Currently, they had no way of knowing if their target would come to the area. The shifting winds carried a wide array of scents, making it difficult for Tsum and her dog to detect anything, and they lacked a sensor ninja to sense the possible summoner of the creature. However, a sudden change in the weather led them to believe their assumptions might not be entirely off. In an instant, the white clouds in the sky were replaced by ominous storm clouds. A cold breeze began to blow, chilling everyone present, as it seemed that snow would fall at any moment. Mikoto issued an evacuation alert to the few workers at the site and instructed them to inform the village about a potential attack. The other kunoichi prepared for the imminent battle, as that was what they had been anticipating, or at least they thought so. From among the clouds, an object surged downward at a staggering speed, striking the ground with considerable force. The kunoichi barely had a clear view of the creature before questioning whether it was some sort of dream or genjutsu. The apparent source of all the attacks was a 5-meter-long, 3-meter-high lizard-like creature that moved on 4 legs. Its reptilian nature was called into question by the pair of wings that extended from its back, which were twice the size of the creature itself. Its skin was a shiny silver with a metallic texture, from its head to the tip of its tail, giving it a brilliant appearance. Its completely blue eyes carefully analyzed the people in front of it. The creature wasted no time in revealing its intentions, letting out a roar that summoned a whirlwind of violent winds around it, confirming it was indeed the living tornado described by the victims of the attacked villages. Mikoto was astonished, unable to believe what she was witnessing. Kushina, equally amazed, recognized the legendary creature before them. Sum felt a surge of nerves, particularly because Kuramaru was trembling. No matter how dire the situation, her companion had never reacted this way to an enemy. It was clear that his instincts were warning him of the great danger they faced. Yugao, however, was determined to confront the creature and launched herself into an attack. She unsheathed her katana and advanced, creating a pair of clones that ran alongside her, wielding similar weapons. The entire group charged at the creature, but the first attackers vanished before Yugao could leap and deliver a downward slash. As she struck at the dragon's head with her sword, it was as if she had struck a bell with a knife. The weapon rebounded, leaving the kunoichi bewildered. Strong gusts of wind threatened to destabilize her, but Yugao quickly channeled chakra into her feet to remain steady and avoid becoming vulnerable. The dragon then swiped at the kunoichi, and she braced herself to block with her weapon. Once again, the creature's strength surpassed that of her sword, shattering it effortlessly. Following this, the dragon charged at her with a headbutt that knocked a couple of her ribs before sending her flying a considerable distance. Annoyed by the attack on her comrade, Sum regained her composure and ordered her dog to prepare for an assault. Although Kuramaru seemed hesitant, he performed the Beast Man clone technique to take on the form of his partner. Together, they executed the double fang technique, spinning as they lunged to strike with their claws and fangs. The dragon leaped to evade the technique, but it was still caught when its users extended their reach to hit the enemy. Sum and her companion, struck the creature multiple times, but when they ceased their offensive, it appeared completely unharmed. Instead, it was the two from Konoha who bore bruises and injuries from attempting to breach the solid defense of their opponent. Yet, this would not deter the proud Sum, who prepared to attack again with another double fong. However, her intentions were thwarted by her enemy, which exhaled a powerful blast of air that sent both her and her companion crashing against a stone wall. Mikoto confirmed with her Sharingan that their opponent was enveloped in a strong layer of wind chakra, prompting her to take advantage of the situation. She unleashed one of her clan's signature techniques, the Great Fireball, hoping that the elemental advantage would work in their favor. Flames engulfed the dragon in an intense whirlwind of fire, fueled by the surrounding wind. However, the creature showed no signs of being affected by the high temperatures. Instead, it used the flames to its advantage, launching another powerful wind attack at Mikoto, which transformed into a much stronger blaze than her previous jutsu. A chain suddenly pulled the dark-haired Kunoichi away, preventing her from being scorched along with a large portion of the ground. This action was executed by Kushina, who then unleashed her feared diamond chains to restrain the dragon. The creature took to the air to dodge the chains that erupted from the ground like spears. It then countered with compressed air projectiles. While strong, the chains possessed enough resilience to break through and manage to ensnare their target. Kushina gathered moisture from the environment and unleashed a powerful column of water that struck the flying creature with great force, bringing it crashing down. She urged Mikoto to act quickly while the dragon was dazed. Mikoto prepared a handful of kunai equipped with explosive tags and hurled them at the downed dragon. Intense detonations shook the area, powerful enough to topple a small building. Some wondered if they had finally defeated the creature, but Kushina suggested they check on the others. A more violent roar shook the ground, alarming the Kunoichi. The dragon had survived the attack and, while it appeared uninjured by the explosions, it looked extremely furious, surrounded by a dark wind. The dragon then took flight, soaring high into the sky before diving down while spinning, enveloped in a whirlwind of cutting air. Mikoto analyzed the attack carefully, realizing that this technique was no coincidence. The dragon was performing a version of the double fong, the followed fong, enhanced with the cutting properties of wind chakra. Without hesitation, Kushina activated one of her strongest techniques, intertwining a large number of chains into a net for protection. The dragon struck the barrier with a force that shook the ground and caused the chains to crack slightly. Both opponents fought fiercely to assert their dominance, but it soon became clear who was stronger as the creature completely shattered the barrier. Mikoto stood frozen in awe at the display of power. The might of this being, which she had thought was merely a legend, was truly terrifying and made her elemental techniques seem insignificant in comparison. She found herself at a crossroads where many shinobi faltered. Should she help her friends and face certain death, or abandon them to alert the village of this looming threat? Regardless of her choice, Kushina lay among the remnants of the barrier, which had taken the brunt of the attack. Seeing that she was still able to fight, Kushina attempted to rise, but was halted by the dragon. The creature had reformed its wind barrier and loomed over her, threatening with one of its claws. Kushina thought it absurd that everything might end this way, battling something that felt so out of place in her world. It shouldn't end like this, not before achieving her long-held goal. The dragon lifted its claws to deliver a fatal blow but then hesitated. Kushina wondered if the creature was sadistic, confused by its sudden change in behavior. The dragon leaned closer and sniffed her, leading her to lament that it was not a pervert. To make things even stranger, the dragon then flew away, quickly ascending into the clouds, which returned to normal shortly after. Kushina was bewildered by what had just happened. It was only when she heard Yugao's cries that she snapped back to reality. She and Mikoto rushed to tend to the injured. Sum, dazed, asked what had occurred. Mikoto explained that the creature had seemed intent on killing them at first but had retreated after smelling Kushina. Sum remarked that she had always thought Kushina had a strange scent, but this was excessive. Yugao, recovering from her injuries, insisted that they needed to inform the village, as this situation required the Hokage's attention. Mikoto countered that they needed to recover first, or Yugao's condition would worsen. They agreed to hurry, uncertain about what had caused the creature to retreat. Kushina pondered the oddity of the situation until the obvious answer struck her. Naruto. A shinobi screamed as his hand was crushed beneath the foot of a certain blonde. The boy with red eyes taunted him, asking if it hurt, reminding him that this test was a trial of the ninja world. The shinobi protested that they were supposed to be allies. Menma, with a sardonic smile, dismissed the notion, claiming that they and their village were merely his servants. He added that the Hokage would never find out about this. Natsumi, pouting, complained that Menma hadn't left any for her, referring to the other genin writhing on the ground from a powerful genjutsu. Menma replied that she had taken care of the others, so it was only fair that this one was his turn. Menma Namikaze's Uchiha had grown into a tall young man with a somewhat muscular build. Like his sister, his whisker marks had become more pronounced, and his spiky blonde hair now had red tips. His eyes bore the Sharingan, permanently activated, adding to his intimidating appearance. He wore a black shirt with the Uchiha symbol on the back and red pants, contrasting with Natsumi's blue sleeveless top featuring the Hyuga symbol and a short black skirt with matching shorts underneath. Setsuna interrupted, urging them to finish the test quickly. Menma, with a sadistic grin, asked if she was bothered by the spectacle. Setsuna chose not to respond. Natsumi reminded her that she shouldn't interfere in their matters. Setsuna huffed and decided to move on to find the missing scroll for her team. Natsumi expressed her annoyance at having to tolerate Setsuna, but Menma reassured her that it was only temporary. Once the Chunin exams were over, they could dispose of her. Natsumi recalled Menma's ambition to gain great power from their father and questioned whether he would feel guilty about killing Setsuna after spending years together. Menma dismissed her concern, stating that he only needed her for power. He planned to improve his own Dojutsu and eliminate her useless brother to force her to do the same. Natsumi found the prospect exciting and looked forward to Setsuna's tears. Menma suggested they wait a bit longer, but Natsumi complained about the delay and proposed they find another team to take out their frustrations. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, Niji tried to dissuade Lee from pursuing a fight with Naruto, insisting it was a bad idea and that he had no chance. Lee, undeterred, declared that he could take on Naruto. Tenten, a brown-haired girl in a blue sleeveless top and burgundy pants, remarked that it was pointless to try and talk Lee out of it, as he had been eager for this confrontation for weeks. Naruto had found them, and Niji was surprised they had been located despite their efforts to cover their tracks, thanks to his Byakugan. Naruto challenged them, stating he wouldn't mind if all three came at him at once. Tenten, slightly offended, insisted he shouldn't underestimate them. Naruto clarified that he wanted the fight to be a challenge. Lee, preparing for battle, removed his weights, stating he needed to go all out from the start. Meanwhile, Sakura, frustrated, lamented that she had thought Naruto would actually wait for them. Sasuke, who had also been left behind, noted that Naruto seemed eager to test his new techniques. Sakura hoped he wouldn't go too far, but a loud crash interrupted her thoughts, making her realize she had spoken too soon. They needed to hurry. Rock Lee exclaimed as he delivered two powerful kicks to Naruto's right side. Naruto defended himself by raising his arms and then grabbed Lee's leg, tossing him into the air. Despite the momentum, Lee managed to recover quickly and used a branch to propel himself toward the blonde. He called out his technique as he aimed a flying kick. Naruto vanished from the branch, surprising Lee, who halted his attack and stood still, trying to locate him. Niji warned Lee to be cautious, indicating that Naruto was above him. With arms extended and legs together, Naruto descended rapidly, attempting to land on Lee, who barely jumped to evade the strike that shattered the branch and continued crashing to the ground. Lee thought that if he had been hit, he would have been completely crushed, marveling at Naruto's unique taijutsu technique. Meanwhile, Naruto pondered that he should only use that technique on solid ground as he brushed off the wood splinters from his clothes and climbed out of the hole he had created. As soon as the blonde stood up completely, he was caught off guard by explosive kunai that detonated instantly. Tenten watched from a nearby tree, initially thrilled by her successful attack, but her excitement faded when she saw Naruto emerge from the smoke unscathed. Naruto announced that it was his turn and clapped his hands together, creating a shockwave that forced Tenten to lose her balance, despite her chakra-enhanced grip on the tree. Neji warned Naruto not to let his guard down as he observed Lee launching a series of strikes with the Juken style. However, the attack was brief, as Neji quickly pulled back after a few hits, taking a step back. Neji felt frustrated, thinking it was like hitting metal. He had trained by striking a tree, but he feared he would injure his hand if he continued to attack Naruto. Naruto declared that they were not finished yet and moved closer to Neji, ready to throw a punch. Neji stepped aside, allowing Rock Lee to deliver a powerful kick to Naruto's jaw, lifting him slightly off the ground. However, that wasn't enough for Lee to execute his desired technique, so he continued to kick Naruto to elevate him further. This task proved challenging, as Naruto's weight diminished the effectiveness of Lee's strikes. But challenges were what Rock Lee thrived on. After reaching the necessary height, he released his bandages and wrapped them around Naruto. Then, he lifted him with his arms and began to spin, crashing him down hard onto the ground. As he landed, he shouted the name of his technique. Tenten remarked that it had to be enough to defeat Naruto with that attack. Neji remained silent, his gaze fixed on the dust cloud from which an exhausted Rock Lee emerged. The veins in his eyes, marked by his Jujutsu, stood out even more when he saw Naruto emerge from the cloud. Naruto expressed his admiration for Lee's technique, stating it was impressive. Tenten was in disbelief, questioning how Naruto could stand after such a powerful move. Naruto admitted that it had hurt a bit, but Tenten insisted it should have done much more than that. Lee, determined, prepared for another offensive, but Neji advised him to retreat. Lee protested, claiming he could still fight. Neji urged him to think carefully, explaining that Naruto was just the first opponent they encountered. If they exhausted all their strategies on him, it would mean they were not as prepared as their sensei had indicated. Tenten supported Neji's point, insisting they should concede. Naruto, visibly annoyed, challenged them not to be boring, confident they could still do something against him. Neji explained that it was a serious matter, emphasizing that a shinobi must know their limits, and in this case, Naruto had one. He handed Naruto the scroll from their team, indicating that their encounter would have to wait for another time. Feeling defeated, the trio left, especially Tenten, who dreaded the intense training sessions that awaited them from their sensei. Naruto lamented the loss of a good fight, realizing he would have to seek out his brothers instead. Just then, Sakura landed beside him, exclaiming they had finally found him. Naruto acknowledged their arrival, noting they had taken their time. Sakura explained they couldn't move quickly, while Sasuke added that he had offered to teach them how to do so, but they hadn't accepted. Sakura questioned how Naruto had learned so many techniques if he barely paid attention to their sensei, wondering if he was an Uzumaki or a Namikaze. Naruto hesitated, contemplating his response, admitting he had no idea where his skills came from. Sakura was confused, and Naruto suggested they forget about it and look for other opponents. Activating his sensory abilities, he pointed west, indicating there were injured people in that direction. He proposed they help, clarifying he didn't want to attack but believed those individuals had already been in a fight and needed assistance. He suspected it was Choji's team and didn't want them to encounter one of the beasts lurking in the forest. Team 7 set off toward the location Naruto had indicated. At least Sakura and Sasuke couldn't complain about a lack of results since their teammate had obtained the scroll. They quickly arrived at their destination, which was fortunate for the unconscious team on the ground, as enormous tigers were about to attack them. Naruto swiftly took action, incapacitating the beasts before they had a chance to react. He then instructed Sakura to heal the injured, which was starting to frustrate her, as she was growing weary of the constant orders. Shikamaru, groaning in pain as he got up, remarked that he thought he would end up as a meal for something in this troublesome forest. Naruto reassured him that there was nothing to worry about. Ino was happy to see Naruto and expressed her belief that her prince would come to rescue them. Shikamaru, however, complained that he wished Naruto had arrived a bit earlier. Sasuke asked what had happened to them. The Akimichi explained that Hizen Hyuga had passed by, a person who had no proper concept of mercy. They had surrendered as soon as he and his team challenged them, and they had received quite a beating. Naruto insisted they should have put up more of a fight, but the Akimichi clarified that they hadn't been given much of a chance. Toa had drained the chakra from his two teammates, and Hizen had repelled his human bullet tank technique when he tried to counterattack. Sakura inquired about the scroll they were carrying, but Ino was reluctant to share that information. Shikamaru intervened, stating that they deserved to know since they had helped them. He revealed that they had the North Scroll but regretted not knowing which one Hizen's team possessed. Sasuke noted that at least they knew who to go after. Sakura expressed concern about whether they would be alright returning to the entrance. Naruto reassured her that it would be more problematic to stay there. This led Naruto to wonder what the issue was with Shikamaru's repeated phrase, while Sakura remarked that it would be quite annoying to have a teammate who constantly repeated himself. Sasuke then asked where they should go next, whether to search for the other team or set up camp. Sakura suggested the latter, pointing out the ominous gray clouds overhead. Naruto disagreed, stating that the clouds felt too cold to be rain and speculated they might even be snow. Just as he said this, snowflakes began to fall, prompting Sakura to exclaim in surprise about his weather predictions. Sasuke noted that he had heard of sudden cold fronts hitting the continent, but this was ridiculous. Naruto focused intently on the sky, sensing something unnatural about the situation. Sakura and Sasuke quickly realized the same, feeling as if someone was causing this phenomenon. Naruto decided to climb a tree for a better view, and his teammates followed, curious about what had captured his attention. From their elevated position, they could see a swirling mass of gray clouds moving across the sky. The unusual spiral pattern and the proximity of the eye of the phenomenon gave them a bad feeling. Sakura suggested they seek shelter, as they were not equipped to handle a snowstorm. Naruto pointed out that it wasn't a snowstorm, indicating a silver creature emerging from the clouds. Sakura questioned whether it was a bird, but Naruto dismissed that idea, noting its speed and altitude. Sasuke warned that it was heading toward them, preparing his bow. The creature swooped down on the genin, forcing them to jump from the tree and hit the ground to avoid the destruction it caused. Once they regained their footing, they finally got a clear view of their attacker, a massive silver dragon, cloaked in a powerful wind that shook everything around it. The dragon roared, addressing Naruto directly, calling him Ajura, which left Sakura and Sasuke stunned. Naruto, unfazed, introduced himself as Naruto Uzumaki, much to the confusion of his teammates, who only heard an unintelligible roar. The dragon insisted it could track prey from miles away, but Naruto doubted its abilities, pointing out the strong winds surrounding them. The dragon admitted that the aura was problematic and that it had taken time to find a suitable metal supply. Curious, Naruto asked if the dragon was responsible for the attacks on the mines and villages. The dragon, now ready for battle, challenged Naruto to confront it. Naruto accepted the challenge, eager to check facing a dragon off his list of things to do, which stressed his companions, who understood that a fight was imminent. Before they began, Naruto requested the dragon's name. The creature roared back, introducing itself as Kushala Daora before launching itself at Naruto with a powerful charge. Sasuke and Sakura quickly moved out of the way, but Naruto stood his ground, bracing for the impact of the massive beast. He managed to withstand the force, though he was pushed across the ground, leaving a significant mark behind. Rather than feeling nervous, Naruto was genuinely excited. He was proving the legends about the colossal power of dragons to be true and had the chance to use his skills without holding back. Using some chakra to anchor himself, Naruto halted the dragon's advance and delivered a punch to Kushala's face, creating a loud metallic sound that echoed through the forest. Though the blow could have severely injured a person, the dragon's metallic armor protected it from significant damage. Kushala then spread its wings and took to the air, creating a strong gust that kicked up a cloud of dust. Sakura was astonished, realizing that dragons were indeed real. Sasuke suggested they leave, and Naruto agreed, but he decided to stay behind. As Sasuke and Sakura started to move away, they were suddenly blocked by a hole that formed in front of them. Kushala roared, insisting that Sasuke also had to fight. Sasuke, relieved to have avoided being hit by the dragon's powerful air blast, questioned what he had missed. Naruto explained that the dragon had said he needed to fight too. Sasuke wondered why, but Naruto noted that he didn't expect an answer at that moment. He warned his teammates to take cover as Kushala prepared to unleash another powerful attack. The dragon exhaled a vortex of air, creating a mini tornado that, while not large, was strong enough to cause considerable damage to the surrounding vegetation. If it weren't for the gigantic trees, they would have been uprooted. Sakura suggested, with a hint of sarcasm, that Sasuke should use his skills against the airborne enemy while she jumped from side to side to avoid the attack. Sasuke doubted that an arrow would do much damage, especially with the strong winds making it risky to launch any projectile. Naruto agreed, stating that he would have to force the creature to land if they wanted to make things fair. Using his movement technique, Kokuo Shundo, Naruto began to leap into the air to approach the dragon. The creature, not one to remain idle, fired several blasts of air toward him. Sasuke and Sakura were not particularly impressed, having seen the technique in previous training sessions, but they still marveled at the surreal nature of the battle. It was supposed to be a fight between genin, not a legendary creature, and a boy defying the laws of physics. Naruto attempted a powerful punch aimed at the dragon's chest, but the Kushala de Aura dodged, allowing it to unleash a close-range blast of air that sent Naruto crashing to the ground. The impact was compounded by a layer of ice that immobilized him, leaving him vulnerable to a barrage of air bullets from his opponent. Suddenly, a couple of arrows flew toward the Kushala de Aura, but they were halted by the creature's wind aura. However, Sasuke had fired them to distract the dragon, which turned its attention toward him. As the dragon prepared to attack Sasuke, Naruto managed to recover and gain altitude again. Though still dazed and in pain from the previous attack, he recognized the opportunity and positioned himself above the dragon. He executed a crushing move that forced the Kushala to descend, but the success of the strike relied more on surprise than strength, and the dragon shook him off before he could land a solid hit. At that moment, Sakura leaped into action, launching herself at the dragon with a punch charged with chakra. Though she nearly injured her hand with the blow, she succeeded in bringing the Kushala down. The creature roared, expressing disbelief that they had accomplished anything, claiming nothing could prevent it from returning to the sky. Naruto, undeterred, approached with a flying kick to the dragon's face, immediately following up with a series of punches to the same spot. The dragon declared it futile, boasting about its superior defense. Determined, Naruto decided he needed to do something to penetrate that defense and proceeded to unseal his sword from a paper scroll hidden in his jacket. The punches were replaced by a rapid succession of sword strikes. While the weapon did not bounce off the Kushala's skin, there was still no visible damage to the creature. Taking a risk, Naruto coated the sword with Raiton chakra to enhance its penetrating ability. However, his plan quickly proved ineffective as the chakra flow in the sword faced severe interference. The dragon's wind aura contained Futon chakra, which severely diminished the effects of Naruto's Raiton. Sasuke warned Naruto to move aside as he prepared an arrow with a conical tip instead of the usual diamond shape. He charged a layer of green chakra into the bowstring, which transferred to the arrow. He then unleashed the projectile, which began to spin like a drill. This technique was a variation of Asuma's signature jutsu, designed to give the projectiles greater speed and penetrating power. Sasuke knew that this alone would not be enough to harm the dragon, so he fired another pair of arrows with a different purpose in mind. The drill effect of the projectiles was sufficient to pierce the dragon's wind aura, although they lost their momentum in the process. Despite the risk of the arrows being deflected, a series of explosions erupted around the Kushala de Aura, injuring the creature. Sasuke had attached explosive tags to the projectiles in hopes that it would work. The dragon was severely stunned by the explosions, and Sakura seized the moment to use her poison mist jutsu around their opponent. Despite how disastrous this idea might have seemed, the Kushala de Aura's wind aura did not disperse the poison. Instead, it concentrated the toxins, causing the creature to thrash violently, clearly affected by the effects. When the protective layer of air around the dragon fell, the genin felt that the situation was finally turning in their favor. Naruto, unwilling to let his guard down, immediately covered his sword with Raiton chakra and charged at the dragon. Using Shundo, he circled the Kushala, delivering countless horizontal cuts against its skin, which finally showed signs of damage from the Raiton-coated weapon. With a decisive move, Naruto executed Senmei Orochi, causing the creature to emit a roar of pain as it was struck by a powerful electric current, making it vulnerable due to the metal covering its body. Seemingly defeated, the Kushala de Aura fell heavily, causing a slight tremor. Sakura wondered if they had succeeded. Naruto remained silent, his focus on the dragon, waiting for any sign of movement. Initially, the Kushala did not respond, but soon a dark, purplish smoke began to rise from its mouth, enveloping its body. Cautioning everyone, Naruto urged them to move away from the dragon, which erupted in a powerful blast of dark smoke. With a furious appearance, the Kushala de Aura stood up, summoning a much stronger wind layer, dark as a storm cloud. Additionally, its head and claws took on a black coloration that Naruto predicted would bring bad news. The dragon's first move was to take flight and dive toward Naruto, who was struck by a powerful shockwave that nearly sent him crashing into a tree. Sakura threw a couple of smoke bombs filled with poison, while Sasuke fired explosive arrows at the dragon, attempting to replicate their previous strategy. The devices detonated, enveloping their target, but this time the dragon showed no signs of discomfort. Instead, it used the poisonous cloud surrounding it to exhale a vortex toward the two genin. Severely battered and poisoned, they were thrown dozens of meters away from the battlefield, landing in a way that was definitely not pleasant. Naruto took it upon himself to rescue them, ensuring they suffered no further harm. He then used Shundo to distance himself from the Kushala before placing them in a safe location. He advised his teammates, who could barely move due to their pain, to stay put, acknowledging that he might have underestimated their opponent. Sasuke agreed without complaint, while Sakura expressed her disbelief at the situation. Naruto assured them he wouldn't be long before heading back into battle. Upon returning, he was immediately met with aerial blasts from Kushala de Aura, whose newfound power could pierce through the thick trunks of the surrounding trees effortlessly. Now aware that the dragon was vulnerable to lightning, Naruto charged as much Raitun chakra as he could into his weapon and launched himself at the creature with the intent to strike. To an unsuspecting observer, the forest appeared to be the victim of a violent storm, as the clash of Naruto's sword against the dragon's wind aura produced thunderous sounds. However, this was not a sign that Naruto was winning. Rather, it indicated that his attacks were having minimal effect. The situation with the dragon's attacks was different, as its claws had gained enough hardness to inflict considerable wounds on Naruto's arms and chest. He was beginning to show signs of exhaustion from the damage inflicted by his opponent, while the Kushala appeared more energized. This was evident when the dragon took to the air and executed a spiraling dive that created a tornado-like cover. With no time to evade the devastating attack, Naruto raised his sword between his chest and the tornado's tip in an attempt to lessen the blow. Unfortunately, the result was his weapon shattering, and he was struck by the intense winds. The dragon roared, acknowledging Naruto as a worthy opponent but asserting that he still lacked the strength to defeat it. It claimed that Naruto's ninjutsu was weak and that he lacked the will to overcome its defenses before preparing to leave. Naruto, struggling to rise, admitted that he still needed to grow stronger but refused to let the dragon depart so easily, especially after it had made the fight personal. Naruto began to make small jumps, maintaining his position. The Kushala looked on in confusion, as despite Naruto seemingly increasing his rhythm, he was moving slower. With a sudden burst of speed, Naruto disappeared and landed a punch on the dragon with enough force to break the sound barrier. The blow forced the Kushala to brace itself against the ground, but it was something the dragon could handle. However, a second punch caught the creature off guard, leaving it somewhat unsteady. A tree was destroyed as if something had rebounded off it, and Kushala received another punch powerful enough to break its jaw. At that point, the creature accepted its fate. It had been completely defeated. Naruto then landed on the Kushala de Aura with a double punch that drove the dragon deep into the ground from the force of the impact. He decided not to rely solely on external techniques, instead redesigning an attack called Kurakami Phantom to maximize the potential of Shundo and Kokuo Shundo in a rapid succession of strikes. The sudden cessation of the wind barrier signaled the end of the battle, though Naruto approached his rival to check on its condition. The dragon admitted its error, acknowledging Naruto's strong will. Naruto thanked it but pointed out that he hadn't won alone. his friends had helped him even if they hadn't acted of their own accord. The dragon found it admirable that Naruto recognized their support and expressed surprise that Indra had come to his aid. Curious, Naruto asked why the dragon had attacked all those villages. The dragon explained that it was difficult to describe, as they had never been approached, leading them to instinctively change their targets. When Naruto inquired if there were more like it, the dragon confirmed this and warned that they would now seek him and Indra. As the dragon began to glow, it declared that its time had come to an end and advised Naruto to be cautious of his cousin, Shiva, before disappearing in a flash of light. Naruto called out for the dragon to wait, but by the time he regained his vision, the dragon had vanished, leaving behind a small bronze orb with golden rings. It was no larger than a fist and appeared quite unusual for a mere trinket. Naruto picked it up and examined it for a long time, feeling a strange energy emanating from it, accompanied by an equally disorienting sensation. Sasuke was the first to arrive at the scene, asking what had happened and where the dragon was. Naruto explained that he had defeated it, but when Sasuke questioned the dragon's whereabouts, Naruto revealed the orb he held. Sakura sighed, finding it hard to believe the situation, and asked why the dragon had attacked them. Naruto recounted that the dragon had referred to him as Azura and Sasuke as Indra, asking if those names sounded familiar. Sasuke admitted he had never heard them, and Sakura echoed the sentiment, asking Naruto how he had communicated with the creature when they had only heard roars and howls. Naruto was surprised, having assumed everyone could understand animal speaking. That a dragon did it was not something that would disturb him. Sasuke pointed to some metal fragments on the ground and remarked that it looked like Naruto's weapon. Naruto confirmed it was his sword as he picked up the remnants. Sakura observed Naruto closely and asked if something was different about his eyes. Sasuke agreed, noting that they seemed to be changing. Sakura handed Naruto a mirror so he could see for himself. His eyes had turned completely blue, with a spiral design covering the entire surface. Sakura speculated whether it was a Jujutsu, but Sasuke admitted he only knew about the Sharingan and Byakugan. He asked Naruto if he felt any different, but Naruto dismissed it, frustrated that his weapon was broken. Sasuke reassured him that the object he had found must be valuable enough to get a better weapon. However, Naruto insisted that the sword held great personal value, and it felt unfair that it had fallen apart. He held an orb next to the remnants, feeling not only the energy it emitted but also a kind of message that words couldn't express. Without fully realizing what he was doing, Naruto placed the sword fragments on the ground and covered them with a layer of bronze-colored chakra, similar to the orb. His teammates watched in awe as the pieces of the sword began to merge, glowing as if being reforged. When Naruto regained his senses, his sword looked brand new, slightly longer and shining with a bronze surface. Most notably, it now radiated a cold aura. Sasuke noted that they had an idea of what Naruto's new eyes could do, having seen them glow during the process. Naruto agreed with this theory, feeling his chakra almost touch the ground. He lifted the weapon, noticing it felt heavier, and swung it a couple of times to test its changes. An unfamiliar voice interrupted, commenting on how interesting the sword looked. Team 7 looked up to see Aizen Hyuga and his teammates watching them from a tree. Kiba claimed the sword should be in the hands of an alpha like him, while the Hyuga believed it was more suited for an elite like himself. Sasuke took a battle stance, sensing they were being watched. Aizen confirmed they had chosen to stay out of the conflict for now. Naruto taunted them, suggesting they were just hiding. Aizen explained they were waiting for Team 7 to be defeated so they could take their scrolls. He admitted they had proven more resilient than expected but were now too weak to continue fighting. He urged them to surrender the scrolls along with the sword. The Byakugan user dismissed them, claiming their chakra reserves were too low for bravado. He ordered Toa to finish weakening Team 7, but she hesitated, explaining that her insects were not responding to her commands. Aizen, frustrated, struck her down, declaring that incompetence would not be tolerated in their team. Kiba jumped into action, ready to attack Team Naruto, ready to defend his sword, prepared for battle. He had done this before, so he was not surprised when a white blast erupted toward Kiba and his companion. He turned to his teammates, suggesting it would be a good moment for someone to know fire techniques. About 30 minutes later, An Umbu squad raced through the forest of death. The sudden change in climate had raised alarms, and since the apparent source was Training Area 44, the Hokage wasted no time sending forces to ensure the safety of the genin. The shinobi arrived at the area with the most destruction, shocked by the damage. They knew the forest was home to dangerous creatures, but none could have caused such havoc. The idea that a genin was responsible seemed ridiculous until they stumbled upon a peculiar campsite. It was Team 7 and Toa, waiting for campfires to melt a massive block of ice containing 2 young pretenders. Naruto had suggested freeing them by force, but Sakura firmly opposed the idea, not wanting them to end up as slush. Their test was interrupted for investigations, but after a balance was made between the teams, it was concluded that the test could be considered complete. Team 11 gathered the required scrolls, and given the condition Team 7 left Team 8 in, it was determined that they had also met the criteria to pass. As for the rest of the genin, members of Teams 10 and 9 left the facilities safely, despite some injuries. Others were not as fortunate, as the forest beasts had shown their lethality. It was strange that this occurred despite the experience of those teams, leaving the Hokage with nothing but regret. Naruto's attention had to focus on the apparent breach that had occurred in the village. The main witnesses were Team 7 and Hyzen from Team 8, though he was unable to speak due to the hypothermia caused by his freezing. It was an important matter, but the Hokage allowed the genin to take a break before being questioned. Strangely, the cold weather created by the Kushala lingered and had spread throughout the village, causing nearly all the restaurants serving hot food to be crowded with people trying to withstand the sudden chill. Sakura suggested to her teammates that they visit a new place that had recently opened in the village, which had quickly become her favorite. The establishment had a unique atmosphere. Instead of the usual restaurant vibe, it resembled a library, complete with bookshelves, armchairs, and sofas that allowed patrons to enjoy snacks while reading their favorite works. Although there were many people, Sakura managed to secure a table, having become a regular at the cafe. Once settled, she ordered a platter of cookies and steaming cups of hot beverages for her friends. Sasuke looked at the drink and wondered about its name, guessing it was coffee. Sakura confirmed that it was indeed coffee, explaining that while she also enjoyed tea, her early mornings had made her fall in love with coffee. Naruto, taking a large gulp of his drink, declared that he liked it. However, in his excitement he accidentally knocked his cup to the ground, shattering it. Days later, Tsum confronted the Hokage, clearly frustrated. She demanded to know how a group of kids had managed to defeat a monster that had fought against a team of experienced jounin without any assistance. The Hokage acknowledged that it was indeed impressive, especially given the information brought by their team. Despite the lack of a body to examine, Team 8 had witnessed the events. Naruto and his companions had defeated the dragon responsible for the attacks around the Land of Fire. Tsum expressed her disbelief, sarcastically commenting on how easily they had defeated her son, prompting Kushina to ignore the remark and focus on the situation. She expressed relief that the chaos had been resolved and that her son was responsible for it. The Hokage, however, thought it was unwise to refer to someone who had caused so much destruction as a baby. Naruto interjected, stating that the Kushala Daora had made it clear there were others like him. While he had been responsible for the attacks, they still did not know where he had come from or if other dragons were lurking nearby. Yugao suggested continuing the investigation, but the Hokage decided they would remain vigilant for any further sightings and concentrate their forces in the village to prevent another attack. Mikoto questioned the risk of this approach, but the Hokage assured them it was a temporary measure. They would first attend to the upcoming Chunin exams and then conduct a more thorough investigation, with Naruto's unique ability to communicate with enemies being a key factor. Naruto was pleased with this plan, but Hayashi expressed his disapproval, feeling that his children, Menma and Natsumi, should be the ones to pursue the beasts due to their superior tracking and combat skills. Fugaku supported Hayashi's view, but the Hokage insisted on his decision, stating that the twins would remain on standby unless ordered otherwise. With that, he concluded the meeting. Later, at the Uzumaki residence, Kushina confronted her son, wanting to know what had really happened. Naruto recounted the events exactly as he had shared at the Hokage Tower, detailing the encounter with the Kushala Daora and mentioning how the dragon had referred to him and Sasuke as targets. When Kushina asked if the dragon had said anything about his identity, Naruto mentioned the dragon's tendency to call him Ajura, which relieved Kushina. Concerned, she asked if anything was wrong, but Naruto reassured her that it was nothing to worry about. He lamented not having seen his siblings, who always kept their distance. Kushina expressed her frustration at leaving her children in the hands of those she deemed unworthy, but Naruto reminded her that Menma and Natsumi had made their own choices. Kushina wished for them to return to their enthusiastic selves, while Naruto urged her to have faith that they might change. Despite their differing views on divine intervention, Kushina was glad to hear that Naruto had worked well with his teammates. He acknowledged that their opponent had been tougher than expected and appreciated that they had the courage to help him in the fight. Naruto hoped that soon they would agree to train with him. There were a couple of things he wanted to teach them. He believed they would accept. They must have a lot of trust in him. However, he had a problem. Sakura was somewhat upset with him. He had accidentally broken a cup at the restaurant where she had invited them, and she thought it was some kind of insult. He felt he should have explained that it was just his way of expressing enjoyment. His mother chuckled at his predicament, prompting him to ask what was so funny. She recalled how she had felt the same way when his father had first tried ramen and declared it the best dish he had ever tasted. Naruto was surprised, thinking Minato hadn't liked it. This realization left his mother momentarily speechless, and she quickly clarified that she was referring to their youth when he had enjoyed it before he started disliking it. Naruto decided to change the subject and mentioned how he had modified his sword, showing her the bronze weapon. His mother found this interesting but had something else in mind. When she pointed out his eyes, which had changed, he was taken aback and unsure how to respond. He hadn't noticed how obvious it was. She insisted that there must be an explanation, as a jujutsu didn't just appear out of nowhere. He speculated that it might be connected to the dreams he had been having lately. He spent a long afternoon explaining to his mother about the visions he experienced in his sleep. Although they were hard to believe, when she saw the techniques he had learned, she had to accept them as real. Concerned, she asked if anyone else knew about this. He admitted that he hadn't told his team directly, but they had seen him use several techniques. Kushina thought this couldn't be a coincidence and asked if he had any idea what it was called. Hiruzen had also shown interest and suggested it might be a jujutsu called Rinnegan, but he had doubts due to its appearance. Kushina recalled the legends about those eyes and found it intriguing, especially since they resembled the Uzumaki clan symbol. Naruto agreed but mentioned he didn't remember reading about another jujutsu. She inquired about the council's reaction, and he explained that initially, they looked like they were going to have a fit, but then they just tried to ignore it. He reassured her that he was ready to teach them a lesson if they tried anything foolish. Days later, in the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen was busy with paperwork before heading out with the genin teams to Suna for the upcoming exams. He was somewhat grateful for the event, as it would help alleviate the constant workload of his position. His work was interrupted by the sudden arrival of a tall, elderly man with white hair and beard, dressed in green clothing with maroon details and unusual wooden sandals. Hiruzen felt a wave of happiness upon recognizing him. It was Jiraiya, who expressed his joy at seeing his former teacher again. They exchanged light-hearted banter about their ages, and another figure entered the room. It was Kasuke, a 17-year-old with features similar to Jiraiya's but with brown hair and green eyes. He wore dark blue clothing and had a katana on his back. Hiruzen noted how much he had grown and asked about his mother, to which Kasuke replied that she was training his sister in the village. Jiraiya explained that he had come for several reasons, including accompanying Kasuke, who wanted to join the shinobi forces of Konoha. Kasuke shared that he had lived in the Nadeshiko village but couldn't become a shinobi there due to the village's rules. Jiraiya emphasized that it was a waste for Kasuke not to be a shinobi, as he had taught him much and he would be a great asset. Hiruzen acknowledged that Tsunade might not be pleased with Kasuke's decision, but they both agreed that it was time for him to close that chapter and not stay away from his homeland just because it bothered her. Hiruzen had no objections to accepting Kasuke, though he regretted they hadn't come sooner to expedite his promotion to Chunin with the upcoming exam. He would have to start as a genin. As Jiraiya prepared to share the other reason for his visit, Kisuke groaned, anticipating another tale about the old sage's dreams. Hiruzen, already aware of the topic, listened intently as Jiraiya spoke of a prophecy. Hiruzen sighed, recalling the troubles the previous prediction had caused, especially with Minato's decisions. Jiraiya explained that there had been a misunderstanding regarding the prophecy, which had changed. He didn't fully understand Gamamaru's words, but he mentioned that the prophecy had been read from another source. Jiraiya insisted that they now had a clear prophecy. Like every story, everything begins with a small deception. From there, a boy will emerge who can make both the earth and the sky tremble. Though his path among the shinobi would be brief, his role would hold great significance, as it would determine whether to end or continue the eternal cycle that destroys this world. On his journey, he would not be alone, for the flower of rain and the withering light would accompany him. Caution was advised regarding the serpent's offspring. Although its poison could heal, its fate was destruction. This was concluded with a long silence, and that was all. The Sarutobi found this even more confusing than before, struggling to comprehend what he had just heard. Questioned the reason for the long silence. The response was that the prophecy was somewhat incomplete, as the great sage had mentioned that many factors could alter it. The Hokage, feeling a headache coming on, expressed his frustration, while the other acknowledged the situation and admitted to being concerned about the serpent's offspring. Determined to seek the most logical answer, there was a possibility that Orochimaru would finally show himself. This was also the reason for his visit. He wanted to offer his assistance, which was greatly appreciated, though it was noted that one of the companions would be Tsunade. The journey ahead promised to be long. Jiraiya then had something important to ask, his voice rising in frustration over the unusual weather. It was summer, yet snow was falling, leading him to briefly question if he had come to the wrong village. The response was that it was a situation they had recently encountered, and he was encouraged to visit his godson, as he would find the answers he sought. Jiraiya had planned to do just that, leaving the place alongside Kisuke. The Hokage sighed, contemplating the information he had just received. He knew a young man who fit the prophecy's description well and hoped his student would realize it too. However, he decided it was best to keep this information to himself to avoid further complications. Later, after visiting the Uzumaki residence and receiving some lighthearted scolding from Kushina for not visiting her son more often, Jiraiya headed to the training field where he was told Naruto and his team would be. Unfortunately, he arrived empty-handed, as the red-haired woman had strictly forbidden him from giving her son any of his questionable books, which frustrated him since he wanted to share his masterpieces with the young man. As he approached his destination, he noticed it was colder than the rest of the village, but he paid little attention to it. When he finally located the young ninjas, he was drawn to the training they were engaged in. Sakura appeared to be practicing her taijutsu, wearing bronze arm and leg guards. Jiraiya was reminded of a young Tsunade when he saw her shatter a rock with a punch. It was unusual for the medical ninja to teach her technique to someone else, but the punch had also frozen the rock completely, making its fracture inevitable. He couldn't tell if it was a Kekkai Genkai or something similar, as the pink-haired girl seemed to be struggling with the cold. In another part of the field, Sasuke was shooting at targets with a bronze bow. It was notable that he lacked a quiver for arrows, but a closer look revealed why. The boy only needed to draw back the string, and the bow would automatically create an ice arrow for him to shoot. The challenge was that he had to wear gloves to handle it, which complicated his aim. Finally, there was Naruto, practicing with his sword to learn how to direct the waves of ice it emitted, as he didn't want them to manifest uncontrollably and hinder his ability to engage in close combat. The blonde seemed unaffected by the cold, even training without a shirt. The team's sensei was also present, trying to supervise his students while battling the chill. Eventually, Asuma noticed his visitor and approached him to greet him. It was a pleasure to see Jiraiya, who explained he had come for several matters, including visiting his godson. He remarked on how much Naruto had grown. Naruto reciprocated the greeting and inquired about Shizuka and Kisuke, to which Jiraiya replied they were doing well. He then shifted the conversation to the unusual weapons Naruto was carrying, suspecting they were connected to the strange weather affecting the village. After hearing Naruto's account of his encounter with the Kushala Dara, Jiraiya was left speechless. It was astonishing to learn that creatures like dragons truly existed, yet it was also frightening to consider they had the power to change the weather. The Sannin regretted not having the information network he once wanted to establish but had abandoned to focus on his family. At least he could consult the wise toads for more information. Without a doubt, Naruto was becoming a strong shinobi, and Jiraiya believed Minato would be proud. Naruto clarified that becoming strong wasn't his main goal, but he was determined to improve. Jiraiya mentioned that Naruto's mother had told him about the upcoming Chunin exam and assumed he had a good repertoire of techniques to impress the judges. Naruto confirmed he did but always enjoyed learning new things. In that case, Jiraiya proposed teaching him the Rasengan, the fourth Hokage's most powerful technique. Naruto declined, considering it too weak. Jiraiya was taken aback, questioning how he could think that way. Naruto simply instructed him to watch as he gathered chakra in his hand, forming a small sphere. He then threw it at a tree, and to Jiraiya's astonishment, it disappeared mid-flight, resulting in a small explosion that left a noticeable hole in the trunk. Naruto dismissed the technique as pathetic, claiming it would only be useful for knocking someone down. Jiraiya fell into the snow, stunned and unable to process how the boy had infused elemental chakra into the technique. Neither Minato nor he had achieved such a feat. Chapter 9. While it seemed that the third Hokage had high expectations for the exams, the attention he devoted to the event was just and necessary to match the other villages, which were also preparing with great determination. The first example was the strict and formidable IWA, where the stern Tsuchikage was preparing to depart with the shinobi he had chosen to represent his village in the exam. To boost the morale of his fighters, his departure was accompanied by a small event in the main square of the village, where not only a significant part of Iwa's shinobi forces gathered, but also the civilians who came to cheer for their representatives. The Tsuchikage addressed the crowd, stating that it was time for them to show the world that IWA had remained strong throughout the years. The group of 6 young shinobi behind him responded in unison, followed by applause from the audience. He reminded them of their primary objective: even if they did not excel in the exams, they must make the children of the Yellow Flash of Konoha pay for the hardships their village had endured. His words received a strong ovation from the inhabitants of IWA. He emphasized that despite the rumors surrounding Konoha, they had worked hard to create the best kunoichi their village had ever seen. Kuratsuchi, a fiery young woman of about 17 with short black hair and fair skin, expressed her embarrassment at her grandfather's speech. She wore the tactical red uniform of IWA, notable for the plates on her shoulders, one bearing the kanji for monkey, and the other the emblem of the explosive squad. The Tsuchikage reassured her that they were proud of the control she had achieved and had great faith in her for this exam. Kuratsuchi protested, questioning why she had to wear the plates, to which the Tsuchikage replied that they symbolized their pride. A blonde boy teased her, suggesting that the plates served as a warning to anyone who dared to challenge her. Kuratsuchi retaliated by launching herself at him, ready to engage in a playful scuffle. Meanwhile, Nosu, Hachi, and Senshi, part of the team supporting the Tsuchikage's granddaughter, contemplated the long journey ahead. All were members of the Kamizuru clan, which was regaining its former glory thanks to the revival of techniques from the first Tsuchikage. Hachi was a sturdy boy with short brown hair, while Nosu was a slightly stocky girl sharing the same features. Senshi was slender with dark skin and black hair. They all shared honey-colored eyes and were between 16 and 20 years old. A tall man in red armor remarked on Kuratsuchi's fiery temperament, expressing confidence that she would crush her opponents. The Tsuchikage agreed, affirming that IWA would demonstrate its power. On the other side of the continent, the shinobi of Kyumo shared the same enthusiasm, as they had been the first to support the idea of a Chunin exam among all nations. At that moment, Reikage was delivering a powerful speech to his people about the supremacy of their shinobi forces over the rest of the world. This was not surprising, given Kyumo's emphasis on military strength. Kyumo had a notorious reputation for pursuing the techniques and kekei genkai of other villages, even resorting to kidnappings and massacres to ensure that only they had access to such power. These actions led to severe reprisals from Konoha during the Third Ninja War, where a certain red-haired kunoichi was responsible for the demise of many Kyumo shinobi. While this diminished their ambitions, it intensified their hatred for the ninja village of the Land of Fire. The Chunin exams would serve as their first step to make Konoha pay for their offenses and a means to gauge their future actions. Flanking the Yondaime Reikage were the genin teams participating in the test. The first was led by Ice Brother, Killer B, the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi and one of the first shinobi to fully control his bijou. His genin team included Omoi, a pessimistic white-haired boy, Karui, a fiery redhead, and Samui, a cool-headed blonde. Darui, the Reikage's right-hand man, was tasked with overseeing the opposite team, which included Wakai, a very positive blonde, Yukai, a composed redhead, and Atsui, an impulsive blonde. Karui questioned her sensei about the rumors surrounding Konoha, expressing her concerns. The Reikage responded with confidence, emphasizing that they had 10 tails while Konoha had 9, encouraging her to not be afraid. Another participant was Kiri, a ninja village that had recently emerged from a brutal civil war. Their forces were weakened not only by the persecution of Kekkei Genkai users but also by an educational system that fostered violence among students. Nevertheless, they would be present at the event. The Chunin exams were the perfect opportunity for Mei Terumi, the 5th Mizukage, to show the world that her village was undergoing positive change. Mei had formed a team that was not officially assembled in the traditional manner. She believed they were the best representatives of Kiri, despite their lack of camaraderie. The team included their sensei, Yudakata, a user of a rare bubble ninjutsu, and the Jinchuriki of the Rokubi, Chojuro, a young blue-haired swordsman from the mist, and Haku Yuki, a young girl skilled in Hayatan techniques. Lastly, there was Suigetsu Hozuki, who was essentially a combination of all the previous traits. He was a candidate to become a Miss Swordsman, possessed a unique technique with the power of a Kekkei Genkai, and had been the only one willing to contain the Sanbai, which had been released after the defeat of the previous Mizukage. The team was somewhat difficult to manage, so Mei also relied on the support of 2 bodyguards, Ao, one of her companions in the rebellion against Yagura, and Zabuza Momochi, another of the Miss Swordsmen. One could not forget the ninja village that would host the exam. Suna was working hard to prepare a warm welcome for its guests, who under different circumstances would doubtfully accept that such a large event could take place in a village often considered of lower status. However, its vast open spaces and harsh climate made Suna the best place to test the limits of each ninja village, and everyone agreed to let them be the organizers. The Yondaime Kazekage, Raza, placed his complete trust in a single genin team made up of his children. The youngest was Gaara, the current Jinchuriki of the Ichibi, which made him a person of considerable respect. Raza opted to mimic Konoha's approach to its Jinchuriki in hopes that Gaara would gain greater control over the most unstable of the beasts. He was accompanied by his brother Kankuro, who was skilled in the art of ninja puppetry, and his sister Temari, who wielded one of the region's giant fans. Finally, but no less important, were the other villages attending the event, who arrived in Suna ahead of the others to acclimate to the environment. While they might not possess the full potential of the 5 great villages, they still had formidable shinobi. Taki was the most fortunate, as it was the only smaller village with a bijou at its disposal. Its team consisted of Yoro, a young man with grayish hair and a stern demeanor, Kagon, a more relaxed young man with brown hair, and Fu, a girl with brown skin and green hair, whose hyperactive attitude made her responsible for containing the Nanabai. Kusa had the advantage of possessing powerful techniques that dated back to the clan wars, as well as from the migration of many shinobi to that nation in the past. Their representatives were Muku, a young man with black hair and a calm demeanor, Ryuzetsu, a cheerful white-haired girl, and Karen Uzumaki, a redhead with a somewhat shy attitude. Lastly, there was Oto, the village credited with the idea of the exam. Little was known about it as it had been founded for less than 5 years. However, it had gained popularity due to its technological advancements and strong economy. Information about its 2 teams was minimal, and since the 6 genin kept their hoods up to avoid the sun, little could be said about them. It was notable that one of their sensei was Kabuto Yakushi, who spent his time observing others present to gather as much information as possible. In summary, everyone was clear about their objectives for the upcoming days. However, the Hokage was dealing with a problem that could not be overlooked. Hiruzen, visibly agitated, confronted the Jounin and the council gathered in his office, slamming a paper on his desk. He expressed his frustration, and Yamato, trembling, apologized, unsure of how the situation had escalated. The Hokage pointed out that the young ones were completely out of control. Asuma, using his position, glanced at the paper and noted the bounty of 200 million ryo on each of the Namikes, realizing the gravity of the situation. Kakashi added that this meant they could have a lot of bounty hunters after them, while Kurenai questioned how this situation concerned them. Hiruzen explained that the bounty was not due to their mission work but rather events unrelated to them, with records indicating the twins were in the village during those times. The accusations against them included assault, murder, and property destruction, and the list was extensive. Hamura remarked that all shinobi were guilty of similar incidents, but the distinction was that the bounty appeared to be funded by civilians, suggesting the victims were also civilians. Fugaku insisted that they should not give the matter too much importance and focus on the exams, as the teams were ready to depart. Hiruzen warned him not to test his patience, making it clear that Fugaku and Hayashi were responsible for what happened with Menma and Natsumi. He stated that just because he was going to the exams did not mean he would let this matter slide. After the meeting, Hayashi and Fugaku left separately, but Hayashi later met with Fugaku in the Uchiha district, where they could speak privately. Fugaku expressed his frustration over the situation, questioning how it had happened when they had left no witnesses. Hayashi assured him that there were none left to testify. Fugaku was irritated that Hiruzen had learned about the twins' training. Hayashi reassured him that it was merely a setback and that after the exams, they would not have to worry about anything. He confirmed that the cursed seal on Natsumi was secure, and even her mother could not remove the chains they had placed on her. Fugaku expressed relief but noted that while Genjutsu might not work on her brother, Natsumi's loyalty was still with them. They discussed the necessary arrangements for her to gain the power they needed, lamenting that the exams would delay the process. Hayashi remained unfazed by Fugaku's comments about his children, insisting that they had made their choices. The conversation ended with an understanding that they would proceed with their plans, regardless of the challenges ahead. It was almost time to carve their names into the history of the village and eliminate those who stood in their way. Naruto woke up suddenly, startled by a flash of lightning and a piercing scream that followed a troubling dream. The dream had been recurring, dividing into two parts, one filled with voices and the other showing several bodies lying motionless before a mysterious attacker, who bore the jujutsu of the Uchiha clan. The strangest aspect of the dream was the shadows and interference that obscured the identities of the participants. Since awakening his own jujutsu, Naruto's dreams had become clearer, allowing him to see the protagonists distinctly. However, doubts lingered about their identities, as most of the individuals were unknown to him. On one hand, he felt a twinge of guilt for seemingly spying on them and stealing their hard-earned knowledge. On the other hand, he was pleased to realize that one did not need to be a shinobi or samurai to develop great skills. This realization led him to understand that he could not learn every technique in existence. Some techniques appeared unrelated to chakra, placing them beyond his reach. It was unfortunate, as he had become interested in a technique used by an old man in a turtle shell. The upside was that he could learn some variations of the techniques he had already mastered. His new eyes also granted him an increase in chakra reserves, enhancing his sensory abilities to encompass nearly all of Konoha. This newfound power allowed him to use the diamond chains, which made his mother proud. It would be a lie to say his teammates weren't frustrated. Even though Naruto had used his abilities to provide them with powerful equipment, they couldn't shake the feeling of falling behind. This fact was lost on Naruto, but he did notice a slight change in the chakra systems of Sasuke and Sakura, which seemed unstable. When he asked them, they claimed to feel more energetic than before. Regardless, neither his dreams nor his teammates were matters that could be addressed during their journey to Suna. The trip lasted several days, requiring the group to camp a couple of times before reaching the ninja village. This was somewhat annoying, as the group consisted of Team 7, Team 11, and a few Jounin acting as escorts. Naruto found it strange that his group needed protection, as the Hokage's group, taking an alternate route, seemed to require it more. He wouldn't miss the opportunity to speak with Hatake about a certain jutsu, especially to ease the tension of the journey. As expected, there was no conversation among the present genin. The supposed camaraderie that should exist among them as villagers was absent, which concerned the jounin. Despite each team being on their own, there was always a chance they might need to collaborate. That idea was completely dismissed by the young ninjas, but it didn't stop them from sizing each other up, knowing they could be rivals in the upcoming exams. Menma, using his Sharingan, gathered basic information about Team 7, particularly his brother and the girl. Both had chakra levels typical for a Chunin candidate, which he found amusing, though not as much as their doubtful expressions. He couldn't blame them. He knew they would fall quickly. He had only taken the time to analyze them because their swift elimination would make it easier for him to defeat his brother, the only threat. He perceived. Sasuke did the same with his Jujutsu. The chakra of the twins was monstrous. The thought of potentially facing them sent shivers down his spine. He tried to push the thought away, but a sense of unease kept drawing his attention to the others. It felt like being watched, but on a much greater scale. An observer might say that Natsumi was the cause of this feeling, as she used her Byakugan to probe into her rivals, but that was not the case. It didn't mean she wasn't using the journey to examine every inch of her opponents. She sought every wound, every scar, every imperfection, anything that could be exploited to break their defenses. In Team 7 she could see little. Some would attribute this to their lack of battle experience, but she knew that wasn't the case. Her brother likely carried the team, taking on all the work, and she was aware that her body could not be harmed by conventional means. Sakura's thoughts about the twins were clear. They were intimidating. But not in the same way as Naruto, whose abilities defied logic. The twins radiated a mix of malice that suggested they wouldn't hesitate to eliminate her and her team if given the chance. Setsuna didn't need psychic abilities to understand Sakura's thoughts and fully agreed. Menma and Natsumi were not trustworthy. She fervently hoped to pass the exam and become a Chunin so she could work with other teams, far away from those two. Naruto didn't need to observe anyone to form his own analysis. His ability to sense chakra had become sensitive enough to decipher the nature of people just by seeing their internal energy. The impression he received from his siblings was unsettling. It wasn't as if his hands were clean, but their aura felt excessively bloodthirsty and cold. While some might attribute these traits to the Kyuubi within him, Naruto was able to distinguish between the two presences. The fox did emit a strong murderous intent accompanied by deep hatred, but this was entirely separate from the twins. Especially with Menma, whose chakra felt very dark. Natsumi's chakra felt unusual, but Naruto couldn't decipher what it was. The great dilemma Naruto faced was that he suspected they were connected to his visions. He believed these visions were showing him a near future where Menma would attack him and his friends. The idea that Menma could defeat him seemed ridiculous, but considering that he might hesitate when attacking, Naruto began to believe in the inevitability of that future. He couldn't simply sit down and talk to them, hoping they would change their attitudes, but he also couldn't hurt them. His mother still had hopes for her children, and Naruto didn't want to be the one to shatter them. Days later, the shinobi from Konoha arrived in Suna. The journey through the desert was exhausting, but not as much as having to coexist during the entire trip. Therefore, they waited a long time to check into a hotel and drop off their things. To make the guests feel comfortable, the Kazekage allowed the foreign shinobi to roam freely around the village while the exams began. Team 11, however, could not enjoy such a benefit, as they were prohibited from leaving the premises. Sasuke and Sakura also stayed behind, wanting to rest, while only Naruto ventured out to take a look at the village. Suna impressed him with its buildings made of sand. What the village lacked in color, the villagers made up for with extravagant designs. It was nice to see how people had managed to create a wonderful place in the midst of such a harsh desert. His teammates questioned his eagerness to leave the cool hotel, but they didn't understand that he wanted to enjoy the village where he wasn't looked down upon as he was in Konoha. The rumors about him hadn't reached this place, so he could walk peacefully through its streets. A small restaurant caught his attention, as he saw them cooking a large assortment of different types of meat on a vertical grill. The meat was served on a piece of flatbread accompanied by some sauces and vegetables. He didn't share his mother's obsession with ramen. He preferred any dish that included a good portion of meat. Therefore, the presentation of that dish and the aroma wafting from the grill led him to decide to give the food stall a chance. The dish exceeded his expectations, but he refrained from slamming the plate down to avoid being kicked out. However, he sensed that he wouldn't be able to stay there for long, as he noticed he was being watched by a group of people. They were one of the teams from IW, drawn in by the boy's bright blonde hair. Naruto listened to the conversation among the IWA shinobi. He now knew that this village had information about him and his siblings, which meant they had unfinished business with them, as it was absurd for a village to take interest in a mere genin. He also realized that the dark-haired girl was undoubtedly a Jinchuriki, as she possessed a large reserve of chakra that wasn't entirely her own. This led him to consider a small and ridiculous possibility. Activating his sensory abilities, he was alarmed to discover that there were 10 massive concentrations of chakra in the village corresponding to the characteristics of the Bijou, not counting the other equally large points that likely belonged to the Kage of each village. Naruto understood that all the nations would want to present their weapons in the exam, but he still felt that the entire event was a total act of irresponsibility. Having all the Bijou present posed a threat to the safety of the entire population of Suna and its surrounding towns. Now he understood why the exams were accepted to be held in this inhospitable country. If a battle occurred between the Jinchuriki, the collateral damage would be minimal compared to if it took place in a heavily populated area like Konoha or Kumo. This realization left a bitter taste in his mouth, prompting him to leave the area to avoid dwelling on the dire actions of the Kage. However, he now knew that if he encountered a Jinchuriki, he would have to defeat them as quickly as possible. In the room of Team 7, the remaining members were gathered in the small living area of their apartment. Sakura gave a light strike to a wooden board set up on some blocks. She stopped her hand just before touching the object, but it still broke into pieces, surprising Asuma. Asuma remarked on the feat, expressing disbelief that she had done it with just her strength. Sakura, unsure, doubted it was possible. Asuma mentioned having heard of swordsmen who could cut rocks without touching them, but this was different. Sakura suggested that the reason might be the irregular black metallic spots appearing on her arm, which seemed to be growing progressively. Concerned, she wondered what those spots were. Sasuke, asked if he had the same condition, explained that it was difficult to describe, but it felt as if he had the Sharingan activated all the time, enhancing all his senses. He noted that throughout the journey he had been aware every time a mosquito or insect tried to bite him, feeling a voice in his head warning him of the impending bite. Asuma, pondering, remarked that a highly trained shinobi could sense their enemy's intentions without even seeing them, but Sasuke's case was quite peculiar. Since when have these symptoms appeared? Sakura explained that she had been able to break things without touching them during her recent training, but these strange marks had started to show up about 2 days ago. She had kept quiet about it because they were in the company of others. It sounded like a virus incubating, Asuma suggested, asking if there were any other symptoms they could describe. Sasuke mentioned that he hadn't felt exhausted or anything. In fact, he felt full of energy, although he had experienced a slight headache. Sakura added that her body felt somewhat numb. Asuma pondered aloud if they were using anything unusual. Sasuke quickly asserted that they would never do such a thing, while Sakura expressed her annoyance at the suggestion. Asuma clarified that he didn't mean to offend, but some shinobi tended to use strange substances that could be harmful to their health. Sasuke reiterated that was not the case, and even if they had to face another dragon, they wouldn't resort to such measures. Sasuke then speculated that their encounter with the dragon might be related to their current condition. After the creature had fallen the first time, it underwent a transformation that made it much more resilient. He wondered if they had gained some of that ability. Asuma found it an interesting theory but questioned why Kushina's team hadn't experienced the same thing. Sasuke pointed out that they hadn't faced the dragon at full power. Sakura noted that they hadn't discussed this with their teammate. Sasuke explained that while he didn't like this condition, he wanted to learn to control it to use it to their advantage. They needed their own trump cards. Asuma agreed, though he cautioned them not to get complacent, as they didn't know if the condition was contagious or if it could have negative effects on their health. After the first test, he wanted Tsunade to check on them. They both agreed. In Team 11's room, a red-haired girl lay on her bed, staring at the wall as if it were the most entertaining thing in the world. Natsumi excitedly told her brother Menma that she had discovered something interesting. She explained that killing dragons seemed to be more productive than they had thought. Menma agreed, noting that obtaining a weapon like their brothers should be one of their goals. However, Natsumi added that they might also gain extra abilities. They decided they needed to urge their parents to find one of those creatures quickly, as being stuck there was boring. Natsumi expressed her eagerness for the fun to begin the next day, confident that the Jinchuriki were underestimating them. Meanwhile, Naruto was fully engaged with a merchant who had shared a troubling encounter. The merchant described a monster as tall as a house, resembling a red turtle, which had attacked him during a sandstorm. He insisted that it could control the sand with its roars. Naruto reassured him that he believed him, and the merchant expressed gratitude, sharing that people had mocked him for his story. He explained that he had lost a significant amount of goods and that other villagers had been affected by the creature as well. Naruto learned that the monster had been attacking livestock in a nearby village, and while he wasn't sure if the shinobi from Suno were aware, he suspected they were too focused on their event to help those in need. The merchant hoped someone would hunt down the beast before he lost his important shipment. Naruto promised to do everything in his power to find and deal with the monster. As he browsed the bazaar, he noticed a man who seemed very distressed. Out of curiosity, he asked if the man had a problem and discovered that Suno was also suffering from attacks by mysterious creatures, affecting many people. Naruto resolved to find out if it was indeed a dragon and to figure out how to defeat it as quickly as possible. He didn't want there to be more victims because of him. As the first stage of the Chunin exams began, Sakura sarcastically remarked to her teammates that it would be quite a journey. The Kazekage's speech held little meaning for the participants, who were more focused on competing against each other. They only paid attention when Baki, the examiner, explained the task, to find a group of special coins scattered throughout the infernal desert. Many viewed this as a simple challenge, thinking that finding just one coin would be enough to pass. However, the test was more complex. There were exactly 1,000 coins at stake, distributed in a unique manner. First, there were small bags containing between 10 and 25 coins, totaling 250 pieces. Second, there were 4 chests hidden, each containing 125 coins. Lastly, the examiners had the brilliant idea of feeding the local rock lizards, a type of iguana native to Suna, a total of 250 coins. The reptiles were not particularly dangerous or large, measuring only about 30 centimeters, but they were incredibly annoying due to their ability to hide in the sand, their tendency to move in packs, and their voracious appetites. Reasons that were sufficient for the animals to be considered a plague by the local population. The genin would be obligated to hunt down those creeping creatures, which were numerous due to their mating season, if they wanted to advance to the next stage. More than one person deemed the test insane, but upon careful analysis, it would be discovered that it had solid foundations. To begin with, a shinobi usually had more than one objective in a mission, especially in a war scenario, where many were interested in the same thing. The participants essentially had to seek out resources and capital, essential elements in a war, and then safely deliver them to their village, which referred to the examiners. They would only receive the coins after 5 days, the duration of the stage. This would also test the genin's endurance and their ability to protect what would be their mission's assignment. Once the established time ended, the first 8 participants with the most coins would advance to the next stage. With all of this in mind, the participants entered the infernal desert through the various points indicated by the examiners. Team 7 found themselves in an area filled with dunes, with no vegetation in sight. It was obvious to them that they wouldn't find anything in that area. It seemed they would be advancing blindly this time. They couldn't rely on Naruto's sensory abilities unless they aimed to steal coins, Sasuke noted. Naruto replied that it wouldn't be the case, as he wanted to avoid fighting with other participants, at least for this phase. Sasuke expressed disbelief, But Naruto insisted he had other things to focus on and didn't want to involve opponents from other villages. Sakura suggested that while the most obvious option was to split up, it might not be a good strategy in this terrain. Sasuke agreed, sighing that it would be difficult. Naruto proposed that they should go for the simplest option, which was to locate one of the stone lizard nests. Sakura countered that there must be hundreds of them, and retrieving coins from them would be unpleasant. Naruto reminded them that no one said it would be easy, and they should get moving to find a place to shield themselves from the sun, as dehydration could become an issue. With that, the team ventured into the terrain. Knowing that searching for the stone lizards was the most complicated option for finding coins, most teams chose to focus on other sources of such objects. Searching for chests and bags was also not an easy task, as they were hidden in potential hiding spots throughout the infernal desert, which could also be the nests of the many venomous creatures inhabiting the region. No one was foolish enough to stick their hand into a dark hole to see if there were coins inside. The teams from the Sound Village were the first to find a solution to this problem. The first team was in a rocky area where the solid ground was ideal for using one of the devices created by their village. The user extended his right arm, equipped with a metal framework that had multiple holes on its surface. A strong buzzing sound emitted from the device allowed him to use echolocation to scan his surroundings and indicate to his teammates where it was safe to search. Meanwhile, the second team resorted to a summoning technique. From the robes of one of the hooded figures emerged dozens of purple snakes that could venture without issue through the desert, not only to search for coins but also to locate and spy on the other participants. However, both efforts fell short against the advantage provided by the Byakugan to Team 11 from Konoha. They had already located a chest full of coins, putting them automatically ahead in the stage. They had no trouble transporting it thanks to the sealing techniques possessed by the twins, inherited from their mother. Another factor the participants needed to consider was their ability to concentrate on the objectives of the test. Unless it involved collecting coins, they needed to avoid unnecessary fights. The genin from the Cloud and Stone villages failed miserably in this regard, as conflicts between the two nations flared up. An insult from Atsui towards Kuratsuchi ignited a heated battle between both sides. The team from the Land of Lightning boasted about their mastery of Kenjutsu, but none of their techniques could withstand the overwhelming firepower of the Tsuchikige's granddaughter. She cornered them with an intense barrage of lava attacks, demonstrating her command over the Yotan element. She easily defeated them and, in a show of mercy, left them exposed in a lime prison, one of the variants of her Yotan. However, not everything went well for IWA, as the Kamizuru team miscalculated their confrontation against the members of the Mist. Assuming they would be at a disadvantage due to the lack of water, they were ambushed and eliminated from the exam. They did not account for the fact that their style was more diverse than it appeared. First, Hashi's projectiles were no match for Haku's mastery of the Hayatan element, which, combined with his accuracy, rendered all the summoned bees useless. Chojuro shattered the honey shields used by Nosu, as he could not contend with the chakra emitted by the boy's Hiramiki sword. Lastly, Senshi, who employed a technique based on levitating and launching rocks as projectiles, was defeated by Suigetsu, whose body was immune to physical attacks due to his hydration jutsu. The Raikage demanded explanations in a very threatening tone, indicating that there were many things that needed clarification. Raza found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to defend himself in such a situation. The Raikage expressed deep concern for the safety of their shinobi, questioning how Raza allowed the exams to proceed. Mei, visibly distressed, echoed this sentiment, emphasizing the danger their shinobi faced. Raza explained that they had trusted the infernal desert would be free from the interest of those creatures. Shibuki, the leader of the waterfall village, pointed out that due to Raza's negligence, 2 of his shinobi had perished, though one of their teammates had survived. The Raikage noted that even one of their strongest kunoichi had struggled against that creature and mentioned that their team had detected unusual behavior from Konoha, who seemed very interested in defeating the creature rather than being surprised by it. He turned to the Hokage, asking if he had anything to say. The Hokage remained calm amidst the tension. Hiruzen knew that the topic would eventually come to light and become a matter for everyone, so he had already thought about how to address it. The Hokage calmly acknowledged that it was not the first time he had heard of a beast like those recently sighted. I pressed him, indicating that he also knew about the existence of such a monster. Hiruzen explained that a few weeks ago, the Land of Fire had been attacked multiple times by a dragon named Kushala de Aura, which had the power to control winds and weather at will. Although the intruder had been dealt with, they had information suggesting it was not the only one of its kind. They had no idea that such creatures would appear in Sunagakure. Terumi questioned whether they were really dealing with dragons, to which Hiruzen replied that their power was a clear indication of their identity, though the appearance of the ones seen recently made their classification somewhat dubious. Raza inquired about what attracted them to the villages. Hiruzen noted that while they were very intelligent, they remained wild beasts that needed to feed to survive, seeking out places with better food sources, which were, of course, the villages. He omitted the detail that Team 7 tended to attract such creatures, feeling concerned about that fact but grateful that the genin could take care of themselves. The Raikage expressed outrage, questioning how such important information could have been kept secret. Hiruzen reminded him that each village was responsible for what happened within its borders. The Mizukage added that they were worried about their villages suffering attacks. Hiruzen understood their concerns but explained that this was not a problem that could be resolved overnight. He did not want to unnecessarily alarm the population until he knew how to act appropriately. I insisted that there were no valid excuses. Anoki, breaking his silence, remarked that he understood Ice's intentions but believed it was futile to try to turn those creatures into weapons. I was shocked to learn that even Anoki was aware of these creatures. Anoki recounted that his forces had encountered one of these beasts, a massive winged reptile with rocky skin that provided great defense and could withstand high temperatures. Unfortunately, it had been too aggressive to control, and they had to eliminate it to prevent harm to the population. He mentioned that it had left behind a kind of jewel, which he possessed but did not know if it had any usefulness. The Raikage noted that a similar occurrence had happened when the desert monster was defeated and asked Hiruzen what he knew about it. Hiruzen admitted he did not know much, stating that the greatest expert on the subject was one of their genin. The others were surprised, and Raza suggested they conclude the exam quickly so everyone could address the matter on their own, as it was clear there was no point in discussing it together. Raza then called forward one of his ninja to announce the results of the exam. The man presented the list of finalists, ordered from lowest to highest. Suna's team placed last with 30 coins, followed by Kusa with 55 coins. Iwa's team 1 had 75 coins, which prompted the Raikage to mock their poor performance, irritating Anoki. Odo's team 2 achieved 80 coins, while Kiri's team had Konoha's team 11 secured third place with 125 coins, and Odo's team 1 took second with 170 coins. Finally, Konoha's team 7 claimed first place with an impressive 325 coins. Raza felt frustrated that his children had barely passed, while the Otokage was pleased with his team's performance. Mei was happy that her genin had prevailed against the odds. The Hokage remained indifferent, preoccupied with other concerns. Anoki felt that his granddaughter could have performed better but was satisfied with the Raikage's expression. The Raikage was incredulous that Kumo had been eliminated. Raza reminded him that he thought he had already spoken to his genin about their performance in the exam. The Raikage replied that they had not mentioned anything about the test, as they were more concerned about the attack they had suffered. The Chunin from Suna explained that Team 1 was the only one to earn a few coins, but it was not enough to pass. The Raikage was frustrated, insisting there must be a mistake. The Chunin assured him that the counting had verified all the coins were valid, with no evidence of fraud. Raza informed I that there was nothing they could do. I believed it must be a conspiracy against his village, but Anoki dismissed this, suggesting that, as usual, Ice Shinobi had become too overconfident in their swordsmanship. I begrudgingly admitted that this was likely the case, as his forces relied heavily on their swords, and fighting in an open environment like the desert had put them at a disadvantage against those who used long-range ninjutsu. Kazekage offered the Raikage an invitation to witness the rest of the exam, which he accepted, thinking it would fulfill one of his objectives. The red-haired Kazekage then excused himself, asking Shibuki to accompany him to discuss some important matters privately. In Team 7's hotel room, Sakura expressed her concern about another attack from the dragons, noting that this time they seemed stronger. Naruto, confident as ever, reassured her that he could fight anything that came their way. Sakura countered that while he might be able to handle it, they would be in trouble if they faced the creatures alone. Sasuke agreed, mentioning that Fu had told him about the creature that had attacked them, and it sounded genuinely dangerous. The troubling part was that it did not match the description of the one they had faced, indicating that another was still on the loose. Naruto dismissed the idea that they would have been attacked again, suggesting that someone might have stopped it. Sakura wondered if that meant someone had intervened, but Naruto speculated that while they tracked them, they attacked indiscriminately when not focused on them. Sakura sighed, wishing for a return to simpler times when she only had to heal wounds and had not anticipated being involved in such battles. Naruto reassured her that it wasn't as dire as it seemed. There were certainly stronger things out there, which worried the girl even more. Sasuke understood Sakura's nerves. He was also frightened by the idea that more dragons might be searching for him. Meanwhile, Naruto was unsure of what to think. The next day, Suna had prepared well for the exams. Outside the village, they had constructed a coliseum to host public matches like the one that was about to take place. Unlike the usual structures found in places like Konoha, this one was underground, resembling a pit. While it wasn't the best design, it protected against the region's frequent sandstorms. The coliseum was spacious enough to accommodate a large audience. Although there weren't many Suna residents present, visitors filled most of the seats. While civilians had little involvement in shinobi matters, they loved watching the battles during the Chunin exams. Among the notable attendees was the Council of Konoha. It was unusual for such institutions to show their faces in foreign lands, but it was clear that Hayashi and Fugaku wouldn't miss the chance to witness the potential of their weapons. The participants were divided into two groups and placed in special areas of the Coliseum, where they could observe the action. The examiner announced the details of the next phase. 2 teams would be selected, and their members would face each other individually. The team with 2 victorious members would advance to the next round. The first battle was between IWA and Kusa, with the first team sending their blonde member into the arena while the second team sent out the white-haired girl. Deidara and Ryuzetsu stood in the fighting area as the examiner laid down the rules. The match would end when one of them was knocked out, incapacitated, surrendered, or, preferably, when none of that occurred. Both shinobi leaped back when the match began. The girl showcased her shuriken jutsu, launching several weapons at the blonde. Deidara sidestepped to avoid the attack and rummaged through his bag, tossing something toward the white-haired girl. White birds shot forward at high speed toward Ryuzetsu, who barely managed to evade them. Upon crashing into a wall, the birds detonated, leaving her impressed and aware of her opponent's abilities. Understanding that such techniques were meant for long range, she sprinted toward the IWA ninja to confront him directly. There, Ryuzetsu delivered a powerful kick to Deidara's right side, which he blocked with his arm. Quickly, the white-haired girl threw a punch at the boy, who failed to see the movement and received a solid blow to the stomach. Instead of showing pain, Dara wore a smile that startled her. A loud explosion echoed in the arena, sending Ryuzetsu crashing against the walls with severe burns. Emerging from the crater left by the blast, the blonde mocked her for not anticipating that it was an explosive clay clone. Many praised the clever tactic and the quality of the clone, but for Naruto, it was a hollow victory achieved through a deceitful trick. Ryuzetsu was taken away by paramedics, while her teammate, Muku, stormed into the arena, furious and intent on making those who had harmed his friend pay. In search of a swift victory, IWA sent in their star participant, Kuratsuchi. The Kusa ninja wasted no time, immediately performing hand seals to unleash the fire release, demon lantern technique, manifesting several ethereal flames shaped like oni masks that were hurled at the dark-haired girl. Kuratsuchi countered with water release, violent wave, creating a sphere of water that emerged from her mouth, providing her with a cover of mist to slip away. Muku lost sight of the girl when he felt a breeze behind him, prompting him to ready a kunai and block a similar weapon wielded by Kuratsuchi. The kunoichi proved to be stronger, pushing Muku back in an attempt to break his defense. Instead of panicking, he saw an opportunity to strike. He planted his feet firmly and delivered a powerful palm strike to the girl's chest, imbued with a deep crimson flame. The technique, fire release, heavenly prison, spread across Kuratsuchi's body, causing her to feel dizzy and numb, forcing her to retreat to regroup her offense. Seizing the moment, the Kusa ninja prepared to use his fire release, Demon Lantern again. Kuratsuchi attempted to replicate her previous defense, but she couldn't gather enough chakra to execute the jutsu. Left vulnerable, she was struck directly by the fire release. Muku began forming seals to finish off the injured girl, but Kuratsuchi refused to lose to someone from an inferior village. Summoning her strength, she managed to rise and charged at him with her palm raised as if holding something. Muku thought it was an illusion, but he swore the air around her palm was distorted. As she got close enough, Kuratsuchi pointed her hand and unleashed a powerful burst of chakra that Muku couldn't evade. Inoki watched with satisfaction as the explosive element, or bakutun, was demonstrated in various forms. The first involved using volatile elements from the earth activated by chakra, while the technique used by his granddaughter involved altering the properties of gases in the air. With 2 victories, IWA secured their place in the next round without needing a third match. The last participant from Team Kusa, Karen, left the waiting area to see if she could assist her teammates. In her view, her team shouldn't have been in that situation in the first place. Their advancement was due to her warnings about any encounters they might have had in the desert. The examiner then introduced the next participants, Team 2 from Oto against Team Kiri. The first 2 to pass were Chojuro and one of the hooded figures, revealed to be Zaku, a young man with spiky black hair wearing the traditional Oto uniform, notable for the metal armor encasing his knees and arms. As the battle began, Chojuro charged at the Oto ninja, his weapon shedding the wrappings that concealed it, revealing a peculiar fish-shaped sword with 2 handles. He called out the name of his weapon, Hiramakerii, as it enveloped in chakra, transforming into a massive hammer. The ground shook with the force of the weapon, but to Chojuro's surprise, his opponent was not where the impact landed. Before he could react, Zaku delivered a powerful kick to his jaw, sending him crashing to the ground. The blue-haired ninja struggled to locate Zaku, only to receive another blow to his stomach that knocked him off balance. The Oto ninja moved at incredible speeds, making it difficult for Chojuro to track him. With a flurry of kicks and punches, Zaku had the swordsman on the ropes, leaving him no chance to defend himself. Zaku then decided to end the fight with a cannon-like device on his arm, unleashing a strong gust of wind that knocked the Kiri ninja down. The spectators were astonished by the fight, as Chojuro was known to be a skilled swordsman from the mist, making his defeat all the more surprising. Many were intrigued by the weapon displayed by the Oto ninja, a curiosity that only grew with the next battle. The next challenger from Oto was a figure named Dosu, whose face was obscured by a mask. In fact, very little of him was visible, as he was clad in metal armor, with his arms being the most heavily protected part of his body. Haku stepped up to the battle to even the score for her team. At the examiner's signal, both shinobi advanced to fight. The Kiri girl analyzed her opponent from head to toe, searching for a weak point to exploit, but the armor made that task difficult. She decided to target the joints of the suit, launching several senbon at those vulnerable spots. The Oto ninja remained unfazed by the attack and continued his advance to strike the kunoichi. Haku blocked the heavy blow, but as she prepared to counterattack, a sudden buzzing sound left her momentarily stunned. Dosu seized the opportunity and attempted to strike her, but she barely managed to dodge in time. Determined to turn the tide, Haku decided to cool things down, performing hand seals with one hand to execute Hayaton, ice spikes. Once again, Dosu stood firm, enduring the jutsu before aiming his right arm to unleash the sonic drill technique, causing Haku to fall to her knees, covering her ears as they seemed to bleed from the attack. Seeing that the kunoichi could not respond, the examiner called the match in favor of Dosu, leaving Haku frustrated for not being able to counter that technique. Many understood the look of anger on Haku's face as she left the arena, for that attack was terrifying and seemingly unstoppable. Kiri lost the round, and Odo scored a point for the team that had advanced. Mei felt disappointed by the outcome, hoping for a more prolonged contest. Odo made its presence known in the arena once again, this time with team their next opponent would be Suna. The first to take the stage was a young girl with striking pink hair named Tayuya. Unlike her teammates, she wore less flamboyant attire, a beige top and black shorts, with a purple ribbon at her hips. Temari volunteered for the first match. The blonde kunoichi unfurled a large fan, intending to unleash her most powerful attack, but Tayuya was quicker, delivering a kick that sent Temari flying into the stands. Tayuya remarked on Temari's slowness as orange lines faded from her body. The impact left Temari completely unconscious, resulting in a swift victory for the Odo girl. Gaara was next, needing to secure a win to allow Kankuro a chance to fight. Aware of how his sister had been defeated, he knew his chances were slim. The other hooded figure turned out to be a girl who appeared to be nearly 18, with fair skin, pale blonde hair, and blue eyes. She wore an outfit similar to Tayuya's, but her shirt was light blue with kanji that read, Princess, and Snake. The audience was captivated by her beauty, while Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Tsunade sat in shock upon hearing the name of the Oto kunoichi, Kazumi. Gaara initiated the battle by launching a wave of sand at Kazumi, but she swiftly dodged with agile movements. The red-haired boy maintained his strategy, manipulating the sand in the arena to try and trap her, but the kunoichi was too elusive to catch. In a moment of misstep, Kazumi found her feet ensnared by the sand, but instead of panicking, she struck the ground with such force that it shook the entire area, freeing her from the grip. Deciding to take to the air in a unique manner, she performed a summoning jutsu, bringing forth a large fluorescent green snake that lifted her into the sky. Gaara saw this as an ineffective move, believing it made her a larger target, so he raised a wave of sand against the serpent. Kazumi commanded her summoning to unleash a stream of poison that blocked Gaara's attack. She then leaped high, giving a light tap to the snake's head. The snake split into hundreds of smaller reptiles, surrounding the Suna genin, who was trying to wrap himself in sand to avoid the unfriendly fangs of the snakes. This proved to be a grave error, as the real threat loomed above. Kazumi descended with an axe kick aimed at Gaara, who at the last moment raised a sand shield to block the incoming strike. Once again, the Suna Stadium reverberated with a thunderous impact, shaking many in the audience. The barrier created by Gaara held long enough to prevent him from being severely injured by the kick, but the cracks in his defense allowed the snakes to strike at their target. The red-haired boy collapsed almost immediately, prompting the examiner to call for assistance for the young man whose life was in danger, indicating that Kazumi had won. Everyone was impressed by the power of the Hidden Sound Village, as they not only had technological advantages but also extremely strong kunoichi. However, not everyone had positive thoughts about the village. Jiraiya and Hiruzen were urging Tsunade to calm down and not do anything reckless, while simultaneously telling Kasuke to stop praising Kazumi's beauty. Meanwhile, Team 7 had their own concerns, as their opponents would be a strong family rivalry was looming, and Naruto knew that it could lead to disastrous results. Chapter 13. A pale-skinned woman with long blue hair took a sip from her teacup while a woman with black hair did the same. It was a small gathering meant for relaxation and conversation, a tradition shared by Hisana Hyuga and Mikoto Uchiha. In reality, it was a meeting of three, but the attitude of the third person often contradicted the purpose of their encounters, so usually, the pair pretended she was not there. Unfortunately, today was not one of those days. Kushina paced back and forth, visibly agitated. She was worried about the Chunin exams her children were participating in. It was normal for her to feel anxious, as those events could be quite dangerous. It wasn't that she didn't trust her children's strength to succeed, it was the possibility that the siblings might end up fighting each other. Hisana calmly suggested that Kushina should try to relax, noting that her anxiety wasn't helping. Kushina responded with frustration, expressing her concern that her children were in a place where they might have to fight one another. Mikoto chimed in, acknowledging that she too was worried, as her children would likely be involved if Kushina's were. Hisana pointed out that both women shared similar concerns, reminding them of their situations. Kushina lamented that Hisana was fortunate, as her son, Hizen, got along well with his younger sister, Hanabi. Mikoto added that while Itachi got along with his siblings, his work and resentment toward their father limited their interactions. Kushina expressed her disbelief at how Mikoto and Hisana could still be with their husbands, given their circumstances. Hisana calmly reminded her that divorce was a taboo in their society, especially for clan members. Kushina reluctantly agreed but was adamant about not attending any matchmaking events. Hisana encouraged her to consider going, noting that she still looked youthful despite being a mother of 3. Kushina dismissed the idea, insisting she had no interest in dating. Mikoto teasingly suggested that Kushina might have feelings for her son, which only irritated Kushina further. Hisana, recognizing the weight of Minato's absence on Kushina, suggested that it was understandable for her to feel this way. Kushina chose not to respond, determined to keep her secret hidden. She resumed her pacing, causing her friends further distress. When Hisana suggested that Kushina should attend the exams, Kushina revealed that Hiruzen had asked her to stay behind, wanting only his guards with him. Hisana pointed out that Fugaku had attended the exam, and Kushina was shocked to learn that Hayashi had also been there. Kushina sarcastically remarked on her friend's lack of communication and decided to leave Hisana's house, declaring her intention to go to Suna. Hisana and Mikoto were shocked, questioning her sanity. Kushina insisted that if those from the village were attending, she should be able to go as well, confident that she could at least catch the finals. Meanwhile, in the Suna Stadium, the spectators from Konoha were focused on the young Kunoichi entering the arena. Sakura and Setsuna locked eyes as they approached the spot where the examiner would signal the start of their battle. Setsuna anticipated that her opponent would rely on taijutsu due to the armor she wore. This seemed unusual, as Setsuna recalled that Sakura was not particularly skilled in physical combat, but she knew better than to underestimate her. On the other hand, Setsuna had genjutsu on her side, though she was aware that Sakura had strong chakra control, which could counter her techniques. She would need to rely on ninjutsu to secure victory. As the examiners signaled the start of the match, both kunoichi sprang into action. Setsuna distanced herself and unleashed a fire release technique, launching several fiery projectiles at Sakura. The pink-haired girl blocked the attack with her arms, the cold emanating from her armor dissipating Setsuna's flames and preventing any damage. In response, Sakura threw a punch in Setsuna's direction, leaving many spectators questioning her technique. Soon after, a shard of ice appeared in the air, aimed at Setsuna, who narrowly dodged it thanks to her Sharingan's quick reflexes. Observers from the Hidden Mist village were astonished, as it appeared that Sakura had used ice release. Setsuna realized why the twins were so obsessed with those weapons, especially when Sakura lunged at her, intending to crush her with a block of ice. Setsuna exclaimed that Sakura was going a bit too far, to which Sakura apologized, stating she had no other choice as she directed the ice block toward Setsuna. Determined, Setsuna prepared to get serious. Ketan, Fire Dragon, the young Uchiha declared, unleashing a column of fire shaped like the creature. Both techniques collided, creating a cloud of steam that obscured the view of the spectators. The Uchiha moved swiftly and stealthily to position herself beside the pink-haired girl. She thought to herself that she had better reasons to graduate as she prepared to make a cut with a kunai against her rival's right side. It would have been a clean and effective strike if it hadn't bounced off the girl's skin, leaving Setsuna bewildered. Sakura reacted to the edge of the weapon and delivered a kick that sent the Uchiha flying across the battlefield. The Sharingan user sought to recover from the blow and, after rolling several times, managed to right herself and launched another Katon, Fire Dragon, to counterattack. Haruno trusted in the power of her weapons and charged directly at the clusters of flames heading toward her. Channeling chakra into her feet, she propelled herself into a leap right in the middle of the dragon, using her arm protections as a shield. Setsuna, astonished by the sudden maneuver, had no chance to react to the punch that Sakura then delivered. The attack not only pushed her back but also left the upper part of her body encased in ice. Although the dark-haired girl was still conscious, she struggled to free herself from the icy trap but lacked the strength to do so. The examiner, seeing the situation, decided to award the victory to the pink-haired girl from Konoha. Sakura felt relieved by the decision and approached the Uchiha to free her with a gentle tap. Setsuna acknowledged her strength, congratulating her while also teasing her about her fashion sense. Sakura defended herself, reminding Setsuna that they were supposed to wear the uniform. Menma watched, frustrated by his sister's performance, especially since she took her victory so lightly. He then charged onto the field, despite plans for Natsumi to be the next combatant. Naruto was about to descend when he was stopped by his teammate. Sasuke insisted that it would be his fight, and after confirming his determination, Naruto reluctantly agreed. The two Uchiha stood face to face in the arena, waiting for the battle to commence. Sasuke activated his Sharingan to match Menma, who stared back with his own Dojutsu. At the examiner's signal, the Namikaze enveloped himself in the chakra of the nine tails, transforming to gain a tail, and executed a quick Shushin to position himself behind Sasuke. He intended to use his claws to strike Sasuke in a way that would leave no chance for escape. He was determined not to waste such an opportunity to eliminate his brother, confident that Fugaku would defend him. However, he did not anticipate that Sasuke would dodge the attack at the last moment. Menma was baffled by how Sasuke had managed such a feat. He had aimed for Sasuke's back to prevent him from using his Sharingan to detect him, and the range of his chakra claws was vast enough that evading them seemed impossible. Sasuke, however, understood what had happened. With such a murderous intent directed at him, he couldn't help but sense Menma's plan. He could almost predict the entire attack before it was executed, allowing him to move to the ideal spot to avoid the lethal strike. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke grabbed the blonde's arm and threw him aside. Although the action burned him slightly due to the corrosive chakra of the nine tails, it was worth it, as Menma was left stunned by the move. Sasuke then unsealed his bow and began firing a barrage of ice arrows at his rival. The audience from Kiri was left in awe, impressed by the flawless evasion and counterattack. Fugaku watched with great annoyance as Menma took the full brunt of his brother's projectiles. The Namikaze managed to evade some of the damage thanks to his chakra shield, but his pride was unprotected. Furious, he rose and unleashed a colossal katon, great fireball against the dark-haired boy. Sasuke quickly summoned a metal arrow from the band of seals on his wrist. He declared, "Wind release, flying heron," launching the projectile like a drill against Menma's flames. While the fire technique had an advantage over wind, the complexity of each technique was vastly different. The Uchiha signature jutsu was merely a mass of burning chakra with minimal form manipulation. Sasuke's jutsu, on the other hand, utilized that manipulation to give the projectile a distinctive movement that not only increased its penetrating power but could also turn techniques with poor form manipulation against their users. In summary, Sasuke's arrow pierced through the fireball, causing it to collapse and be absorbed by the flying heron, creating a vortex of flames that surged toward Menma. The blonde used his claws to stop the arrow, relying on his Sharingan to catch it at the right moment. However, he couldn't do the same with the flames that followed. He cursed fiercely as he was engulfed by the fire. Menma let out a tremendous roar that shook the arena and frightened many present. He began to gather more chakra, manifesting a second tail in his transformation. He growled that he would tear Sasuke apart, but Sasuke, confident, raised his hand to the examiner and declared his surrender. The examiner was taken aback, and Menma insisted that Sasuke fight him. The examiner warned that if Menma attacked, he would be disqualified, and his team would lose automatically. Menma glanced between Sasuke, who wore a confident expression, and the examiner, who was serious in his warning. Reluctantly, the Namikaze dispelled his transformation and exited the field, muttering various curses. Asuma watched with satisfaction at his student's progress. Although Sasuke hadn't won, he had managed to humiliate Menma, demonstrating the power of the jutsu they had developed together and the intelligence to know his limits. Fugaku was more than furious. His weapon had become the laughingstock of the state. Hayashi's serious expression, with his Byakugan activated, made that very clear. Their children would soon receive a lesson. The final battle in the series between Naruto Uzumaki and Natsumi Hyuga was highly anticipated. Opinions were divided, as Natsumi's unusual red eyes raised questions about their origin, which did not seem to belong to her clan. Meanwhile, informed observers were intrigued by the eyes of the Uzumaki. They did not recall any jujutsu associated with his clan, and the resemblance to a particular legend only deepened the mystery surrounding the fight. Unfortunately, the spectators would be left wanting, as the moment the examiner announced the start of the battle, the blonde quickly struck Natsumi on the neck, rendering her unconscious. Naruto expressed his thoughts to the examiner, stating that a sibling fight was not a spectacle for others to enjoy. After a moment, the Suna examiner processed the information and declared the blonde the winner, much to the disappointment of many. Both Inoki and I immediately associated Naruto with their greatest enemy from the Third Ninja War, Minato Namikaze. It struck them as odd that he did not carry the man's surname, but they suspected it was a clever tactic to distract his opponents. Hayashi lowered his head in embarrassment at such a defeat. At least his companion had someone to represent him, while he could only watch as his investment turned out to be a complete waste. Menma was consumed by fury. The presentation of his team had been a total disaster, and he felt the need to rectify the situation, regardless of his chances of becoming a Chunin. Another disappointed observer was a hooded figure draped in a brown cloak, watching from the heights of the stadium. This individual had hoped to find their target that day, but none of the participants met their expectations. Without any of the Suna guards noticing, the figure vanished without a trace. The Kazekage then offered a few words of congratulations to the competitors who advanced and those who were less fortunate. He informed the shinobi that the next phase would be revealed the following day and urged them to rest for what was to come. Little did he know about the conflict brewing between Konoha and Oto. Later that evening, at a restaurant in a hotel in Suna, the Hokage had kindly requested a meeting with the Otokage to discuss important matters, to which the latter graciously agreed. Both sides gathered around a large banquet-style table. On Sarutobi's side were Jiraiya, Kasuke, Kakashi, Enko, Team 7, and, of course, the main person of interest, Tsunade. The Otokage was accompanied only by Kazumi and her mentor, Kabuto. Sakura whispered to her sensei, questioning why they were present. Asuma, in his usual carefree manner, responded that he thought it would be entertaining for them to witness what would unfold, much to Sakura's annoyance. Tsunade glared at the Otokage, expressing her anger at his presence. Hiruzen attempted to intervene, hoping to prevent his student from causing a diplomatic incident. The Otokage dismissed the need for an apology, stating that he was well aware of his former companion's attitude. In an instant, his eyes shifted to a yellow hue, slitted like a serpent's. Jiraiya remarked on Orochimaru's disguises, to which the Otokage replied that some things never change. Tsunade, visibly upset, confronted Orochimaru about the mockery he had made, while the young girl beside him lowered her gaze in response. Confused, Sakura asked what the commotion was about. Asuma suggested that Shizune had likely informed her of the situation, though he understood she valued her life too much to share everything. Naruto then revealed that Kazumi was Tsunade's daughter, causing shock among the group. Jiraiya elaborated that this revelation dated back approximately 18 years, before Sakura's birth. He explained that Tsunade Senju had introduced medical ninjas to shinobi teams, but there was another individual who had advocated for this alongside her Dan Kato, one of Konoha's finest shinobi. Their bond deepened during the Second Ninja War, where both were feared for their skills. However, Dan was gravely injured in an ambush, and although Tsunade's efforts saved him, his shinobi career ended due to his injuries. This was a significant blow to both, as Dan aspired to become Hokage, while Tsunade wished to support him in that dream. Tsunade interrupted Jiraiya, asserting that despite Dan's inability to serve as a shinobi, would help the shinobi support the village. This motivated her to improve not only the medical field but also the academic one, leading to significant advancements in the village. She had one condition, however. After nearly losing him in the war, she wanted them to marry to ensure they would never be separated. Not long after, Dan and Tsunade welcomed a beautiful baby girl named Kazumi, named in honor of Dan's sister. Kazumi inherited her mother's beauty and her father's eyes, and great expectations surrounded her as the daughter of two legendary shinobi. Tsunade reflected on her past, noting that her famous luck had turned against her. She had taken a high-risk gamble on family, and the cost was greater than she had anticipated. During the attack of the QB, she had been called to assist the countless injured that day. Initially, the protagonists did not want to take action, as their priority was to protect their family. However, Dan had once told them that it was their duty to act, as it was the right thing to do. Trusting his words, they moved forward, and that was the last time they saw him. The couple's home was destroyed in one of the Fox's attacks. The place became unrecognizable, and it took a long time to find Dan Kato's body. Kazumi, who was only 2 years old, was never found. Tsunade expressed her deep anger, vowing never to forgive the demon for what he had done and refusing to allow him to tarnish her daughter's memory with his experiments. Orochimaru, the Otokage, dismissed her sentiments, pointing out that for someone so intelligent, she made too many mistakes. He continued, explaining that Kazumi had caught his attention, not just because she was a senju, but because he was curious about the effects of her mother's famous seal. He had kept an eye on her residence, and although the day of the QB's attack was not ideal for making a move, he could not resist approaching when the creature was so close. Orochimaru arrived shortly after the Biju's tail had devastated the area. He thought he was too late, but amidst the rubble he saw Tsunade's beloved holding their daughter protectively. He considered it foolish to remain in such a dangerous place, but he had taken the crying baby to prevent the next attack from the QB, which ultimately destroyed the house. Tsunade was in shock as she processed the implications of Orochimaru's words. The young woman standing before her declared herself to be Kazumi Senju, her daughter. It was hard for Tsunade to accept. She thought it must be a cruel joke from the serpent. Kazumi insisted she was real, and if Tsunade did not believe her, the conversation was pointless. With that, she left the room, leaving Tsunade unsure of how to react to the shocking revelation. Hiruzen confronted Orochimaru, questioning how he could commit such an atrocity of separating a mother from her child. Orochimaru coldly stated that his terrible action had saved the little girl's life and saw no reason for complaints. Jiraiya argued that if Orochimaru had good intentions, he would have returned Kazumi to the village and surrendered for his crimes. Orochimaru replied that doing so would have prevented him from raising his beautiful daughter. Jiraiya was incredulous at the audacity of Orochimaru's claims. The Sannin then stood up, stating he had a busy day ahead and excused himself. As the conversation concluded, Kakashi remarked how problematic the situation was, echoing his students' sentiments. Sakura speculated that this might explain why Tsunade never taught her technique to anyone. She likely wanted her daughter to inherit it. Jiraiya pondered the implications of Kazumi's connection to Orochimaru and wondered about the other components of the prophecy. Meanwhile, Naruto was outside the village, feeling concerned about his brother Menma's troubling behavior. Menma's anger over his defeat needed to be monitored to prevent any reckless actions. Since leaving the stadium, Naruto had been tracking his siblings' movements through Suna. They had met with their adoptive parents, Fugaku and Hayashi, and he noticed that Natsume's chakra seemed somewhat dim. The twins then left the village with a group that appeared to be Hyuga and Uchiha shinobi. Naruto found it odd that Setsuna and her teacher were not with them, but he dismissed it for the moment. A sense of unease settled in his chest, and despite his curiosity about Kazumi's story, he decided to leave the village to follow his siblings. Menma was a ticking time bomb, frustrated by Fugaku's complaints about his performance and his inability to defeat Sasuke. His anger was palpable, and he did not care that Hayashi had used Natsume's cursed seal to punish her for the humiliating fight. At that moment, Menma was with a squad of Jounin and Chunin under Fugaku and Hayashi's command, seeking more creatures like those found in the Infernal Desert to strengthen their forces for a planned coup. Although he was unsure how to use the orbs they released, they intended to use the Sharingan to hypnotize the creatures and bring them to Konoha. Eventually, the group reached a canyon in the desert, where Menma stopped, sensing a strange aroma. He asked one of the Hyuga how far they were from finding the creatures they sought. The response was a couple of kilometers. Menma warned the group to be on guard, sensing they had company. A masked figure, slightly shorter than the twins and dressed in a long black cloak adorned with red clouds, appeared before them. His face was obscured by a mask depicting a smiling Oni. One of the Uchiha ninjas demanded to know who he was and what he wanted. The masked figure replied that his identity was irrelevant and that his intentions were simple. The masked figure demanded the group to accompany him, promising that they would not suffer much if they complied. Menma, defiant, questioned the masked man's authority. The figure claimed to be a spokesperson for all those who despised them, stating that they had been very naughty and that the boogeyman had come to punish them. An Uchiha, dismissive, called the masked man a conceited mercenary and leaped forward with a tanto to attack. The masked figure, unperturbed, summoned a katana and swiftly countered, delivering a sharp cut to the Uchiha's side, leaving him severely injured. He warned that he would show no mercy to anyone who interfered with his plans, locking eyes with Namikaze, who realized that the masked opponent possessed the Sharingan. The Hyuga clan members also recognized this fact, but instead of viewing it as a betrayal, they charged at the intruder. With remarkable speed, they began attacking him with juken strikes, not allowing him a moment to evade. Menma chuckled, believing the fight would end quickly since the masked man seemed powerless without his chakra. However, the masked figure interrupted, even as he was bombarded by the Hyuga's strikes, taunting them about their persistence. He then suggested they aim higher, right in the center of his back. Confused, the Hyuga stepped back after striking at least 60 of his tenketsus. The masked figure, feigning relief, claimed he needed acupuncture for his back and thanked them for the massage, releasing his chakra to the astonishment of those present. One of the Hyuga questioned how he could still move. The masked figure explained that the human body requires more than just chakra to function. It relies on the electricity present in the nervous system. He then unleashed a surge of blue electricity from his hands, creating a dome that knocked the Hyuga unconscious. He offered them a chance to surrender to avoid further trouble. One of the remaining Uchiha, undeterred, began forming hand seals for a fire technique. The masked figure lamented that things never seemed to go smoothly and vanished just as the Uchiha searched for him. He reappeared, delivering a flying kick that sent the Uchiha crashing against the canyon wall. With the same speed, he struck the last shinobi, driving him into the ground, and taunted them about surrendering. Menma, determined not to lose the chance to unleash his pent-up anger, activated his chakra cloak and instructed Natsumi to distract the masked figure. Natsumi, emotionless, covered her hands with Kyubi chakra and lunged at her opponent. The masked figure skillfully dodged her attacks, noting the unusual nature of her chakra, and concluded that his intervention was necessary. As Natsumi prepared a powerful wind technique, the masked figure vanished before it could hit and appeared beside her. He informed her that he needed physical contact for his technique and began delivering rapid strikes imbued with electricity. He counted the strikes as he paralyzed her nerves, culminating in a final blow that sent her flying and left her unconscious. Menma, shocked, demanded to know how the masked figure had used that technique. The masked man downplayed his actions, explaining that he was not targeting tenketsus like a Hyuga but merely striking at random. Menma, furious, charged at his enemy, cloaked in 3 tails of Kyubi chakra. The masked figure braced himself, preparing for the confrontation. Meanwhile, Naruto struggled to find his brothers after being separated from his team. Asuma expressed concern about Naruto leaving Suna without warning, fearing it could be seen as desertion. Naruto explained that he had followed his brothers, who had left with a group of shinobi, and sensed they might be in trouble. Suddenly, a lightning flash illuminated the clear night sky, prompting Naruto to rush toward the source using Shundo to cover ground quickly. Despite a nagging thought telling him it might be too late, he pressed on. Upon reaching the canyon, he witnessed the aftermath of a fierce battle. The masked figure stood over a badly injured Menma, holding him with one hand before tossing him aside. He proclaimed that it was necessary to subdue him, insisting that he could not have someone like Menma conscious in his personal space. As Naruto surveyed the scene, he saw others lying on the ground, gravely wounded. He deduced that they were the shinobi accompanying Menma and Natsumi, who was notably absent. Fearing the worst, Naruto glared furiously at the masked figure and shouted to get his attention. He demanded to know where Natsumi was, his fists clenched tightly. The masked man responded that she was in a better place and expressed surprise at encountering Naruto, but insisted that it didn't matter. He then asked Naruto to let him finish his task, but was interrupted when Naruto struck him hard in the stomach. In Konoha, Mikoto and Hisano were deep in thought about Kushina's hasty departure from the village. They felt a pang of sympathy for the gate guards who would face the wrath of the redhead if they dared to stop her. Hisano voiced her concern for Sasuke and Setsuna, to which Mikoto replied that she was indeed worried, especially with Fugaku around, who might come up with another reckless plan. Mikoto lamented that Fugaku's position on the council was the worst thing that could have happened to their families. Just as Mikoto contemplated returning home, a loud explosion shook all of Konoha. The village alarms blared, signaling a potential enemy attack, though that was not entirely accurate. The source of the tremor was an object that had crashed into the Uchiha complex, creating a crater that completely destroyed the clan leader's residence. The shinobi present rushed to the impact site in search of clues about what had happened. To their astonishment, they discovered that the projectile was actually a person in a black cloak, who staggered out of the crater, clutching his stomach in pain from the force of the blow that had broken a couple of his ribs. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was even more surprised to find himself in Konoha. He mused that Tsunade's strength had been dethroned, likening the situation to one of Hulk's feats, though he dismissed the thought as ridiculous. Realizing he had left the other half of his objective in the desert, he lamented that he had no choice but to disappear into thin air. The Uchiha were left confused, wondering who had struck the masked man and, more importantly, how he had survived such an impact. In the desert of Suna, Naruto checked on Menma's condition. He was breathing, but the injuries and burns covering his body seemed too severe for his healing factor. The area was saturated with the Kyuubi's chakra, leading Naruto to understand that his brother's seal must have sustained tremendous damage, causing the beast to attempt an escape. Although Sakura was on her way, her mastery of sealing techniques was not sufficient to repair the seal. Suddenly, the masked figure appeared and kicked Naruto in the face, forcing him away from Menma. He told Naruto to focus on himself rather than his brother, assuring him that Menma would survive. The masked man then unleashed a barrage of fireballs from his mask, but Naruto, fueled by anger, charged through the flames, shattering them with his fists, much to the masked man's shock. Realizing that this Naruto was not normal, the masked figure decided he needed to step up his game. He gathered the sand in the air and formed it into a dozen spears, which he launched at Naruto. In response, Naruto unsheathed his bronze sword and unleashed a freezing gust that halted the projectiles and encased the masked man in ice. Demanding to know where Natsumi was, Naruto pressed for answers. The masked figure instructed Naruto to concentrate on his own situation and released himself from the icy prison. He then unleashed a bolt of electricity toward Naruto, who absorbed the attack without flinching, much to the masked man's surprise. The electricity coursed through Naruto, enveloping him in sparks. Feeling uneasy about the turn of events, the masked man decided to hurry toward Menma's location. However, Naruto showcased his speed and intercepted him before he could act. The two engaged in a fierce clash, with Naruto striking with his sword, only to have his attack blocked by the masked man's katana. The masked figure acknowledged Naruto's determination to protect his brother, while Naruto confirmed that he would not let him take Menma easily. The masked man then activated a technique that coated his weapon in a metallic red armor, and the two began an intense duel, each pushing their limits to overcome the other. While Naruto had the advantage in strength and speed, the masked man compensated with skill and evasion, deftly avoiding Naruto's strikes. Naruto was taken aback by the masked man's ability to fight at such a level with what seemed like a fragile weapon, recalling a similar experience he had during a battle with Kushala de Aura, who had also enhanced his resilience. The battle remained evenly matched until the masked man teleported away to evade the clash of their weapons. He acknowledged Naruto's strength but insisted he would not be stopped. Naruto called out for him to return and fight like a man, but the masked figure preferred his hit-and-run tactics. The masked man then conjured a brilliant sphere of chakra in his hands and unleashed a rapid succession of energy spheres toward Naruto. In response, Naruto defended himself by launching a series of ice stakes that detonated the spheres before they could hit him. The rest of Team 7, alerted by the explosion's light and sound, rushed toward the location where they believed Naruto and the others were, unaware that a brown-cloaked figure was following them closely. "Where is my sister?" Naruto asked, clashing swords with the masked figure. "It's not like they resembled each other much, but she is receiving special treatment from my clones," the masked figure replied, narrowly dodging a strike that nearly decapitated him. "I didn't mean that kind of treatment," he explained, realizing his words didn't sound right. Both then reinforced their swords with lightning chakra, putting forth their maximum effort to overpower each other, where the blonde had a clear advantage over the masked one. Just then, Asuma and his genin arrived, immediately alerting to the presence of injured Konoha ninjas. The Jounin grew more concerned upon seeing Menma covered in thick red chakra, despite being unconscious. "This is bad. Sakura, try to stabilize him," Sarutobi instructed. "We need to take him to Jiraiya immediately, or the Kyuubi might escape." The man then moved toward his student to assist him against his enemy when a figure rushed past him, pushing him aside as if he were nothing. The hooded figure arrived at the battle between Naruto and the masked opponent. "You two need to stop fighting already," the figure said, her voice distinctly feminine and eerily similar to someone present. "Not until I defeat him. Not until you tell me where my sister is," both fighters declared. "You had to be men," the hooded figure exclaimed with annoyance before charging at the combatants, drawing her own sword. With her weapon, she separated the swords of the masked figure and Naruto, astonishing both. Then, with great agility, she executed a spinning kick that struck the fighters in the face, sending them apart a good distance. Naruto was surprised by the strength of the newcomer. The masked figure was strong, but she was even stronger. The masked figure lost his anonymity as his mask shattered from the blow. He turned out to be a boy who appeared younger than everyone present. He had dark skin, short purple hair, and an expression of absolute annoyance. The hooded figure examined the appearance of the former masked boy before shifting her gaze to Naruto. "And who are you?" the boy asked. She nodded and then removed her cloak, causing Naruto and everyone present to widen their eyes in shock. She was a young woman of slender yet somewhat muscular build, wearing polished steel armor over her upper torso. Metal boots extended above her knees, followed by red stockings reaching her thighs, and finally, a red skirt completed her outfit. Similarly, red sleeves covered her arms from the forearms, as her armor extended to her elbows. What made the situation strange was her face. It was strikingly similar to Sakura's. She had the same pink hair, which, unlike her companions, was long and reached halfway down her back. Her jade eyes appeared serious and somewhat dull. In fact, both had a very similar chakra, though hers was much stronger. "My name is Sakura Balderdaughter. Now answer my question. Are you the son of Thor?" the girl asked Naruto. "Excuse me?" Naruto replied, captivated by the armored girl. "I've been quite clear. I asked if you are the son of Thor," she reiterated seriously. "I don't understand what you mean." "It's simple, golden curls," the former masked boy interjected. "The lady wants to know if you are the son of the god of thunder, strength, and eternal permanence. Under normal circumstances, I would say she's completely crazy, but given that you sent me flying to Konoha with a punch and that one of my sisters is in that state, I can't doubt her words." Rather than processing the information, Naruto's anger flared against the purple-haired boy, and in an instant, he had him by the collar, lifted into the air. "I warn you, tell me where my sister is." "I'll be back in a bit," the Sharingan user said as a whirlwind formed in his eyes. Then a similar whirlwind whisked Menma away, causing concern among the onlookers. "I'll return your siblings shortly. See you in Suna," the boy said, much to Naruto's annoyance. "You haven't answered my question," Balderdaughter said. "I don't know what you're talking about." "My father is Minato Namikaze," Naruto replied. "That seems very hard to believe. In my opinion, you are the one I'm looking for." "You must be mistaken," Naruto said while searching for traces of his siblings. "What kind of madness is this? How can you be the son of a god, and why do I see myself standing there in these strange clothes?" Sakura Haruno exclaimed, agitated. "You must be my counterpart from this world." I'm glad to see you're not the total weakling I expected, the other Sakura said. Thanks, I suppose. And what do we owe the presence of such a beautiful lady? Sasuke remarked, admiring the appearance of the stranger. She looked at him with skepticism and responded aggressively. Nothing that concerns you, Uchiha, she said, turning her attention back to Naruto. Please, I need you to listen. Let's return to Suna. First, I need to make sure my siblings are okay, then we can talk. All right. Before that, if it's not too much trouble, I could use a hand with all these men, Asuma said. I understand you're worried, Naruto, but this is also a serious matter. All right, the boy said, then performed the shadow clone technique. A while later, after treating the injured and detaining them for questioning, the Konoha ninjas returned to Suna. Asuma left the group to meet with the Hokage and assigned Sasuke and Sakura the task of informing him about everything concerning Uzumaki's situation. At first, Naruto didn't know where to go as he hadn't been told where to wait, but then he sensed chakra in a hotel room nearby, one different from where they were staying. Upon arriving at the location, the purple-haired boy was waiting for them, sitting on a chair in the room. Both Natsumi and Menma were resting on the beds, where the latter no longer bore the injuries inflicted earlier. Here they are. Not in perfect health, but safe. I think we're even now, the Sharingan user said. Why did you take them in the first place? Naruto asked as the others dispersed around the room and took their seats. Just a small act of charity toward the helpless creatures that resided within them. Excuse me? I took the liberty of removing the bijou from them. What? Naruto exclaimed, activating his sensor abilities and noticing how the enormous chakra he recognized from the twins had diminished significantly. How did you manage that? I understood that a Jinchuriki could die if their bijou is extracted. I had heard that too, but I also know that the Uzumaki have a greater chance of surviving the extraction. That's why I chose them for the test. And you risk their lives without a second thought? I doubt they would have agreed to participate in my little experiment. Experiment? You dared to use my brothers as test subjects? I didn't know they were your brothers. In fact, I currently have no idea who you are. The medieval Sakura revelation has me a bit disturbed. I should point out that my heritage is Asgardian, said the Balder daughter, casting an unfriendly glance at the purple-haired boy. The armor design is nothing Asgardian. It lacks leather, skin, and horns to be considered so. The girl fell silent, unable to defend herself. Do you two know each other? Naruto asked. No, they both replied seriously. Anyway, what do you gain by releasing the Kyuubi? Do you plan to unleash it during the Chunin exams? Why would I do that? My intention is for it to be free. If I had released it in the village, someone could have captured it, said the dark-haired boy. How do you expect me to believe you? Just listen to the beneficiary of my actions, the boy said, pointing to the ground and causing a vortex to appear in the air. The onlookers tensed at the warning from the purple-haired boy, preparing for whatever he had planned, but their faces showed confusion at what emerged. DMNU, Uchiha. This is not what we agreed upon, complained a small nine-tailed fox, about 30 centimeters tall. For starters, the Uchiha is unnecessary. I warned you that the unsealing process was not safe or tested. I fear your chakra has not stabilized properly and remains scattered in my dimension. I thought you knew a lot about Fuinjutsu. I said I know how to destroy them, but generally I don't get along well with Fuinjutsu, the boy defended himself. And you four are traitors. You should have warned me about this brat, said the fox, not taking its gaze off the young man. Don't blame us. We warned you several times that things tend to go wrong when this idiot gets involved, said a small creature that was a mix of an octopus and a purple bull, appearing on the purple-haired boy's shoulder, confusing many present. Everything is getting crazy, said a sand tanuki that appeared on the other shoulder, causing the Uchiha and Haruno to check if they were in a genjutsu. I thought we agreed they wouldn't appear in front of others, said the purple-haired boy. And miss out on the party? Can someone explain to me what the heck is going on? Naruto demanded, stomping his foot and shaking the hotel. Okay, I think you should know. Just don't wreck the place, said the fox. There's no need for me to introduce myself. I am the great Kyuubi. That part is a bit unnecessary, said the tanuki mockingly. The fox ignored the annoyance and continued its explanation. I have been trapped for the last few years in the bodies of those beasts you call brothers. Where you surely influenced their horrible personalities, pointed out Haruno. Not to mention, I must have had the worst imprisonment in history. That BS dirty Minato Namikaze made a total mess sealing me. If you're going to seal something in 2 parts, it has to be done all at once, not in several steps. What do you mean? Sasuke asked. His Hokage made a stupid division. My chakra was split into 2 parts and placed in the twins. My soul was meant to go with Naruto, but the Shinigami refused to do so. But I don't know for sure. The point is, seeing that the BSRD divided my soul and put me in the twins, without even having the decency to refine the seals properly. This led to my chakra being separated from my consciousness, which is why the twins had so much access to my power. Understood. It's clear that you are one of the most affected by this mess. How did you end up allying with the guy with the repulsive chakra? Naruto asked the purple-haired boy. I have low self-esteem, you know? The boy replied. A few hours ago, the idiot contacted me and told me about his plans. I was suspicious, but I really wanted to get away from those 2 arrogant ones. It disgusts me to think that I lived with them for so many years, said the QB. And before you ask, I can communicate with the Bijou, that's how I located them in the middle of the desert, said the purple-haired boy. It's hard to believe you released a creature considered a monster just out of a gesture of generosity, Sasuke remarked. To be honest, I was very bored and wanted a challenge. That much to attack several members of the Uchiha clan? Sasuke said, annoyed. Yes, but don't feel bad for them. They were bad people. Not to support him, but I don't think they had good intentions, considering how worried the sensei was about their presence, Haruno said. You will determine if they were good or not. The only thing I know is that those guys were called by Hayashi and Fugaku as support for the BSDRDS in a stupid attempt to kill some of those strange lizards. Excuse me, what kind of lizards are we talking about? The purple-haired boy asked. It's not something you need to worry about, Naruto replied. Now tell me, why did you make Natsumi disappear? 1. It was more convenient to work in my dimension. 2. It was to save her from your brother. Save her? He seemed to know how the Sharingan works, so without a second thought, he tried to kill her to elevate his power. That doesn't make sense. Even he wouldn't be capable of doing such a thing, Naruto said, then realizing the facts. He hadn't been wrong in thinking that Menma was one of the protagonists of his vision. The detail was that he was one of the victims, not the perpetrator of the attack as he had feared. He felt somewhat relieved to see that such a premonition hadn't escalated, but he was still uncomfortable with the idea that his brothers had been harmed. Who knows? The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan is very tempting. Then we must assume that you did kill a loved one. The space-time jutsu you use is Kamui, right? A technique that can only be used if one has the Mangekyo, said Sakura Balderdaughter. But he only shows the Sharingan, Sasuke commented. Sometimes my heart can be a piece of ice, but I haven't reached the point of killing what I love. I obtained my Dojutsu through other means that I prefer not to remember. As for how I use Kamui without the Mangekyo, well, I have mastered the technique greatly. I hate to say it, but even this guy doesn't have a soul as dark as Menma's, said the QB. It's almost comparable to Hayashi and his people. What do you mean? The blonde asked. Natsumi is not as mature as her brother and was not very involved in the customs of the Hyuga. That's why they placed a kind of cursed seal on her to keep her in check. A cursed seal? Are you referring to the seal they put on the Bak? But hers was designed to restrict her emotions. Those scoundrels. They will pay for this, Naruto exclaimed, growing increasingly furious. The members of Team 7 feared that Naruto might throw a tantrum that could destroy the city, but they were unprepared for the sudden noise that erupted outside. It was the dark-haired boy who approached a window to check the outside, then turned to the others with a look of astonishment. You might want to see this, he said. Sakura and Sasuke responded to the call and saw that the skies over Suno were covered with a thick layer of black clouds. What on earth is this? When we went out, there wasn't a cloud in the sky. Sakura exclaimed. Didn't you notice them? Their presence is the responsibility of Thorson, the other Sakura explained, glancing at Naruto. It's no surprise that the storms reflect the anger he feels right now. I'm very grateful to be resistant to electricity. The dark-haired boy thought about what might have happened if his battle with Naruto had escalated further. Your calmness in taking all this information is unsettling. It doesn't sit well with me, he said. Yes, that's what people usually say about me, he replied. Sorry, I don't mean to be intrusive, but I think you should share your story as soon as possible, Sasuke said to the armored girl. They made quite a commotion in the desert, and the shinobi of Suna must be investigating. Not to mention that someone could detect the QB. Don't worry about that. My chakra isn't concentrated as it should be, and it's unlikely anyone will notice me, the fox said. Still, I fear that Uchiha is right. I'll be direct with you, Naruto. I am the daughter of the god Balder Odinson, and I have been searching for you, the son of Thor, to help me reach the dimension to which I belong. I think I need you to explain that better. First, tell me how you look so much like Sakura, Naruto replied. All right. I came from another dimension. An alternate world that differs from this one only by small details. Are you serious? Sakura expressed. How is it possible that other worlds exist? Just as there is a world of the living and one of the dead, there are countless realities separated from one another, the dark-haired boy interjected. What Balderdaughter says is true. I can vouch for that. Thank you, the armored girl said with a hint of sharpness. It's true that each world is separate, but there are ways to cross the barriers. I don't know how, but our parents, Thor and Balder, discovered these shinobi worlds, and well, they had us. That creates a significant inconsistency, Sakura interrupted again. I'm quite sure my parents are Kizashi Haruno and Mabuki Haruno. You couldn't be me. The answer is quite simple, the dark-haired boy said. In fact, she has a point. How is it that with different parents, we still share the names Sakura and Naruto? It doesn't make sense. It's illogical, he began to mumble, causing everyone to lose interest in his words. Let's skip that whole matter, Naruto said. For him, things became clearer with every word. His visions not only covered the future, they could also reach other worlds. That explained why his techniques were so different from ninjutsu. Tell me, how did you arrive in this world? An old woman helped me get here. She didn't give me many clues about her identity, but she had eyes similar to yours. That can't be a coincidence, the dark-haired boy remarked. I believe it, the QB added. However, it seems strange that, then the fox was silenced by a mass of sand. Be quiet, the tanuki said in a loud voice. It goes without saying that the fox was quite annoyed by the action. Those pets are very curious. What are they? Sakura asked. Pets? The mentioned creatures exclaimed, highly offended. They're not pets. They are bijou, like the grumpy one here, the dark-haired boy explained. Wait a moment. You're telling me you're the Jinchuriki of 2 bijou? The armored girl said. Actually, I have 4, Naruto replied. Jinchuriki isn't the right term. They're fragments of my chakra that took on the personalities of the originals. Then I have to assume that you're also from another world. That is completely true. While that raises my suspicions, I must say it's timely, Balderdaughter said. The reason for my presence is that I need Thor's help to reach Asgard. My home. I find it hard to believe there's an Asgard in this world. Certainly, in this dimension, the 9 realms do not exist, but the old woman told me that the best way to reach them was with the help of Thor's son. He supposedly has the ability to traverse other worlds. But if that's the case, I'm glad I came here. I'd also like a hand to reach a particular destination. You and I need to discuss some matters, liar, the girl said threateningly. I admit I'm not very honest, but everything I've said is the truth. I know what I'm saying. Resolve your differences later, Naruto said, looking at the pair. I'm afraid I don't have that ability. I can observe other realities, but my powers don't extend beyond that. Another matter I'd like you to answer is why the one who claims to be my father abandoned me and my mother. Just because he's a god doesn't give him the right to do whatever he wants. In fact, that's exactly what they tend to do, the dark-haired boy said sarcastically. The Asgardians are very respectful of their partners, Balderdaughter clarified. My father Balder took care of me until I was 10 and was always loyal to my mother's memory. Well, if your entire story is true, Thor abandoned my mother long before I was born. She has always told me that Minato Namikaze is my father, Naruto said. Don't doubt the god of thunder. My father didn't abandon me willingly. He held his younger brother responsible for his journey to my original world. So Thor is Baldur's younger brother? I'm referring to another one of his brothers. One who shouldn't even be worthy of such a title. I'm talking about the god of lies, Loki. That sounds like something he would do. I've heard that he once transformed Thor into a frog. That brings me to my next question. What is your name, stranger? Night Thunder. Excuse me? I have to protect my secret identity, miss. What do you think the mask you broke was for? But you're showing your face, Sasuke pointed out, highlighting that mistake. Those details that say a lot about your identity. Your eyes tell me you're an Uchiha, a clan whose infamy could easily attract someone I have in mind. What are you insinuating? What do you know about your parents? Are they the people you think they are? The expression on the dark-haired boy's face shifted from surprise to concern. The octopus-like figure commented that this was definitely unexpected. The girl in armor clarified that they were talking about the Loki who is the son of the ice giants and was taken in by Odin, the All-Father. He was the trickster who had deceived and attacked his home on countless occasions. The dark-haired boy interrupted, stating that there was no need for theatrics. He just wanted to know if that individual had the ability to transform. The girl emphasized that it was his greatest trait, capable of changing from a simple fly to the worst of beasts. He warned her not to speak too loudly, mentioning that she wouldn't want to know what that individual had transformed into while dealing with his mother. He stood up, declaring that he needed to leave, as he had much to think about and might require professional help to process everything. With that, Night Thunder vanished into thin air. Finally, the girl sighed, relieved to be rid of him. Naruto then asked if she had lied to him. She clarified that her father had warned her about the possibility of other Asgardians facing a similar fate. Given that she had been informed of Naruto's existence, she had to assume she would encounter that trickster. Naruto expressed uncertainty about what she expected from him, but acknowledged that at least something useful had come from the situation. He noted that if his brothers were no longer Jinchuriki, they wouldn't be seen as weapons by the council. The Kyuubi, still present, agreed that it was likely. The dark-haired boy then asked what would happen to the Kyuubi. He acknowledged that it was a good question, as he needed to regain his chakra and couldn't simply walk out the door. Suddenly, the dark-haired boy reappeared in the room, apologizing for forgetting something before disappearing again, taking the fox with him. The girl then mused that she might have been mistaken about her assumptions, stating that the boy seemed too foolish to be Loki's son. She decided it was best to leave, realizing she had given them too much information to process and that Naruto might need to speak with his mother. He agreed that it was for the best. The girl approached the window and, before vanishing completely, exited through it. Sasuke expressed surprise at her act, while Naruto speculated that she must possess her own set of skills. Sakura noted that being the son of a god raised many questions. She had suspected there was a special reason for his differences, though she hadn't imagined it was on that level. Sasuke questioned whether they believed everything they had been told, pointing out that they hadn't even mentioned gods they were familiar with, like Shinigami or Kami-sama. Naruto explained that many cultures on the continent worship different deities. He couldn't say if all were real, but recent events had forced them to broaden their perception of reality. Sasuke asked if he thought this matter was connected to the monsters they had fought. Naruto dismissed that idea, stating that those beings would have referred to them by the unusual names of Azura and Indra. Sasuke agreed, and they pondered the implications of their situation. Sakura remarked that it was impossible not to be confused, but it explained why Naruto was so strong and always willing to help others. He wished to think it was part of his personality, asserting that they shouldn't let their parents dictate who they were. He used Sasuke as an example, suggesting that if he had followed the Uchiha model, he would have been someone completely despicable. Sasuke remarked that it didn't sound like a compliment. Changing the subject, he mentioned that they had heard Naruto was the son of the god of thunder and strength. They had seen his strength, but aside from his mastery of lightning techniques, they hadn't witnessed a true demonstration of his control over thunder. Naruto explained that his mother had always seemed stressed when he used that element, and after witnessing someone else wielding lightning, he understood her concern. He closed his eyes to concentrate, not intending to gather chakra and imbue it with lightning properties as he usually did. Instead, he aimed to feel the electricity in the air and attempt to control it. A sudden thunderclap that struck the village served as proof to the young ones that Naruto indeed had control over thunder, as the village's electrical power flickered for a moment. Naruto expressed his surprise and exhilaration at the experience. Sakura asked what he meant by exhilarating. He found it difficult to explain, likening it to a necessity to use his powers. Sasuke cautioned him not to reach the point of those who claimed they needed to kill to live, suggesting that Naruto's experience was tolerable. Naruto assured him he would never reach that point. Shortly after, Team 7 left the establishment and headed to their hotel, carrying the unconscious twins. On their way, they encountered a distressed girl with dark hair alongside Yamato. She informed them of a serious problem. Menma and Natsumi had disappeared. Setsuna fell silent upon seeing the twins behind Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto reassured her that they shouldn't worry about the twins. Their priority was to find Hayashi and Fugaku, as they had questions to answer. Later, Hiruzen cursed under his breath that night. He had thought his main concern was the meeting with his former student, now the Otokage and the father of what could have been one of Konoha's best kunoichi. However, he now faced a more pressing issue. The Suna had lodged a complaint regarding a supposed intrusion by Konoha shinobi into their village. Hiruzen was unaware of any such incident, as all the Jounin were with him in case the meeting with Orochimaru turned violent. He was displeased to learn from Asuma that the intruders were members of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. The council members attempted to deny any responsibility, but they paled when they received news that the twins had been stripped of the Kyubi. Hiruzen didn't stress too much, as he had been considering the idea of extracting the bijou himself. However, he couldn't celebrate, as it was highly detrimental for that to happen in enemy territory. Any censor ninja in Suna could realize that Konoha had lost its greatest asset. The truth was that Hayashi and Fugaku were attempting to tarnish Naruto's reputation, accusing him of treachery for colluding with the enemy to extract the Kyubi. The Uchiha leader insisted that the only explanation was that the demon must have made deals with another village to stage a coup. Hiruzen acknowledged that it was a possibility, but he questioned where the Uchiha's men fit into the situation. The third Hokage expressed his confusion regarding the presence of certain individuals, questioning why he had not received a logical explanation. Fugaku hesitated as he explained that they were part of his bodyguards. The Hokage pressed him about whether he had sought permission for this arrangement, to which Fugaku replied that they did not need it. The Hokage insisted that they did, emphasizing that while Fugaku was the leader of his clan, his men were still ninjas of Konoha and owed their loyalty to him. Hayashi, responding with aggression, acknowledged that they may have bypassed a rule but insisted it did not change the facts. The Hokage found it interesting that Hayashi mentioned this, as he had heard rumors of a cursed seal placed on Natsumi Namikaze, which was beyond the parameters for her adoption. Fugaku vehemently denied the accusations, claiming they were lies. Suddenly, Kushina entered the room, her hair flowing in 9 strands, creating a demonic aura that intimidated everyone present, including Team 7, the Hokage, the council, and Tsunade. She had come to see the exams, having left Konoha that morning. The Hokage was taken aback, noting that it took at least 3 days to reach Suna from Konoha. Kushina explained that she had rushed upon sensing her children were in danger and demanded to know what had been done to Natsumi. Fugaku continued to deny any wrongdoing, but Kushina made it clear that she was tired of the lies. She declared that the falsehood about her child possessing the soul of the Kyubi would end at that moment and demanded to know what had been done to her daughter. Fugaku insisted they had no proof of any wrongdoing, but Kushina summoned chains of chakra from the ceiling, binding both the Uchiha and the Hyuga. She presented them with 2 options, to speak or face the consequences. Hayashi protested, claiming they were part of the council and above her, but Kushina reminded him that she could make her chains thorny. Naruto, feeling overwhelmed, decided to leave the room, followed by Sasuke and Sakura, who also chose to exit to avoid further trauma. Tsunade announced her intention to leave as well, But Kushina insisted that everyone present would witness what would happen if there were any more unjust complaints against Naruto Uzumaki. The next morning, Team 7 waited in the stadium for the next stage of the exam. Despite the previous night's events, Konoha was allowed to compete, which was ideal for Hiruzen, who needed his village to demonstrate strength beyond the QB and erase certain troubling images from his mind. The Konoha Council had been completely dissolved upon discovering their plans for a coup against the Hokage. They intended to use Natsumi to assassinate him, with Fugaku poised to take his place as Hokage, supported by Menma. It was revealed that Fugaku also planned to eliminate his 2 biological children to enhance the power of the former Jinchuriki. Although it seemed Menma was involved, Kushina defended him, blaming Fugaku for his behavior. The Hokage decided that the truth would be determined once the twins awakened. The extraction of the bijou had left the twins nearly in a coma due to severe disruption of their chakra systems. Tsunade assured Kushina that they were not in danger, explaining that the extraction process had not been violent this time, unlike when it had been done to her. Naruto chose not to discuss his father with Kushina, wanting to spare her further worry. She was excited about the possibility of guiding the twins onto a better path and did not want to ruin the moment. As he waited for the Kazekage to give instructions for the test, he suddenly felt a strong force pulling him by the shoulder. In an instant, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar place, almost entirely dark, with the ground made up of countless square rock pillars stretching into the horizon. A voice behind him interrupted his thoughts, apologizing for the abrupt invitation and expressing a desire to speak privately. It was Night Thunder, and Naruto recognized him, asking what he wanted. Night Thunder explained that he was curious about Naruto's unique eyes, suggesting that they were not simply a result of being the son of a god. He had seen similar eyes before, which had only brought trouble. When Naruto inquired about this, Night Thunder implied that he knew how Naruto had acquired his ice sword, guessing that he had faced a beast with power beyond comprehension. Naruto confirmed this, revealing that it had happened in the Forest of Death. Night Thunder expressed concern about the implications of such an encounter occurring in this world and indicated that he had much to share with Naruto, as the fate of the continent might depend on it. As the third phase of the exam was about to begin, the first participants gathered in the combat area. The format would consist of group battles among each genin team, with the same rules as before, incapacitating opponents or forcing them to surrender. Team 7 from Konoha was set to face Team 2 from Oto, consisting of Dosu, Zaku, and their third member, Kin, who appeared confident against Naruto and his teammates. Kin wore metallic gauntlets equipped with small tubes, which Naruto suspected had a specific purpose based on his visions. Zaku suggested they either play first or crush their opponents immediately, opting for the latter, as the Otokage had requested a strong demonstration of power. Dosu instructed his team that none should be left standing. Kin expressed her belief that they would regret sending those young ones against them. Naruto urged his teammates to stay behind him and maintain a strong defense. Sasuke cautioned Naruto not to get too confident from what others had said. Naruto, with a confident smile, mentioned that he wanted to test some new techniques against the opponents who relied heavily on metal. Unbeknownst to Team 7, Dosu was listening from the other side of the field, his trained ears picking up their conversation. He felt irritated that the blonde was underestimating them. At the examiner's signal, the Oto team readied themselves, while Sakura and Sasuke positioned themselves near the walls of the arena, behind Naruto. Dosu ordered Kin to stop being insolent. Kin complied and readied the devices she held, aiming them at Naruto. These devices were essentially nail guns, developed in Oto to launch projectiles with greater power and speed than an average shinobi's arm could manage. Originally intended to fire kunai or shuriken, the prototypes had faced challenges, leading to the use of sharpened metal rods instead. The projectiles were powered by a mechanism activated by Raitun chakra, capable of piercing through trees and rocks effortlessly, making them nearly impossible to evade due to their incredible speed. Kin unleashed a furious barrage of nails toward Naruto. Spectators struggled to believe the speed of the projectiles, but soon began to question the effectiveness of Kin's weapon. To their astonishment, Naruto seemed unharmed, feeling only a tickling sensation as the nails bounced off his skin. The Oto shinobi were left in shock, knowing that even a block of iron would yield to such a barrage. Kin, determined to ensure her weapon was functioning correctly, fired off her entire magazine. Sakura wondered aloud how Naruto could withstand such an attack, while Sasuke speculated that he must be made of something stronger than steel. Night Thunder, seated nearby, explained that Naruto's body was denser than that of an average human, possessing the muscle strength of several people in just one arm. Sakura found this hard to believe, but Sasuke reminded her of a previous mission where Naruto had nearly fallen from a collapsing bridge, suggesting that carrying him was quite a challenge. Sakura inquired about Naruto's strength, and Night Thunder estimated it to be between 70 and 80 tons, with the potential to reach 100 tons if Naruto was pushed or angered. The idea of such immense strength was shocking to Sakura. Night Thunder clarified that techniques like the 100-strength seal could achieve such power for brief moments. When Sasuke questioned how the nails had not harmed Naruto, Night Thunder explained that the level of Raitun chakra Kin was using was insufficient to injure someone like Naruto. Meanwhile, Zaku decided to abandon his position to launch an offensive, eager to avoid being reprimanded for poor performance. Dosu warned him to adjust their strategy, having overheard Team 7's conversation. Zaku dismissed the concern, believing Naruto must be using some trick to deceive them. He moved alongside Naruto and unleashed a powerful wind attack, combining sonic waves with Futon chakra. Naruto dodged to the side and charged at Zaku, delivering a clean punch. Zaku utilized the mechanisms in his legs to move swiftly, combining them with his arms' capabilities for enhanced agility. He leaped and propelled himself toward Naruto, aiming a powerful kick at his head, putting enough force behind it to potentially take down his opponent. In different circumstances, he might have achieved his goal, but at that moment he only succeeded in completely fracturing the bones in his right leg. Even with the protective armor he wore, his attack on Naruto was akin to colliding with a metal pole at 100 km per hour. Naruto felt a pang of sympathy as he watched the shinobi fall in front of him, crying out in pain from his broken limb. Dosu was in complete shock, realizing that their strategies had been rendered useless without their opponent even breaking a sweat. He shook off the mental blow and, instead of doing the sensible thing and surrendering, prepared to activate his LTRS-ND drill against Naruto, eager to inflict damage. This time, his calculations were correct, and Naruto had to cover his ears to shield himself from the shrill sound produced by the weapon. Sasuke and Sakura were also affected by the sonic attack, though not as severely as the purple-haired shinobi nearby. Sasuke expressed his disbelief at the attack, while the annoyed Dosu explained that it was ultrasonic waves, particularly effective against those with sensitive senses. Dosu taunted Naruto, claiming he was not as resilient as he thought. However, his triumph was short-lived, as Naruto quickly regained his composure and performed a shundo to close the distance to the bandaged. Without a word, Naruto seized the arm holding the sonic weapon and crushed it beyond repair. He then delivered a swift jab to Dosu's stomach, sending him crashing into a wall. Though his armor mitigated the impact, Dosu still suffered considerable damage from the unexpected blow. Kin, assisting her partner to recover, expressed her frustration, while Dosu insisted they could not give up and had no choice but to use their secret weapon. Kin protested, worried they might be caught in the blast radius, but Dosu insisted they could not afford to fail. He aimed his other arm at Naruto, and sparks flew from the joint of his forearm before he launched himself like a rocket toward the blonde. Naruto realized this was an attack he could not dodge or withstand without endangering those around him. He decided to use one of the abilities he had learned about, Night Thunder. He activated Shinra Tensei, surrounding himself with a dome of blue sparks. Both Zaku and the projectile were pulled toward Naruto by a force before being violently repelled in different directions. The Oto ninja collided with his teammates, while the rocket shot into the sky. Seconds later, a tremendous explosion lit up the stadium, leaving many spectators anxious about what could have happened had it occurred on the battlefield. The projectile was intended for large, open areas, not confined spaces like a stadium. Naruto chastised the Oto ninjas, who were left stunned by his display of power. Dosu questioned what Naruto was, bewildered by the revelation of his abilities. Naruto, unfazed, began to gather a small blue sphere between his hands and launched it at his opponents, declaring Chibaku Tensei. The sphere advanced, emitting electric rays that caused Dosu to feel an unusual pull. Kin and Zaka tried in vain to escape the attack, but the attraction was too strong to resist. With a flick of his wrist, Naruto made the sphere rise and draw the shinobi with it, ultimately sending the technique out of the stadium and forcing the ninjas to abandon the fight involuntarily. Sakura expressed her mixed feelings about the situation, while Sasuke noted that it hurt more given the circumstances. They both pondered how Naruto had gained such power, with Night Thunder commenting on the mystery surrounding it. Once the outcome of the match was decided, Team 7 moved to the stands to watch the next battle. However, the previous match had shifted focus, as all the villages, except for Konoha, were now fixated on the kid, who had effortlessly defeated the Odo team, one of the favorites to succeed. The techniques he used were evidence of the Kekkei Genkai he possessed, leaving everyone curious about the full extent of his abilities. Sakura complimented Naruto on his strength when he reached a seat in the stands, to which he modestly replied that it was nothing and that others like him were equally strong. Noticing Sakura's silence, he asked if something was wrong, but she dismissed it, insisting she was fine. They then turned their attention to the match between Oto and IWA. Kuratsuchi initiated the battle without hesitation, using Yoton, lava rocks to attack Kazumi and her teammates with fiery meteors. Kazumi countered with Suiton, water horn, collapsing the projectiles before they could reach her. Realizing they needed to retaliate fiercely, Tayuya activated her cursed seal, which covered her body in a grid-like pattern, exponentially increasing her strength and speed. She charged at Akatsuchi, delivering a powerful kick, but he was prepared and substituted himself with a mud clone, allowing him to trap her. Another member of Oto, a boy named Kidamaru, possessed 2 extra pairs of arms, which he used to manipulate a bow that shot golden arrows. While the projectiles were robust, they were no match for Deidara's explosive constructs, which seemed to have a life of their own. Kazumi ignored her team's struggles and focused on the IWA Jinchuriki, knowing that defeating her would give her team a better chance of victory. Without hesitation, Kazumi launched a chakra-infused punch at Kuratsuchi, who responded with a powerful strike of her own. The attacks shook the sand as none of the girls backed down. Naruto observed the strength of both Kunoichi and thought it would be interesting to fight against either of them. Sakura Haruno questioned if he was seriously considering taking them on, to which he responded with confusion about why he wouldn't. The other Kunoichi agreed, stating that just because they were women didn't mean they didn't deserve a worthy fight. Despite Sakura's concerns, the battle in the arena intensified until a sudden tremor shook the ground. This was not a typical quake caused by a strong blow. It originated deep within the earth, at a point undetectable to anyone. The ground violently shook, and out of nowhere emerged a creature towering 4 meters high and 6 meters long. It was a black-winged reptile, visibly enraged and exhaling with such force that it seemed to spew smoke. Its hammer-like tail and sharp horns were its most formidable weapons, yet no one anticipated the beast's action, prompting them to flee the stadium. Sasuke exclaimed in disbelief at the sight of another dragon, but the purple-haired ninja corrected him, stating it was a flying wyvern, specifically a black Diablos. Sasuke was taken aback to learn it was female, prompting a serious remark from his friend about its realistic representation of a woman during her time of the month. Sasuke understood the reference all too well, as the long screech of the black Diablos nearly left him deaf, reminiscent of his arguments with his sister. The Raikage, dismissed the dragon's reputation, claiming he had seen scarier things in his backyard. Killer Bee asked if he planned to fight the creature, and I confidently declared that he would show the other Kage how to handle problems, enveloping himself in a dense layer of Raitun chakra, the famed Raitun no Yoroi developed by the 3rd Raikage. As the genin were ordered to evacuate the arena by the examiner, I entered to confront the horned creature. With a proud shout, he charged at the beast with an elbow strike, but his attack was unexpectedly intercepted by another Diablos that appeared out of nowhere to protect its companion. This new Diablos was different. It was sandy-colored and surrounded by a menacing purple aura. Night Thunder observed the beast with concern, noting that it was the first time he had seen a monster develop the cholera virus. Sakura interjected, stating they had encountered a dragon with similar characteristics before. Naruto was eager to see the power of a Kage-like eye, but he felt somewhat disappointed. While the Raikage possessed a deadly nintaijutsu, the Raitun no Yoroi, it was ineffective against the tough hide of the Diablos, which remained unfazed by his punch. The Black Diablos charged at Ai, who narrowly dodged the attack as the wyvern buried itself in the sand, disappearing from sight. Moments later, the creature erupted violently from beneath Ai, who managed to sidestep just in time. He declared that they underestimated him, proclaiming himself the Yondaime Raikage. The three contenders seemed evenly matched, making it surprising when a sphere of purple energy suddenly fell upon Ai, engulfing him in a dark purple explosion. He called out in worry for his brother, and as the smoke cleared, the remaining ninjas in the stadium saw the Raikage unconscious on the ground. A third creature descended into the arena, smaller than the Diablos but no less intimidating. It was a quadrupedal dragon, purple bordering on black, shrouded in a similar mist. Night Thunder identified it as a Gore Magala, the bearer of the cholera virus, and he appeared visibly upset after hearing about Team 7's encounter with the Kushala Daor. Sakura asked if he had any responsibility for this, to which he replied that he had years of experience facing monsters like them, but these seemed much stronger. Naruto insisted they needed to finish the creatures before they caused chaos in the village. Night Thunder suggested they focus on the Diablos while Sasuke could handle the Gore Magala, as it was weak to fire. Sasuke expressed his frustration, stating he couldn't do that. When Naruto questioned how an Uchiha could struggle with fire techniques, Sasuke insisted it wasn't the time to discuss it and suggested Naruto face the creature himself. As the scene unfolded, the Kage and shinobi who remained in the stadium watched with anticipation. Despite the danger, they were determined to witness the creatures in action. Kuratsuchi protested about being sidelined, but Inoki explained that it was a matter for Suna and that it was wiser to observe the enemy's abilities without revealing their own. Samui asked if they should assist the Raikage, but Killer Bee cautioned against making a reckless move. Kazumi turned to Orochimaru for guidance, and he simply stated they should observe. A Jounin from Suna sought Raza's orders to attack, but Raza advised against any movement for now, reminding them of what had happened to the Raikage and the need to ensure those creatures didn't escape the stadium. As the tension mounted, everyone wondered what Naruto had planned next. It was not the time to play, Hiruzen thought. Asuma, feeling puzzled, mentioned that he had not been fully briefed about the incident from the previous night. The Black Diablos growled at the other two, questioning where the newcomer had come from. The Gore Magala responded, noting that the boy had a scent reminiscent of Indra, though it was somewhat foul. The Diablos insisted they should defeat the boy to focus on battling Azura, and his companion agreed, suggesting they crush the newcomer. The boy, feeling stressed, acknowledged that his psychosis had worsened over the years. The first to attack was the Black Diablos, charging at him, but he teleported into the air. He expressed his disdain for sand battles, vowing to end it quickly. Gathering a swirling mass of snow in his hand, he compacted it into a crystalline form and unleashed a freezing attack, launching a star of ice at the creature below. The Black Diablos was instantly frozen, collapsing into a mound of snow with a black orb atop it. The attack sent a chilling gust throughout the arena, causing many to shiver, except for Naruto, Sakura, and the Mizukage, who remained unfazed. Mei exclaimed her disbelief, questioning how the boy could wield such a Kekii Genkai. Instead of being surprised, Naruto focused on studying the changes in the boy's chakra. The Diablos, enraged, demanded to know how he dared to act so casually. The creature then burrowed into the ground, disappearing from sight. The boy realized he would need more than that to succeed. Suddenly, he had to evade the Gore Magala's breath attacks, which were unleashed in rapid succession. Night Thunder retaliated with a fire technique, exhaling a barrage of fiery spheres. The explosive blasts from the Gore Magala created a cloud of smoke, obscuring visibility and putting the boy at a disadvantage. He narrowly avoided a surprise leap attack from the Diablos, who emerged from the ground. As he used a technique to evade the creature's charge, Naruto shouted at him to stop fighting so cowardly, irritated by opponents who employed hit-and-run tactics. The boy retorted, questioning if Naruto wanted him to end up skewered on the creature's horns. To the spectators' astonishment, the Diablos suddenly collapsed to the ground. Sasuke, confused, wondered why it had fallen without being struck. Naruto noted that it was experiencing the same phenomenon as the Kushala, observing as the creature became enveloped in purple mist. Following an explosion of mist, the Diablos rose, now radiating a purple hue. The boy realized he should have ended the battle much sooner as the creature charged with renewed ferocity. He unleashed a rapid succession of ice projectiles, but they bounced off the Diablo's skin without halting its advance. The creature delivered a powerful blow, sending the boy crashing against a wall of the arena. The impact shook the ground, showcasing the creature's strength as it repeatedly slammed its prey against the rock. Sakura expressed her concern, doubting the boy could withstand such punishment, but Naruto remained optimistic. A sudden and forceful strike to one of the Diablo's horns forced it to retreat, the boy having drawn his katana for a counterattack that allowed him to escape his predicament. The creature acknowledged the boy's growth, and he replied that it had taken years, but he had indeed succeeded. The Diablos attempted to headbutt him, but the boy blocked it with his katana. The beast then swung its tail, which was also deflected, though the force pushed Night Thunder back. Seizing the opportunity, the Diablos charged again, seemingly vulnerable. The boy declared he would finish the fight, vanishing to deliver a flurry of electric-infused cuts to the creature. The Diablo's purple covering dissipated, and it fell to the ground, lamenting its defeat as it returned to its original sandy color. The boy noted that the creature's apex state was vulnerable to his technique and prepared to finish it off with another freezing attack. The remaining monster warned him not to meddle in affairs that did not concern him, to which the boy replied that it was not his fight, but he enjoyed the challenge. The Gore Magala then took flight, emitting a chilling roar that felt less like a threat and more like a call. Naruto sensed something was off as Sasuke and Sakura were enveloped in the same purple aura. He called out to them, but they did not respond, suddenly charging into the arena with their weapons drawn. The Raikage also rose, shrouded in the same mist, displaying an emotionless demeanor and exuding the same pressure as the Diablos. Naruto, alarmed, realized the situation was worsening as Menma and Natsumi appeared, sharing the same eerie characteristics. Menma requested Naruto's help, and without hesitation he rushed into the arena to address the chaos that had erupted. "Unless you have advanced healing abilities, I want everyone out of here right now." Night Thunder commanded, engaged in a sword fight with Killer Bee and Samui, both affected by the same rage-inducing virus used by the Gore Magala to control a dangerous number of ninjas. The duo had entered the arena to check on their leader and had fallen victim to the Black Dragon's breath attack, becoming zombies themselves. The others present quickly complied with the boy's order, eager to avoid witnessing more Kage under the creature's control. "What is all of this?" Naruto held back the Raikage and Menma, who were the most dangerous of the controlled shinobi. "How dare you call me that? I won't call you Night Thunder." "It sounds completely ridiculous," the blonde questioned. Growling, the dark-haired one exclaimed while dodging the sword dance executed by the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi. "Honestly, I don't know what's happening. The Gore Magala produces a substance called cholera virus that makes other monsters very aggressive and somewhat stronger. It's supposed to only weaken the human immune system, but it seems our opponent can do more with it. We don't care what it is. Just tell us how to stop it." Sakura Balderdaughter shouted as she focused on Sasuke, Sakura, and Natsumi. The boy in the group had enough coordination to shoot his ice arrows at the armored girl, who used her sword to deflect the projectiles. Immediately, the Byakugan user performed a Kaiten to unbalance the pink-haired girl, allowing the other Sakura to land a frozen punch. Balderdaughter managed to escape thanks to an intense glow of light that burst from her sword, allowing her to retreat. "Earth style. Collision of pillars," the girl declared, stomping the ground, causing 3 columns of earth to rise beneath her opponents. Haruno and Natsumi were struck, but Sasuke managed to predict the attack and used the column to propel himself into the air. There, he fired his projectiles at Balderdaughter, who shielded herself with her arm. "Speak now, Lock Eisen." I could easily defeat these people, but I wouldn't want to hurt them unnecessarily, the armored girl stated. I still don't agree with your theory, so I'd prefer you not to call me that, the dark-haired boy replied with a sigh. As I said, I have no idea how to get them out of this state. Usually, you just kill the host, but I don't think you want that to be the case. Evidently, Naruto said. Why don't we just defeat that dragon and be done with it? Somehow, he must be controlling them, so that might work. Then we've just been wasting time, Naruto said as he summoned his sword and launched a wave of ice ball at Ai and Menma. To his surprise, both opponents dodged his projectiles and managed to strike him. Namikaze hit him with a Rasengan, while the Raikage landed a punch coated in Raiten. Naruto could withstand the chakra surge from the Rasengan, but Ice Blow was enough to send him flying. That hurt, but how? The blonde exclaimed. When Night Thunder saw his opponents coating their weapons with a black metallic sheen, he understood the answer. The virus is giving them the ability to use Haki. Haki? Sakura and Naruto asked. It's a skill based on the user's willpower. Generally, it allows the user to strengthen their physical techniques and sense the presence of other living beings. Sounds cool, the blonde remarked. It's a pain to learn, but it's worth it. So you're telling us they can hurt us? Balderdaughter questioned. I'm afraid they can bypass our defenses. Fortunately for the young ones, they didn't have to find out. Menma and Natsumi were being watched over by someone, and she didn't stay still when she saw the young ones leave the room as if they were sleepwalking. Secret technique, diamond chain trap, Kushina declared as she summoned prisons made of chains, which ensnared all the zombified ninjas. Gukoma. We needed to stop them, Naruto said to the redhead. I appreciate your words, but if it's not too much trouble, can you explain to me what on earth is going on? The woman asked, agitated. Your siblings started acting very strangely, and they shouldn't be subjected to the stress of a battle yet. It's a long story. I need explanations. Then the redhead noticed with confusion that she was holding her son's companions, while one was also beside him. Why are there two Sakuras? It's complicated. When the Raikage and Killer Bee freed themselves from their bindings, the woman realized it wasn't the time to talk. However, she wasn't attacked by the pair, as a couple of skeletal black hands ensnared the Kumo ninjas once more. The Susanoo will hold these two, but I can't do it for long without hurting them, the dark-haired boy said. I'll try something. Keep us covered, the armored girl instructed. All right, Naruto agreed, then turned to face the Gore Magala still flying over the field. A barrage of virus spheres greeted the blonde as he approached the dark dragon. When he was just a few meters away, the Gore exhaled its virulent breath, which the boy dodged by performing a twisting jump over the creature. I'm sorry, Sasuke, but I wanted to learn this technique. Fire style. Fire Dragon, Uzumaki declared as he unleashed a powerful fiery projectile at the Gore. The mist surrounding the beast was highly flammable, making it extremely weak to fire. Like a flaming comet, the Gore Magala fell to the ground, lamenting its burns. It's nothing personal, but you can't use my companions and brothers as puppets, Naruto stated. Excuse me if my tactic offended you, but my task is precisely to prevent you from always relying on your allies. What? That's your flaw, Azura, the Gore said as it regained its composure. And my mission is to incite you to fight with your own power, the beast declared as it began to glow. Is this a joke? Night Thunder thought as he watched the scene unfold. The Gore Magala then enveloped itself in a radiance that blinded everyone. When they regained their sight, they saw that the beast had grown in size and taken on a coloration of white and gold. Its wings were fully spread, and a pair of horns adorned its head. What just happened to that dragon? Kushina asked. We can say it evolved. Now it's a Shaguru Magala, an ancient dragon, the dark-haired boy replied. What does that mean? Then the sky darkened, and the sand began to be covered with spots of purple light. That means it can do things like this. Let's get out of here, the boy said, transporting everyone except Naruto and the Shaguru to his dimension. You've become stronger, but that doesn't change anything. Fire style. Fire Dragon, the boy said, exhaling fiery blasts at his opponent. The Shaguru Magala responded by stomping the ground, raising spikes of rock in front of itself, allowing it to shield against Naruto's jutsu. Naruto charged toward his opponent, the Shaguru Megala. Although the boy managed to evade the initial attack, he was caught off guard by one of the dragon's explosive traps, which resulted in a powerful blast. Naruto acknowledged the challenge, realizing he would need more than that to secure victory. He summoned a new weapon, a warhammer crafted from bone, essentially a massive ivory spike attached to a metal-wrapped handle, standing about a meter tall. This weapon, obtained through the Otabataresu orb, was incredibly heavy, weighing approximately half a ton. The Shaguru Megala remained undeterred and unleashed a series of explosions aimed at Naruto. In response, Naruto employed a similar tactic to defend himself, swinging his hammer to create a protective wall of sand that shielded him from the blasts. Once the sand construct collapsed, he struck back with a powerful swing, forcing the dragon to stagger. Following that, he spun the hammer and struck the ground, sending spikes of sand up beneath the dragon, causing significant damage. In a fit of rage, the dragon took to the skies and roared, filling the battlefield with explosive energy. A Kokuo Shundo transported Naruto closer to his opponent, allowing him to deliver a hammer strike that sent the dragon crashing to the ground while simultaneously launching a fireball technique. Although he knew the fire technique wasn't particularly strong, the size of the flames was perfect for combining with a wind technique to create a fiery whirlwind. Before the flames dissipated, Naruto prepared to finish the battle with a downward kick aimed at the Shaguru Megala's head, shattering its horns and driving it deep into the ground, completely defeated. He felt a sense of relief as he realized the fight had finally come to an end. The following day, the elimination of the cholera virus carrier and Sakura's excellent healing efforts allowed those affected by the Shaguru Megala to recover without severe consequences. The twins would need to stay under observation for a while due to the unexpected events. Sakura and Sasuke felt guilty about the troubles caused, but the most concerned was the Raikage, who called for a meeting with all the Kage and several shinobi from Konoha. Naruto expressed his frustration at the necessity of the meeting, irritated by the cancellation of the Chunin exams. Although he found the previous day's events entertaining, he was uncomfortable with the idea of having to go through all the tests again. The Raikage slammed his hand on the table, wrapped in bandages from his injuries, and demanded an explanation from Naruto and the Hokage about how he had defeated the creature. The Watchers from Suna had informed them of the battle's outcome, and I believed Naruto's abilities did not align with those of a genin. Naruto simply stated that he trained hard, but I was not satisfied and insisted on more answers. Hiruzen, the Hokage, intervened, reminding I that they needed to approach the matter calmly. Anoki, the Tsuchikage, also sought answers, specifically questioning why Naruto had been seen with an Akatsuki member. Raza, surprised by the mention of the elite force from AIM, asked for clarification. Naruto claimed he did not know who they were referring to, but Anoki clarified that it was the individual who had fought alongside him, wearing the distinctive black outfit with red clouds. Naruto recalled the person, referring to him as the Grape Head, and noted that he had not mentioned being part of any group. I accused Naruto of lying, asserting that his alliance with a foreign ninja and the infiltration of Suna were enough evidence to suspect a conspiracy against them. Hiruzen asserted that the shinobi who had entered Suna without permission was a matter for their village to resolve and was not of Ice concern. Regarding the Akatsuki member, Hiruzen admitted he had no knowledge of him and also sought to understand his role in the situation. Just then, a voice interrupted the tense atmosphere, catching the attention of the Kage and their guards. The young man in question, with dark hair and a plate of food in hand, casually entered the room. He introduced himself as Night Thunder and explained that he was bored and thought a Kage meeting would be entertaining. He took a bite of his shawarma, expressing delight at its taste, which only frustrated I further. The Raikage demanded to know who he was and why he was there. Night Thunder explained that he had no ties to any village and wore his outfit simply because he thought it matched his name. Anoki warned him to be serious, pressing for his connection to Akatsuki and AIM. Night Thunder insisted he had no relationship with any village and was merely passing through. Hiruzen pointed out that Night Thunder seemed knowledgeable about the creatures that had attacked them, which raised suspicion. Night Thunder admitted he wanted to stay as far away from those creatures as possible. I expressed his desire for assistance in preventing such beasts from visiting his village. Night Thunder considered the request, recalling a favor owed to him from years ago, and asked what they needed. He explained that he could provide insights into the creatures, comparing them to a type of beast familiar to everyone in the room. The Tsuchikage, Anoki, was the first to grasp the implication, realizing that these creatures were akin to Bijou. Night Thunder clarified that while they were not Bijou, they shared some of their essence and were constructs of chakra with significant willpower. As the discussion continued, Shibuki expressed concern over the loss of his ninjas to these beasts, while Raza added that one had attacked his village's livestock. Night Thunder reassured them that while these creatures might not behave like ordinary animals, they exhibited human-like traits. Anoki suggested that they should focus on understanding the creature's objectives in the shinobi world, and I interjected, pleased that the topic had been raised. Those creatures seemed very interested in Naruto and his companions. They completely ignored the onlookers. Was there a reason for that? It was not something that should be answered, but Naruto felt compelled to speak up. He stated that the creatures had repeatedly declared they had no other target than himself and his teammates, much to the displeasure of Sakura and Sasuke, who suddenly found themselves the focus of the room's attention. Naruto understood the implications of his words. He was publicly declaring that they were a risk to the ninja continent, essentially allowing them to be executed for their safety, as the Raikage ominously pointed out. It was ironic for the Raikage to say that, as Naruto countered that if that were the case, he could also declare the Raikage a threat to the world. After all, he was one of the shinobi most involved in the Third Ninja War, and his village was responsible for much destruction in small towns in their reckless pursuit of Kekkei Genkai. They even had the audacity to wipe out an island simply because they feared it. Naruto's tone was strong and intimidating as he confronted the Raikage. The Raikage responded with a mocking tone, admitting that he had no regrets about his actions, even expressing satisfaction when his father ordered the elimination of Naruto's clan. Naruto clenched his fists, feeling the tension rise. The Raikage, covered in a layer of lightning, insisted that Naruto's clan was a danger, using the current situation as proof. The Hokage intervened, demanding that they not engage in a ridiculous fight. The Raikage dismissed the Hokage's request, declaring he would finish this, starting with Naruto and then his family, and every Uzumaki that continued to breathe. Moments later, the room was illuminated by a burst of lightning in the shape of the Raikage. Darui, the Raikage's bodyguard, was slow to comprehend what had just happened. Moments ago, his leader was preparing for a fight, and now it was just Naruto striking a pose as if he had landed a punch. It seemed impossible that anyone could outpace the Raikage. Anoki recognized the young man's considerable strength and chose to remain neutral, knowing his village was also involved in the incident with the Uzumaki. Orochimaru, who had been silent, felt a sense of dread realizing someone had surpassed his former comrade and even his daughter in strength and speed. Raza, visibly shaken, suggested they discuss the matter calmly, expressing the need for a solution as his village could not withstand the onslaught of those creatures. Naruto responded that they would leave as soon as possible to prevent Suna from becoming a target for other large creatures. If what the Raikage said was true, someone must be controlling the monsters, and he needed to stop them. The Mizukage questioned what they would do, noting her nation was also not in a position to endure any conflict, and she was reluctant to leave everything in the hands of the younger generation, especially now that they knew those creatures were pseudo-bijou. Naruto explained that he did not plan to share more information about the monsters, believing it was best that no one interfered with their power, which meant he would keep the information to himself, holding a gray orb. Anoki, rummaging through his pockets, was shocked to realize something was amiss. Naruto casually admitted he was skilled in the art of theft, which frustrated the Tsuchikage, who demanded to know when they would track down the origin of the beasts. Naruto insisted they resolve the incident as quickly as possible before leaving the room, with his companions following him to discuss matters further. Raza asked the Hokage if he had nothing to say, to which the Hokage replied that he did not believe it would help. At the entrance to Team 11's room, Sakura chastised Naruto for being irresponsible, asserting he could not burden them with his problems. Naruto countered that it involved all three of them. Sasuke pointed out that Naruto had not consulted them about their opinions. Naruto acknowledged that while it was not right to hide the truth, he would not let them accompany him. Sakura and Sasuke were taken aback by this decision. Naruto explained that he made his comment in the meeting because regardless of what he did, those dragons would seek them out, and it would be detrimental if the Kage thought they had been lied to. Sakura understood but questioned why he had chosen to exclude them. Naruto expressed his frustration over their concealment of the cholera virus. When he compared their energy levels from their trip to Suno with those from the previous day, it was clear they had been infected. Sakura protested that they had not known anything was wrong and had not discussed it with him. Naruto admitted that even if he had been informed, he might not have been able to do anything, but he would have appreciated the honesty. Sasuke reminded him that he had also withheld information. Naruto agreed, apologizing for that, but he had thought they would not understand or be able to handle it. Given what had happened, he felt justified in his concerns. Sakura insisted that the situation was circumstantial, and even his brothers had been affected. Naruto acknowledged this but emphasized the importance of avoiding situations where things could go terribly wrong. Sakura agreed but hesitated, prompting Naruto to cut her off, stating he needed to speak with his mother. Sasuke and Sakura left for their own room, feeling downcast. Though Naruto had not said it outright, they felt he considered them weak, especially now that he had encountered individuals with similar abilities. Naruto felt guilty about his attitude but had to trust he was making the right decision, fearing for the safety of his companions. He proceeded to enter the room where his mother awaited him, alongside his brothers, who remained unconscious in their beds. Kushina quickly approached him, embracing him tightly. She expressed her relief at seeing him safe, having been worried about everyone in the village. Naruto reassured her that he was fine, stating that the creature had ultimately been no match for him. Kushina expressed her frustration at his reckless exposure to danger. Naruto reminded her that she had wanted him to become a shinobi. She insisted that no shinobi should face such monstrosities. Naruto countered that confronting those creatures made him feel he had not regretted becoming a ninja. Kushina, smiling but then sighing in resignation, shifted her focus to something important she needed to discuss with him. Naruto agreed to listen, sensing she was about to address his father. She confirmed his suspicion, sighing as she prepared to share her thoughts. Naruto learned a shocking truth from his mother. Kushina, with a hint of anger, revealed that Minato Namikaze was not his biological father. She explained that the real father was someone different, a man named Odinson, who had claimed he would soon take on the name Thor. Their first encounter had been peculiar. She found him unconscious during a stormy night. As a kunoichi, she felt obligated to report him to Konoha, but something inside her hesitated. She felt embarrassed to admit that she found him incredibly handsome and couldn't bear to leave him in someone else's hands. Instead, she chose to help him, and he expressed gratitude for her kindness, marveling at the compassion of humans. Initially, his words seemed strange, but as she got to know him, she realized he was special in an inexplicable way. Naruto asked if she was referring to his powers, and she confirmed that was indeed the case. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, she understood that some people possessed unique abilities, but his seemed unreal. He had immense strength and control over the weather, traits that could not go unnoticed. To prevent unnecessary confrontations, she advised him to leave the village, recalling a moment when Fugaku Uchiha almost got crushed for being too nosy. She joked that it would have been a favor to the world, though she regretted stopping it. Odinson needed to find a way back to his home. Naruto questioned if she had feelings for him, and she admitted that she did, but their relationship didn't start off that way. They met several times during her missions and grew close. Eventually, she realized she wanted to spend her life with him, but then the thing she feared most happened. He vanished. Kushina firmly denied that he would abandon her, insisting that Odinson must have had a good reason for his disappearance. Naruto, however, felt that if he truly cared, he should have found a way back, especially if he was his father. Kushina expressed her hope that one day he would return, believing he must be unable to do so at the moment. She explained her decision to marry Minato, emphasizing that she didn't want Naruto to grow up without a father. Even though Minato wasn't his biological father, It provided an explanation for Naruto's abilities. She thought having a sibling would be beneficial for him, though it ultimately didn't turn out as planned. The night she gave birth to his siblings was chaotic. While Naruto's birth went smoothly, the same couldn't be said for Menma and Natsumi. The security measures were heightened due to the risks involved. Kushina revealed that Menma and Natsumi's birth was complicated by an unknown assailant who exploited the seal's weakness to release the Kyuubi. This intruder managed to breach all defenses, taking down guards and medical staff. When Naruto asked who it was, she could only describe a masked man who wielded advanced space-time jutsu. Suddenly, a voice interrupted from the corner of the room, startling the Uzumaki family. It was Night Thunder, who admitted to being curious about their conversation. Kushina expressed her gratitude for his help in containing the wreckage but wanted to know more about him. Naruto explained that Night Thunder was the one who attacked Menma and Natsumi. Kushina's expression changed to one of determination. Moments later, she confronted Night Thunder, expressing her anger and frustration over what he had done. As she restrained him with chains, he attempted to defend himself, claiming he had saved them from a terrible fate. Naruto watched the scene unfold, unsure of how to intervene, as he understood both sides of the argument. Just then, Kushina's attention shifted to Natsumi, who was beginning to wake up. The moment was a relief for the nearly choked Night Thunder, who took a moment to catch his breath. Kushina rushed to her daughter, embracing her and asking how she felt. Natsumi mentioned a headache and questioned her whereabouts. After a few inquiries, it became clear that Natsumi was experiencing selective amnesia, likely due to the removal of Hayashi's cursed seal. The absence of the Kyuubi was also evident, as her eyes returned to the pearl color characteristic of the Byakugan, and the markings on her cheeks faded. Menma, who had also awakened, was not pleased to find himself without his bijou. However, Kushina quickly intervened, using her chains to prevent any outbursts. She knew there were many lessons to teach her son. Naruto felt relieved by the turn of events, as it meant the news he had for his mother wouldn't be as devastating. Night Thunder had explained to Naruto that the place where they could resolve the issue with the monsters was Yuzu, and it might take some time to achieve that. The Uzumaki felt a mix of sadness and pride knowing her son was going to those ruins, realizing he would be away from home for a while. Ultimately, she let him go without complaint, understanding that he was also searching for information about his father. As Naruto and Night Thunder prepared to leave the room, the red-haired woman issued a fierce warning to the latter, threatening dire consequences if anything happened to her son. The pair planned to use Kamui's teleportation for their journey, but first, they made an unexpected stop that surprised Naruto. They encountered Fu, Karui, and, oddly enough, Kuratsuchi, who were waiting for them in a secluded area of Suna. Chomei had convinced some of his brothers to lend Naruto some of their chakra. Fu agreed to help. Having formed a friendship with Team Karui, felt indebted to Naruto for saving her in the desert. Kuratsuchi, however, was more difficult to persuade, as she had no reason to participate. Yet, her bijou reminded her that using their powers came at a cost, compelling her to comply. As a result, Naruto received a sample of chakra from Matatabi, Son Goku, and Chomei, with the first two introducing themselves to him. Although this infusion didn't significantly boost his reserves due to the bijou's seals limiting their chakra sharing, it was enough for Naruto to gain the ability to use the advanced version of Niobai's fire techniques, the Yotan of Yanbi, and the manipulation of scales from Nanabai. In Yuzu, a journey that lasted no more than a minute brought the young men to a landscape of ruins, where dozens of destroyed houses and buildings lay scattered. The red whirlpool visible on some walls indicated they were in the right place. Naruto gazed at the sight with a sense of melancholy. His mother remembered little of her hometown but often spoke of Yuzu as a spectacular place unmatched in the shinobi world. Had it not been destroyed, it would have been centuries ahead of the other villages. His thoughts also drifted to the powers he had obtained. He was reluctant to accept them, but the bijou had urged him to do so. It felt strange since he had always dismissed the use of ninjutsu, yet recently he found himself relying on it. "You're going to feel strange about those powers, but trust me, you'll get used to it," said the dark-haired boy. Naruto sought clarification, asking why, if Night Thunder intended to free the Bijou, he hadn't done so with the others in Suna, or more importantly, why he possessed the chakra of 4 of them. I didn't release them because my plan has 2 stages. The first is to find a way to free the Bijou without endangering their host's life, which, as you saw, worked, the boy replied, earning a fierce glare from Naruto. Don't worry, next time I'll consult you before acting, he added, swallowing nervously. Returning to what I was saying, the second stage of my plan involves granting the Bijou a skill that allows them to evade Fuinjutsu and other techniques that conceal them. What kind of skill? Naruto inquired. I can use Mokutan as an example, which can subjugate them due to its yang power. I've developed a remedy for it, but the issue of sealing remains. Since I can't share my ability, I need to find another way. What ability? I can mimic the chakra of others and copy some of their Kekkei Genkai. Somehow, I can also nullify foreign seals, but I still don't fully understand how it works. That's simple. If you can truly copy the chakra of others, it wouldn't be difficult for you to undo their seals. Fuinjutsu is essentially about creating locks that can't be deciphered by others, but if you carry the chakra of the lock's creator, it's as if you always have the key. I suspected it was something like that. However, I must say it's a power too great not to have some disadvantage. You're right. First, my Fuinjutsu is ineffective. My seals are also affected by the ability and dissolve as soon as I manage to create them. Second, it's a passive ability. I can't control what I absorb, and that sometimes leads to unpleasant results, the boy explained, rubbing his arms. Third, and most importantly, the power has unpredictable effects on beings entirely composed of chakra, like the Bijou. Are you saying it can absorb Bijou? Not exactly. I only copy part of their chakra signature, but with it comes a fragment of their consciousness. So, the ones in the room that night were. That's correct. Here are Shikaku, the boy said, summoning a small sand tanuki. Chomei, he continued, as a green larva appeared. Gyuki, he introduced the bull octopus. And Kurama, although he doesn't want to show himself among those present on the island. Kurama is the name of the Kyuubi, right? Correct. Why does Chomei look so different from the one I saw in Fu? Naruto asked, causing Chomei to envelop himself in a dark aura. The thing is, on their own, they don't have much chakra, which is why they appear smaller. Their physical age also affects their appearance. Can they take forms like Karui and Menma? They've mentioned Bijou mode to me, but I've only been able to advance with Shikaku's transformation. I haven't focused much on it since the space I entered was limited, and the Tanuki form is quite bulky. Hey, I'm listening, protested Shikaku. You have to admit it. You're a bit chubby, Gyuki remarked. I don't want to hear that from someone who doesn't even have feet. Shikaku retorted, leading to a playful argument with his brother. Now imagine that every day inside your head, the dark-haired boy said, placing a hand on his temples. We should continue. There are those waiting for us. Wait, isn't it just Sakura Balder daughter? Naruto asked, intrigued, then he focused his senses on the island and detected a massive chakra presence. Did you notice? He wants to have a chat with you. I'll wait with Sakura at the temple to the north of the island, the boy said before vanishing. Naruto headed south, where he found an enormous orange fox, at least 50 meters long, waiting on the beach. So, you finally arrived, kid? You took your time, the Kyuubi remarked. Sorry. What are you doing here? It turns out this is a good place to hide. It won't be long before Konoha decides to reclaim its Bijou. And don't you think being so exposed will make someone see you? Just look at this place. Yuzu is surrounded by a natural shield of powerful whirlpools that even prevent chakra sensors from probing inside the island. Besides, everyone avoids getting close to the area. Whatever you say. Why did you want me to come? For the same reason my brothers summoned you and entrusted you with their powers. You remind us of someone. To start, you have their eyes, and so far, you've shown yourself to be different from all other humans. To be honest, I'm not entirely human. That would explain why you don't have a soul tainted with evil. I try to ensure my actions are just like my thoughts. That sounds good to me. That's why I plan to share my power with you. Really? Yes, but I won't do it as easily as the others. First, you must prove that you are worthy of it. The giant fox stood up, getting into a defensive stance. I've been waiting for this, the blonde said as he lunged at the powerful Kurama. In the ruins of the Uzumaki temple, a young man with purple hair and a young woman with pink hair sat facing each other while the place trembled from distant explosions. The first was reading a book and sipping from a coffee cup while the girl stared at him intently. The lack of respect from those two is unbelievable. I know these are ruins, but that doesn't mean they should tear everything down, the young man remarked. You might be able to act with your cocky attitude around Thorson, but with me, I'd prefer you to avoid all conversation. You judge me wrongly, Sakura. I'm not who you think I am. You're not fooling me. My father warned me strongly about the possibility of your existence, and now that I see you, I don't know what stops me from freeing the world from you. You know well that I can help you and Naruto, that's why you hesitate. Nothing good can come from allying with the offspring of Loki. I accept that being may be my progenitor, but he is not my father, and I have no influence from him. I act on my own. My father told me that all the children of that serpent are the same. They exist only to harm Asgard. Meanwhile, Naruto and the fox had been engaged in an intense battle for several minutes, with Kurama swinging his tails and sending massive debris toward his opponent. The boy jumped into the air and used his Kokuo Shundo to bounce off the debris, closing in on the fox's face and delivering a punch that caused the beast to stagger back. The orange creature then unleashed a Bijou sonic roar, sending the Uzumaki crashing through a building with a powerful sound wave. Kurama began to gather red and blue bubbles around his mouth, preparing to unleash a powerful Bijudama. Naruto reacted just in time, leaping high to escape the range of the explosive chakra blast. He then started forming a spinning sphere of chakra in his hands, infusing it with Raiton, and hurled it like a spear. As the technique sped toward Kurama, the fox attempted to swat it away with his claws. To his surprise, the Rasengan changed course midair, zigzagging and ending up right in his face with a fierce electric explosion. Kurama was astonished by this version of the Rasengan, as the twins had only made progress with that technique thanks to their chakra. He was impressed by how quickly Naruto had improved it. Katon, Fox's fiery surge, Kurama declared, inflating his mouth before exhaling a massive torrent of flames. Suiton, water barrier, Naruto countered, using a technique his mother had taught him to unleash a colossal wall of water that would withstand the fire from the fox. With the flames extinguished, the boy delivered a powerful kick to the ground, raising stone pillars. He then struck them, launching them at his rival. Doton, Jenga cannon. Kurama protected himself with his tails and shot several small Bijudama into the sky. Let's see how these work, Naruto said, drawing a pair of short ceramic swords, one white and one black, crafted from the orbs of the devils. The Uzumaki spun 360 degrees, wielding both weapons, causing several projectiles to be deflected and explode in the surroundings. The swords lacked any elemental properties but had enough durability to withstand the Bijou's attacks. The beast then used one of its massive claws to strike at Naruto, who blocked with his swords. He executed a Kokuo Shundo to close in on the fox while spinning, delivering a massive cut to the Bijou. Not bad, kid. Let's see how you defend yourself now, the Kyuubi said, exploding into a cloud of smoke and revealing 3 smaller replicas of itself, each with 3 tails. 2 of the foxes lunged at Naruto, using their claws in an attempt to capture him. The blonde dodged their furious movements while countering with punches and kicks. The Kurama then separated from the boy, and he saw the third fox quickly spin, unleashing a powerful tornado aimed at him. Katon, fire stream, the other 2 foxes shouted, releasing a stream of flames that merged with the tornado, creating a vortex of fire. I have something better than that. Yotan, mountain of fruits and flowers, Naruto declared, striking the ground and causing the island to tremble, resulting in a lava pillar exploding right beneath the Kyuubi's attack, nullifying the tornado. The Uzumaki was grateful to the enormous gorilla and the other Bijou for having shared some of their techniques with him. Don't get too cocky for using a technique from my younger brothers, one of the Kyuubi warned, as the three began firing small Bijudama at the boy. Naruto moved at great speed toward one of the foxes, lifting it and throwing it at another replica, causing both to cancel their attack. He then went after the third and repeated the process. With all three in one place, the Uzumaki inhaled a large amount of air and exhaled a cloud of shimmering scales toward the foxes. Secret art, scale dust bombardment, he announced, using his swords to create sparks that triggered a powerful explosion in the ruins. As the smoke cleared, Naruto and the fox had merged back into one. He appeared somewhat exhausted, a sign that the blonde's attacks were giving him trouble. Kurama decided it was time to end this once and for all and began charging another Bijudama, but this time he would absorb it before launching the furious orb of chakra. The blonde switched weapons, now wielding a hammer with which he intercepted the technique. The boy had to exert tremendous effort to withstand the immense pressure the Bijudama exerted, and in the end he managed to send it back to Kurama, forcing the fox to taste his own attack. Without wasting a moment, the boy enveloped his right arm in Raitun and leaped with Shundo, striking the fox's face with a blow that finally knocked Kurama down onto the now more devastated village of Yuzu. Naruto then jumped through the rubble until he landed on Kurama's chest to assess his condition. The orange fox admitted that Naruto was very strong. In return, Naruto expressed the same sentiment. Kurama continued, stating that Naruto had passed his test. He explained that he detested when those who faced him used binding techniques to gain an advantage, but Naruto had relied solely on his strength. Naruto preferred to fight that way, stating that he would only use such techniques to prevent anyone from getting hurt. Kurama respected that but wanted to know Naruto's thoughts on becoming his partner. Naruto was taken aback, wondering if Kurama meant becoming his Jinchuriki. Kurama clarified that it would not involve being sealed within Naruto. Instead, he would grant a significant portion of his chakra and a fraction of his soul, allowing them to communicate and enabling Naruto to regenerate chakra after exhausting it. Kurama's real body would remain free and accompany Naruto wherever he went. Naruto considered this proposal and found it reasonable, asking about the reason behind it. Kurama explained that their father had always wanted his siblings and him to be together, but the conditions of the world and the Biju's conflicts made that difficult. Naruto acknowledged that he had witnessed how Biju tended to fight among themselves. However, Kurama pointed out that Naruto had managed to get 3 Biju to agree on something, believing he was the closest to fulfilling their father's dream and wanting to witness it. When Naruto inquired if Biju had a father, Kurama revealed that they did, and their father was Hagoromo Otsutsuki, known as the Sage of Six Paths. Naruto recalled reading that story many times and was surprised to learn of their connection. Kurama noted that humans hated them so much that they never imagined Hagoromo as their creator in any version of their history. Naruto found it hypocritical for humans to treat Biju as destroyers while using them as weapons. Kurama appreciated Naruto's understanding, assuring him that he did not think of him as evil. Regarding the proposal, Naruto agreed to become his partner. Grateful, Kurama raised one of his claws to fist bump Naruto. Then, the great Biju collapsed into a light that gradually enveloped Naruto. Eventually, Naruto fell to the ground, feeling his chakra reserve soar, and noticed that Kurama had shrunk to the size of a tiger. Naruto asked if he could call Kurama by name, to which Kurama replied that he preferred Naruto to have asked first but was glad he knew it. With that, Naruto and Kurama headed north from Yuzu toward a temple that had been indicated to them. "Are you done?" asked Night Thunder. Naruto confirmed that they were finished and inquired about their next steps, noting that there seemed to be little to do in that place. Night Thunder explained that this was merely the gateway to their true objective, the dimension of Spira. He shared that he did not know all the details about Spira, but it was where he had his first, real, encounter with monsters. Something must be happening there for monsters to appear in their dimension. Curious, Naruto asked how Night Thunder knew about that place. Night Thunder explained that it was elemental. He had accessed this universe through that location. Naruto wondered how they would reach Asgard, to which Night Thunder replied that the seal connecting their world to Spira was powerful enough to transport them, especially with someone experienced in Fuinjutsu like Naruto. Night Thunder clarified that his Kamui was not strong enough to travel to other universes, only granting access to a pocket dimension. Naruto expressed no issue with this, stating he was intrigued by the place where dragons came from. Night Thunder remarked that they would see how Naruto felt after encountering all of its inhabitants as he approached a stone gate at the back of the area. Agreeing to go to Spira, Naruto admitted he still did not trust Thorson, pointing out the dark-haired boy. Thorson preferred to be called Naruto and expressed his desire to stay with the Uzumaki, acknowledging Thor as his father but stating he had never met him and did not see why he should take his name. Sakura explained the Nordic naming system, which Thorson confirmed was similar to the custom of taking the father's surname along with the clan's name. Sakura sought clarification on their relationship, leading Thorson to simplify it by stating they were cousins. Surprised, Naruto learned that Thorson's father, Balder, was Thor's half-brother, while Thorson was the son of Loki, who was the adoptive brother of their parents. Sakura warned that Loki was one of the worst scoundrels to have ever walked the 9 realms, a master of deception and the god of mischief. Thorson sarcastically applauded her presentation, while Naruto showed little interest in the topic. Sakura questioned if Naruto wondered how their parents ended up lost through dimensions in the first place, attributing it to Loki's deceit. Naruto remarked that their lives would have been much more boring without Loki's actions, even if he found it puzzling how that was possible. Sakura maintained that they could not trust Loki, reminding Naruto of how he ruthlessly attacked his siblings. Although Naruto was still upset about that, he acknowledged that Thorson's intervention had been helpful. The idea of removing their status as Jinchuriki had never crossed his mind, but it turned out to be the best way to change their attitudes. One boy expressed his gratitude, while the other proposed another fight to determine their true natures. He insisted that warriors could only truly know each other through battle and noted that his opponent had not revealed his true name, so he would let their fists speak for them. The other boy hesitated, questioning the necessity of such a confrontation, but ultimately agreed, albeit with reluctance. As they prepared to fight, they returned to the site of their previous battle, where Sakura and Kurama would watch as spectators. The boy with the dark hair activated his Sharingan, transforming it into triangular shapes with tips that spun counterclockwise. He reminded his opponent that he could not use the Kamui technique, to which he replied that his eyes held more than one trick. Cloaked in a black aura of chakra, he manifested a loose samurai armor made of bones and summoned a chakra sword along with a pair of bat-like wings, giving him a demonic appearance. He declared it was time to dance. Naruto charged at his opponent, wielding his ice sword, and their clash sent shockwaves through the area. They were evenly matched in strength, but Naruto managed to destroy the dark-haired boy's sword. In response, he flapped his wings to create a gust of wind that pushed Naruto back before taking to the skies to launch his next attack. The boy unleashed a flurry of ice birds from his hands, while Naruto countered with a barrage of blue fireballs. The collision of their techniques created a thick fog that obscured visibility. Night Thunder sharpened his senses, aware that his opponent's speed would complicate matters. Suddenly, Naruto executed a powerful punch to the boy's stomach, causing a crack in the Susanoo armor and sending him crashing into the ruins of a building. The dark-haired boy, feeling the pain from the blow, wondered how Naruto knew such techniques. He assured Naruto that hand-to-hand combat was a 2-player game and took flight using his own Kokuo Shundo, leaving behind an electric trail. Naruto recognized the technique and noted that it would be a crime not to learn it himself. The boy then launched a rapid succession of punches at Naruto, who realized that the strikes were much harder than expected. He grabbed both of his opponent's hands to force him down, using the grip to throw Naruto aside. Before Naruto could recover, the user of Susanoo no Yoroi landed a strong punch that sent him crashing into another building. As he stood up, Naruto questioned whether his opponent was using more than just the armor. The boy admitted that he was indeed using a transformation technique, revealing a metallic red layer over his arms. This explained the strength behind his punches. He introduced the Bushoku Haki and demonstrated its effectiveness by using a Shundo to appear in front of Naruto, executing the same punch he had received. Naruto braced himself, knowing the type of attack coming, but he couldn't avoid the pain it caused. He realized it was risky to use his techniques against a Sharingan user. The boy confirmed this, explaining that his Sharingan allowed him to perform extraordinary feats, including charging his right hand with crackling lightning. Naruto recognized the technique as a Chidori but felt confident it wouldn't affect him. The boy warned him not to be so sure, as the chakra shifted from blue to purple. He launched into the air, preparing to strike Naruto with the Kuzo Chidori. In response, Naruto formed a Rasengan, creating a sphere of chakra that collided with the Chidori. Although Naruto's attack was strong, it was ultimately consumed by the enemy's technique, resulting in a severe shock that hit him. Naruto was stunned, questioning how this was possible. The boy explained that while Naruto had some resistance to electricity, he was still vulnerable to senjutsu. This revelation piqued Naruto's interest, recalling conversations with his mentor. The boy then formed hand seals and unleashed the Hayatan, Ice Dragon, sending a purple ice construct toward Naruto. In a swift response, Naruto drew his twin swords and shattered the dragon's head, countering with Raitun, Electric Assassin, using his weapons to channel lightning. Night Thunder absorbed the lightning with ease, surprising Naruto. Without further ado, the dark-haired boy launched a Katon, Fireball Assault, which Naruto countered with a Suiton, Water Barrier. Seizing the moment, Naruto unleashed a rapid Futon, Wind Burst to destabilize the Susanoo user, leaving him vulnerable to the next attack. He executed the Kuramaki Phantom, delivering a supersonic punch that the boy could not defend against. The Susanoo no Yoroi shattered completely, and its user struggled to rise, even coughing up blood as a sign of the damage he had sustained. The boy, hand on his chest, asked how Naruto had learned such a powerful attack. Naruto replied that it was a complicated story, and the boy expressed a desire to hear it later. He then formed hand seals, acknowledging that he needed to employ a more elaborate arsenal. His eyes shifted to red as he summoned a skeletal figure of 5 meters tall, colored black, declaring the Susanoo. The ethereal being reinforced both arms with Busashoku Haki and struck the ground forcefully, causing the surroundings to crumble completely. The blonde leaped into the air and landed on one of the blocks of earth that had been sent flying, observing the significant damage caused by the attack. Naruto marveled at the power of such a technique, imagining how incredible it would be to possess something similar. He took a deep breath and executed Yoton, lava rocks against his opponent. The fiery projectiles were deflected by the Susanoo with one of its arms. The construct then attempted to capture Naruto, who summoned his hammer to push it away and strike back, hoping to break through its defenses. The arm felt the impact but held strong enough for Night Thunder to unleash a massive Chidori against Naruto. In response, Naruto performed the same jutsu to counter the attack. Kakashi had taught him the principles behind these techniques, and with the chakra of the Kyuubi flowing through him, he could execute them with ease. After all, the Rasengan was far more difficult to master. The Susanoo then dissipated, and its user took a step back to prepare for the next technique. He announced Dokuten, air suppression, launching a lilac bubble to the ground near Naruto. The bubble exploded, enveloping the area in a cloud of gas. Initially, Naruto didn't worry, but soon he began to feel suffocated, as if the air in his lungs was trying to escape. Instinctively, he clapped his hands together, dispersing the gas around him. He questioned the nature of the poison, and his opponent explained that it was merely carbon dioxide. The user acknowledged his own resistance to poisons and assumed Naruto had an even greater one, which is why he believed it was the best attack to use against him. Naruto understood that despite their great resilience, they still breathed like any other person. The opponent admitted to being aware of his own weaknesses while also leveraging his potential. Naruto acknowledged that it was something a warrior must consider, but he found it unsportsmanlike to use poisons for victory. The user shrugged off the comment, stating that he still felt the pain from Naruto's last blow and preferred not to take another. He then executed Dokuten, air suppression again, this time creating a greater number of poisonous balloons that he dispersed around the area. Naruto was determined not to be defeated by this tactic and tried to disperse the gas with another clap, but this time the gas was denser and harder to remove, covering an area of 500 square meters. His opponent laughed, boasting that with this technique, he could defeat a squad of shinobi without difficulty. Naruto reiterated that the technique was quite dirty, struggling to use a futon jutsu to clear the gas as the lack of oxygen made it difficult. The opponent acknowledged that Sakura had declared such tactics were typical for someone like him. He explained that he would use the jutsu and then escape with Kamui, otherwise he would suffocate as well. Naruto noted that his opponent was managing well in the environment. As the gas began to take its toll, the user decided it was time to clear the area. He extended his arms and unleashed Shinra Tensei, creating an invisible force that reverberated through the surroundings and dispersed the gas from the battlefield. Naruto felt the wave push against him but managed to withstand it. He then called forth Mokan, forest birth, summoning a multitude of trees that quickly began to restore oxygen in the area. Naruto remarked on how it was surprising that his opponent knew about the abilities of his Dojutsu. The user acknowledged that their Dojutsu had differences but shared a common base. He had seen similar abilities in a friend's girlfriend, which piqued Naruto's interest. The user explained that mastering Mokuton took a long time and that he still had details to refine for full control. Naruto learned that it required a combination of Doton and Suiton, but it was more complex than that. A significant amount of Yang chakra was necessary, or else it would result in a mud jutsu. Naruto resolved to try it, and the user wished him luck, revealing it took him months to find the right balance of chakra. Meanwhile, high above the ruins of a building, Sakura watched the battle unfold, wondering how long it would take for Thorson to teach that rat a lesson. Kurama observed that the two seemed quite excited about the fight, noting that while Naruto had raw power, his opponent had enough variety in techniques to keep things balanced. Sakura expressed her concerns about Lokuzan's trustworthiness, and Kurama acknowledged the darkness he sensed within him. He believed it was essential for some individuals to be willing to eliminate threats for meaningful change. He was confident that Naruto would not hesitate to remove a genuine danger. Sakura agreed but worried about the potential destruction if their fight continued in a populated area. Kurama noted that while Naruto and Loki were sons of gods, they couldn't ignore their surroundings. He preferred not to accompany a mere spectator, but then he noticed Naruto using Mokuton, which surprised him. Hours passed, and Naruto and Night Thunder had reduced their battle to a simple Kenjutsu duel, devoid of any special techniques. Only simple sword strikes were exchanged as each combatant hoped the other would yield to fatigue. Sakura appeared between Thorson and Lokuzan, both of whom looked extremely exhausted. She remarked that it was enough. Both men insisted they could continue, but soon collapsed to the ground. Sakura rolled her eyes at their stubbornness. The purple-haired one introduced himself as Shinji Shihoin. Naruto expressed surprise at the name, to which Shinji replied that there was no point in continuing to hide it. Sakura then greeted Shinji and suggested they head to the place he had been talking about.